Chapter 1. That figure is simply amazing. In the world of science, the Metropolitan Police Department. Magyar József, who had just finished a meeting with several inspectors, glanced around the office. When he fell on the empty desk, Magyar József frowned slightly. "Where is Lin Feng?" the passing police officer explained. "Officer Magyar, Lin Feng said he was not feeling well and went home first." Magyar József frowned even more and muttered to himself. "This guy just started working today and asked for leave." On the sidewalk beside the street in Bihua town, a tall, handsome young man walked aimlessly. Compared to the hurried look of the pedestrians, the young man's face was more confused. What's wrong with crossing into a world of science? Why is it a world of science, and a policeman in the Criminal Investigation Department? Lin Feng is a time traveler. He crossed into this world of science this morning. His identity is a police officer of the Criminal Investigation Department of Bihua Town, and Magyar József is Lin Feng's distant relative. Lin Feng certainly knows that people are murdered every day in this world. What's more terrifying is that no one is afraid. That feeling is just like eating and drinking every day. Not only that, this world also has the terrifying black organization, the winery. Ding! Lin Feng came back to his senses and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. 1700 hours sharp. 9 to 5, just time to get off work. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully played badly for a day, and the playing badly system is binding. Binding 10%, 30%, 50%. At this moment, a crisp sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. System? Lin Feng certainly understands what the system is. Gold finger that can make people reach the top. Lin Feng was delighted. Sure enough, the novel did not lie to me, a system is necessary for crossing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the system is successfully bound. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng said silently in his heart. System, what functions do you have? Ding! Reporting to the host, this system is a system for playing badly. As long as the host plays badly every day, he can get rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the gold gift package. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding! Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, physical fitness is tripled. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, master level combat instinct. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 1 million cash. As the system's voice fell, a warmth appeared in Lin Feng's body, quickly transforming his body. At the same time, vast knowledge poured into Lin Feng's mind and quickly merged. In just a few seconds, everything was merged. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Feng clenched his right fist tightly, and suddenly there was a series of creaking sounds. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Lin Feng felt that with his current strength, he could easily fight 10 people. Click, click. At this time, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground sounded behind Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng turned his head to look, a tall figure passed by Lin Feng. Brown slightly curly long hair, tied into a bun. On her delicate face, there was a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She was wearing a purple women's suit, which outlined her curvy figure to the fullest. Just one look. You can feel the cold queen temperament emanating from her body. Looking at the strange yet familiar face of the woman, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This woman, if not Kisaki Eri, who else could it be? Lin Feng didn't expect that he would meet Kisaki Eri by chance on the side of the road. Since there is Kisaki Eri, there will naturally be Suzuki Tomoko, Kyudo Yukiko, Vermouth, Akiyoshi Maiwako, Nakamori Ayako, Princess Myra, Kataoka Renka, Mayano Shiho, Mayano Akimi, Mayano Elena, Hachi Shizuka, Sira Marie, Kuraba Chikage, Mamwa Keiko, Tayama Kazuha, Kuriyama Midori, Yuzui Ritsuko, Magyar Midori, Shimabukuro Kimi, Hatamoto Natsu, Akino Yoko, Ikuzawa Yuko, Hoshino Terumi, Takano Yuki, Uchida Asami, Tachibana Mayo, Kobayashi Sumiko, Koshimi Nanatsuki, Urashi Siren, Mizunashi Reina. Kuriso, Fusey Campbell Kinoshita, Akiba Reiko, Yamanation, Kawabe Kanad, Matsumoto Sayuri, Amashiro Ruri, Mine Fujiko, Shimizu Reiko, Tsukamoto Kazumi, Wada Haruna, Dokamomi, Koizumi Akiko, Satomai Wako, Miyamoto Yumi, Mike Niko, Uehara Ui, Yonhara Sakurako, Inomoto Azusa, Horikoshi Yumi, Kyujo Reiko. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that this world was quite interesting. Just as he was about to go up and say hello, a sound of footsteps sounded behind Lin Feng again. They were whispering among themselves. "Boss, did you see the woman in front? That figure is simply amazing. There is a small alley in front, how about we? Keep your voice down. Are you stupid? What if someone hears you?" Yes, what the boss said is. Soon, two middle-aged men walked past Lin Feng. When they walked a few meters in front of Lin Feng, one of the men turned around and glared at him fiercely. The meaning was very clear, asking Lin Feng not to meddle in other people's business. Looking at the backs of the two men, Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. If it was before, Lin Feng might still be afraid. But now, with the system's physical enhancement and rich combat experience, Lin Feng is not afraid. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward and chased after him. Walked across the sidewalk in front and turned into the alley on the right. Compared to the road, there were almost no people in the alley. Obviously, the two men were very familiar with the nearby roads. Turned into another alley. Sure enough, Kisaki Eri was stopped by the two men. Chapter 2 invite you to play together. The man in front of Kisaki Eri licked his lips as he looked at Kisaki Eri's face that was almost broken by a flick of a finger. He grinned and said, "Don't be afraid, beautiful girl. We are not bad guys. We just want to invite you to play together." The man behind him couldn't help laughing when he heard his boss's strange tone of play. He naturally understood what play meant. Seeing the two approaching him, Kisaki Eri frowned and said coldly, "Get out. If you don't get out, I'm going to call the police." The two men were not frightened by Kisaki Eri's momentum, but became more arrogant. "Call the police? I'm too afraid of the police. Do you have a mobile phone? Otherwise, I'll lend you a mobile phone." While talking, the man behind him had already walked behind Kisaki Eri. He took a step and wanted to lock Kisaki Eri from behind when she was not paying attention. Finding that Kisaki Eri didn't notice him at all, the man behind him raised his mouth and opened his arms to attack. "Hey! You are too arrogant to do this in broad daylight." At this moment, a magnetic male voice sounded in the alley. The two men were startled and looked over in the direction of the voice. A tall figure was walking out of the shadow of the alley behind. Seeing the attention of the two people being attracted, Kisaki Eri was relieved. However, Kisaki Eri did not run away on his own. Instead, he kept a distance from the two men and watched quietly. When Lin Feng walked out of the shadow, the two men recognized him instantly. Looking at Lin Feng's face, Kisaki Eri's eyes lit up. Handsome face, melancholy eyes, and tall figure. Kisaki Eri felt that even the popular young man in Sakura country could not compare with him. The man called the boss looked at Lin Feng with disdain, took out a dagger from his waist and said, "Boy, don't you remember that I warned you just now? Do you have to come here to die?" Lin Feng smiled, and continued to walk towards the two men instead of retreating. Looking for death? That's not necessarily true. Lin Feng's words have not fallen yet. The man called the boss held the dagger in his hand horizontally and rushed straight over. Acting decisively, without any delay. Lin Feng understood that the man in front of him must not be a good person. The man rushed to Lin Feng, exerted force with his legs, and jumped up with his whole body. The dagger in his hand flashed a cold light under the sunlight, and stabbed towards Lin Feng. Kisaki Eri saw this from behind and hurriedly reminded him. Be careful. Lin Feng's face was full of calmness, without any movement, watching the man rushing towards him. At the moment when the dagger was about to fall on his head, Lin Feng finally moved. The whole body was tense, and the right leg kicked out like a bow and arrow, landing on the man's abdomen. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of ribs breaking rang out in the alley. Not only that, the man's whole body flew towards the debris behind him like a kite with a broken string. Boom! With a loud bang, the man fell into the pile of debris, dust was raised, and wooden sticks were scattered. Kisaki Eri. The remaining man? Kisaki Eri's face was full of shock. Such power, is it really something a person can have? The man who was kicked away was already tall, at least 150 to 160 kilograms. But in front of Lin Feng, he was kicked away like a sandbag? Not only Kisaki Eri, but also the man who was waiting for a chance to make a move, swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Isn't this too strong? Soon, the man's face turned into anger, and he put his hand deep into his waist under his coat. Kisaki Eri was shocked, and she understood it instantly. He has a gun. As expected, it was just as Kisaki Eri guessed. The man took out a black pistol from his waist with a ferocious look on his face. But just as he raised it and before he could aim, a figure came in front of him. A strong arm had already grabbed his wrist. The man was shocked and said in disbelief, This. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying force came from his wrist. Crack! There was another shocking sound of bones breaking. Ah! The intense pain instantly attacked the man's mind, and he couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Lin Feng snatched the pistol from the man's hand, moved his feet, and kicked him. Suddenly, the man retreated until he hit the wall of the alley and barely stopped. Pressing the magazine of the pistol, there are 5 metal bullets in the magazine. Lin Feng sighed a little. Being a policeman is really too dangerous. If I hadn't been strengthened, I might have been lying in a pool of blood. The boss who fell into the debris, struggled to remove the debris on his body, and said weakly. You, who are you? Putting the pistol away, Lin Feng glanced at him casually and said calmly. Metropolitan Police Department Criminal Investigation Department Police, Lin Feng. The 2 men were shocked. They actually threatened the criminal police. No wonder Lin Feng followed them. Until then, Kisaki Eri finally came back to her senses. She came to Lin Feng's side with a grateful face. Officer Lin Feng, thank you. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, You're welcome. As a policeman, this is what I should do. Kisaki Eri nodded gratefully. Although Lin Feng said it casually, Kisaki Eri, who was present the whole time, understood it very well. If Lin Feng hadn't been so powerful, he and I would have died here. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 3, Clearly Disabled. Looking at Kisaki Eri standing there, not knowing what to do, Lin Feng spoke. Madam, you can leave a contact number and leave. If we need your help later, we will contact you. Although Lin Feng wanted to give up, he was now disabled and had a gun of unknown origin, so he had to report to the Criminal Investigation Department. The necessary procedures still had to be followed. Okay. Kisaki Eri nodded in sudden realization and quickly took out a card from her bag. Officer Lin Feng, this is my business card. You can contact me at any time. Lin Feng took Kisaki Eri's business card and took a look. There were a few big words on it. Attorney Kisaki Eri, Fei Law Firm. Lin Feng responded and waved to her, then took out his flip phone and dialed the special number of the Criminal Investigation Department. I am Lin Feng, please send a car to Baihua Town. Kisaki Eri did not disturb Lin Feng, but just looked at Lin Feng quietly. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, she smiled and said, "Thank you, Officer Lin Feng." As she spoke, Kisaki Eri stretched out her fair and slender palm. Lin Feng was not polite and stretched out his hand to gently shake hands with Kisaki Eri. Suddenly, a smooth and soft feeling invaded Lin Feng's mind. In just a few seconds, Lin Feng let go of Kisaki Eri's hand. Watching Kisaki Eri's back go away, Lin Feng inadvertently touched the tip of his nose. A faint fragrance entered Lin Feng's nose. What Lin Feng didn't know was that Kisaki Eri, who had already walked out of the alley, was looking at her palm while walking. When shaking hands with Lin Feng just now, Kisaki Eri could clearly feel the heat in her palm. Lin Feng's handsome face was even more lingering in Kisaki Eri's mind. Although Kisaki Eri is already 38 years old, but as a woman, who can resist being saved by a hero? A few minutes later, a whistling siren sounded from far away. Amid the sound of hurried footsteps, Magyar Josue's fat figure entered Lin Feng's sight. When he received Lin Feng's call, Magyar Josu almost immediately gathered people to rush over. But now seeing the situation at the scene, Magyar Josu was stunned. Not only him, but also the police officers who came with him were stunned. The man who collapsed in the pile of debris and vomited blood, the man who lay on the ground and screamed. Lin Feng said on the phone that the two gangsters were subdued and the Criminal Investigation Department was needed to help take them back. They were obviously disabled. You said they were subdued? However, as professional criminal police, the police officers quickly recovered, handcuffed the two men, and took them into the police car. Lin Feng walked up, handed the gun in his hand to Magyar Josu, and said calmly, "Officer Magyar, this is what we seized when we subdued the murderer." Magyar Josu took the pistol with some surprise, and like Lin Feng, he subconsciously pressed the magazine button. There were bullets neatly arranged inside. There were only 5 bullets left in the magazine of 7 bullets. There were no traces of shooting or shells at the scene. In other words, Lin Feng subdued the other party without firing a shot even though he had a gun? Although he was puzzled, Magyar Josu did not ask any questions. Handing the evidence in his hand to the police officer next to him, Magyar Josu looked at Lin Feng with some doubts and said, "Aren't you feeling unwell and going home to rest? Why are you here?" Lin Feng felt helpless. Who would have thought that he was obviously playing badly, but he happened to meet Kisaki Eri. Meeting Kisaki Eri would be fine. Kisaki Eri was also targeted by 2 gangsters. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Officer Magyar suddenly realized. "I know. Lin Feng?" Officer Magyar continued, "Did you find the clue when you were in the Criminal Investigation Department? In order to prevent your colleagues from taking the credit, you acted alone." Hearing Magyar Josu's words, Lin Feng was stunned. This can be imagined by Magyar Josu? For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know how to explain. Looking at Lin Feng who didn't speak, Magyar Josu thought that Lin Feng acquiesced. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Young man, it's a good thing to work harder, but you also have to pay attention to safety, understand?" Lin Feng nodded helplessly. Then, Magyar Josu turned to the police officer next to him and said, "Since we have already arrested him, let's call it a day." The police officer immediately saluted and shouted, "Yes." After that, Magyar Josu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." On the road under the night, a police car was driving fast. Magyar Josu sat in the driver's seat, and Lin Feng sat in the co-pilot seat. Magyar Josu glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, I have asked many people to help you find a place to live. If it weren't for me saying that a relative wanted to live in her house, she would rather leave the room empty than rent it out. Besides, the rent of the house can be said to be the lowest in the whole of Baika town. Remember to be polite to your landlord, okay? If she wants to sue you, I can't help." Lin Feng hummed. Although Magyar Jozu is only a distant relative, Lin Feng can clearly feel that he cares about him. A few minutes later, the police car stopped in front of a single-family building next to the Baikacho street. After saying goodbye to Magyar Jozu, Lin Feng walked alone to the stairs next to the house. The house is a 3-story single-family building, and the stairs to the upper floor are next to the house. As soon as he reached the second floor, a black figure immediately entered Lin Feng's eyes. The position where the black figure stood was exactly the door of the room where Lin Feng lived. Lin Feng's eyebrows rose instantly. "Good guy, you stole things in my house. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 You Can Let Me Go. Why can't I open it? Shouldn't it be?" Lin Feng could vaguely hear the shadow muttering to himself. He slowed down his pace and slowly walked towards the 3rd floor. He came to his door. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed the shadow's neck with one hand and reached out to the front of the shadow with the other hand. He wanted to lock the shadow's arm. But soon, Lin Feng found that something seemed wrong. He felt a comfortable softness on the arm that was locked. Not only that, a familiar perfume smell came from the other's body into Lin Feng's mouth and nose. Before Lin Feng could react, a sharp scream sounded. Ah! The corridor lights on the stairs were originally voice-controlled. At this scream, they immediately shone with light. Looking at the face in front of him that was almost face-to-face, Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. "Princess, Ms. Kisaki Eri." Yesterday, Lin Feng lived here, but the door on the 2nd floor was closed, and Kisaki Eri was not seen. Lin Feng thought that he was the only one living here. Instantly, Lin Feng's mind was spinning wildly. The house that Magyar Jozu rented for him belonged to Kisaki Eri. Kisaki Eri was his landlord? No wonder Magyar Jozu said in the car that she was his friend, and that he couldn't help if the other party wanted to sue him. So that's it. You know, Kisaki Eri is the undefeated queen of the legal world. The winning rate is as high as 100%. Kisaki Eri's eyes widened when she heard Lin Feng's words. "Officer Lin Feng." Lin Feng found that Kisaki Eri's face was unconsciously covered with a layer of light red. Although the light from the corridor lamp was a little weak, Lin Feng could still see it clearly. Feeling Lin Feng's strange gaze, Kisaki Eri spoke incoherently. "Officer Lin Feng, you can let me go." Hearing this, Lin Feng remembered that Kisaki Eri was still locked tightly by him. Releasing his arm, Lin Feng said apologetically. "Ms. Kisaki Eri, I'm sorry, I thought there was a thief." Kisaki Eri quickly tidied up her clothes that were squeezed and deformed by Lin Feng, and then said, "Officer Lin Feng, you don't have to apologize, it's my inconsiderateness that made you misunderstand. By the way, it's so late, aren't you going home yet? Do criminal police also need to go out on patrol?" Lin Feng smiled helplessly and pointed behind Kisaki Eri. "This is my home." Kisaki Eri opened her eyes wide and said, "Your home? This is obviously my..." Before she finished speaking, Kisaki Eri seemed to have thought of something and said in confusion, "You are the relative of Officer Magyar. Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "It's indeed too much of a coincidence." Kisaki Eri looked Lin Feng up and down with satisfaction and said, "I was wondering who moved into my house at first, but I didn't expect it to be a criminal police officer. If anything happens in the future, I'll have to trouble Officer Lin Feng." Lin Feng's appearance is good for living in his own home, apart from anything else, it's also good for the eyes. Lin Feng replied, "Of course. By the way, Ms. Kisaki Eri, are you going in?" Kisaki Eri suddenly realized, "I really forgot if you didn't say it. The faucet in my bathroom is broken, and I need a toolbox to fix it. The toolbox is still in your room. I thought this room hasn't been occupied yet, so..." Lin Feng nodded, then took out a key from his pocket that was exactly the same as the one in Kisaki Eri's pocket, and twisted it. The key to this door is a bit old, and it requires some skills. Kisaki Eri raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking in her heart. Lin Feng is so clear. Lin Feng saw through Kisaki Eri's thoughts at a glance and explained. I checked in yesterday, but Ms. Kisaki Eri didn't seem to be at home. Kisaki Eri nodded. She did go out to deal with things yesterday. Click. With the sound of metal turning, the wooden door opened. Kisaki Eri stood outside the door and did not step in. Since she rented out this room, it naturally did not belong to her for the time being. Kisaki Eri has always respected other people's privacy. Lin Feng took a look and said with a smile. Ms. Kisaki Eri, you're welcome, please come in. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kisaki Eri walked into the room. Looking around, Kisaki Eri's eyes slightly enlarged. This room has always been unused, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a utility room. But now, it has been cleaned up. It can even be described as spotless. Suddenly, Kisaki Eri's impression of Lin Feng improved a little. Soon, Lin Feng walked to Kisaki Eri with a toolbox and said, Do you need my help? Kisaki Eri's eyes lit up and she was about to answer. But her mind immediately thought of the bras scattered everywhere in the bathroom, and she shook her head quickly. Thank you, Officer Lin Feng, I can fix it myself, so I won't bother you. Lin Feng hummed, staring at Kisaki Eri, and said gently. Just call me Lin Feng. Feeling Lin Feng's eyes that seemed a little strange, Kisaki Eri quickly looked away and said. Okay, Lin Feng. Although it was just a name. But calling a name alone, Kisaki Eri felt too intimate. P.S. New book is on the way, please collect flowers, comment votes and monthly votes, thank you. P.S. Finally, ask, where is Cao the thief? Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Did this woman do it on purpose? Help Kisaki Eri put the toolbox at the door of the second floor. Lin Feng then returned to his room and lay comfortably on the sofa. The scene at the door just now appeared in his mind. Unconsciously, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose up. Rested for an hour. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng changed into a decent sportswear, stepped out of the room, and prepared for a night run. Lin Feng has a systematic physical fitness enhancement. But in this world of science with beautiful women, Lin Feng needs a strong body. Go to the second floor. Lin Feng then found that there was a plaque above the door frame on the second floor. Fei Law Firm. However, the door of the firm was closed. Maybe Kisaki Eri has already washed and slept. Without stopping, Lin Feng walked downstairs, stretched his body a little, and ran. In the evening in Baihua Town, there are almost no vehicles and pedestrians on the road. Only gusts of breeze blow on Lin Feng's cheeks. Comfortable fever, cool breeze. Plus there are many beauties waiting for him to meet. Such a life seems pretty good. Just when Lin Feng was sighing at the beauty of life, a figure in front of him came into his sight. The figure in front seemed to have noticed Lin Feng and stopped stretching. Kisaki Eri said with surprise on her face. Lin Feng? You run at night too? Lin Feng smiled and said, Yes, I'm used to running at night. Even if I change places, I can't help it. Kisaki Eri looked at Lin Feng again. During the day, Lin Feng wore formal clothes and his figure was almost invisible. But now, Lin Feng changed into thin sportswear, and the well-proportioned muscles on his body were almost visible to the naked eye. The well-proportioned lines, even and full of power. Compared to those muscles that are trained to explode, Lin Feng's figure is truly perfect. While Kisaki Eri was looking at Lin Feng was also looking at Kisaki Eri. Kisaki Eri seemed to have run for a while, and her snow-white skin turned into a strange crimson color. There were tiny beads of sweat on her neck. After a while, Kisaki Eri reluctantly looked away and said with a smile, "That's great, I often run at night, so I can have an extra companion." Looking up, Kisaki Eri looked at Lin Feng, but found that Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on her. He didn't even listen to her words. Kisaki Eri looked along Lin Feng's gaze in confusion. Suddenly, Kisaki Eri's face turned red, and her heartbeat, which had been calm for many years, suddenly began to accelerate. Kisaki Eri couldn't help but spit in her heart. This guy is too bold. But Kisaki Eri didn't know why, being stared at by Lin Feng, she didn't get angry at all. Instead, she felt a little proud. Being able to attract the attention of a young handsome guy, isn't it worth being happy? Beep beep. At this time, a car drove by in the distance and honked twice. Lin Feng came back to his senses and quickly turned his eyes away from Kisaki Eri and looked at the distant sky. Lin Feng said with a little embarrassment, "Hey, the stars are so round today." Kisaki Eri opened her eyes wide and said, "Stars? Round?" Lin Feng quickly changed his words and said, "I mean, the stars are so bright today." "Hey!" Kisaki Eri snorted coldly in a pretended angry tone and changed the subject. "Let's run? If we go back too late, we won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Lin Feng responded with a sense of relief, "Okay." Then, Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri took a step and ran forward. Under the night, two figures ran leisurely under the street lights. What Kisaki Eri didn't know was that Lin Feng was always one step slower than her. Looking at the ups and downs of Kisaki Eri's valley, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a reverie in his mind. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri's running pace slowly slowed down. Kisaki Eri put his hands on the fence on the side of the road and gasped. "No. No. Lin Feng. I can't do it anymore." Ah! Listening to Kisaki Eri's strange words, Lin Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps. This woman, is it intentional? Even if the distance of the night run is too long, the breathing becomes rapid. It's not that she said such words while panting. In other words, it's night now, and no one is passing by. Those who know, understand that Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri are running at night. Those who don't know, think that the two are doing something on the side of the road. But on second thought, Kisaki Eri's physique is indeed much stronger than others. 2 hours, 20 kilometers. It's not something that an ordinary woman can do. Lin Feng gently patted Kisaki Eri's back, helped her breathe evenly, and said, "Take a break first, then we'll go back." Feeling the perfect pat on her back, Kisaki Eri panted and nodded. "Okay, you want to wait for me for a while. When I have strength, we..." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, Okay, stop talking. If you keep talking like this, I'm afraid that passers-by will misunderstand." Kisaki Eri immediately raised her eyebrows in confusion. Misunderstanding? Soon, Kisaki Eri understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words, and her face turned red. Kisaki Eri, what were you talking about just now? P.S. Big guys, the data is too bad. Does anyone read this kind of book? If so, please vote for flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. If not, you can also say something in the comment area. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6 Confess to Yourself? Kisaki Eri blushed as she explained, Lin Feng. I didn't mean that, Looking at Kisaki Eri's embarrassed expression, Lin Feng laughed in his heart and said, Ms. Kisaki Eri, you don't have to be so nervous, I was just joking. Kisaki Eri was slightly stunned and said to herself in her heart. Yes, Kisaki Eri, what are you panicking about? Even if someone hears it, what can it do? A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Thinking of this, Kisaki Eri's mood gradually calmed down. After a while, Kisaki Eri's breathing finally calmed down. Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri walked on the sidewalk beside the road. Looking at the street lights one by one in front of them, Kisaki Eri asked with some confusion. Lin Feng, I remember Officer Magyar said that you are from Dragon Country, right? Why did you think of coming to Sakura Country? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said, it's all fate. Fate made me appear here and let me meet the people here. Looking at Lin Feng's serious expression, Kisaki Eri's face gradually became shocked. Is this guy Lin Feng confessing to me? But soon, Kisaki Eri denied her strange idea. Although she usually takes good care of herself, she doesn't look like she has experienced 38 years of age. But no matter what, she can see that she is different from those young girls. Kisaki Eri said in confusion, fate. Lin Feng nodded and didn't explain anything further. You can't tell Kisaki Eri that you are a time traveler, right? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't continue to explain, Kisaki Eri didn't ask any more questions considerately. She guessed in her heart that the fate mentioned by Lin Feng might be related to his family background. Otherwise, who would travel across the ocean to come to the small country of cherry blossoms thousands of miles away? No wonder Lin Feng's eyes are always melancholy. Thinking of this, Kisaki Eri looked at Lin Feng with a little more heartache. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri finally returned to the law firm. Kisaki Eri smiled and said, Lin Feng, if you are free, let's make an appointment for a night run next time. Lin Feng nodded without any hesitation, of course. You can exercise and enjoy the scenery. Lin Feng would naturally not refuse. Kisaki Eri smiled and said, then good night. Lin Feng waved, good night, Ms. Kisaki Eri. As soon as she finished speaking, Kisaki Eri pretended to be unhappy and said, still call me Ms. Kisaki Eri. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said puzzledly, then otherwise. Kisaki Eri grinned and showed a beautiful smile. Just call me Kisaki Eri. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng, who almost didn't need an alarm clock to remind him, woke up at 8:30 on time. After washing up and putting on a suit, Lin Feng walked out of the room. Came to the second floor of the Fei law firm. Lin Feng found that there were already several staff members in the office, walking around. Kisaki Eri, who was also wearing a women's suit, was sitting at the table with a serious face, as if she was processing the documents. Kisaki Eri is worthy of being the undefeated queen of the legal world. This hard work alone is not something that ordinary people can have. Moreover, no one would have thought Kisaki Eri's face, which was so cold, would blush shyly. After a few casual glances, Lin Feng came downstairs, stopped a taxi, and went to the Metropolitan Police Department. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Lin Feng stepped into the office of the Criminal Investigation Department on time. As soon as he entered the office, Lin Feng found something wrong. His colleague stood up from his desk and stared at him. At this time, Magyar Jozu also came over and looked at Lin Feng with a pair of round eyes. Lin Feng frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Magyar Jozu still didn't say anything. Clap, clap. Suddenly, a burst of rapid applause came one after another in the Criminal Investigation Department's office. Magyar Jozu's face changed from serious to smiling. "Lin Feng, you are good. I thought you were sneaking around at work, but I didn't expect you were out catching wanted criminals." Lin Feng was getting more and more confused and asked back, "Wanted criminals?" Magyar Jozu continued, "Yes, the two criminals you beat up yesterday, no, subdued, are Class A wanted criminals, who have been on the run for 3 years. In the past 3 years, we haven't found any clues. I didn't expect you to catch them on the first day you came to our Criminal Investigation Department." Lin Feng was surprised. Who can I complain to? Isn't it too coincidental? Looking at Lin Feng's calm expression, Magyar József was very satisfied. Not arrogant or impatient, knowing that he has made contributions, and not having any tsundere. This is a qualified criminal police. At this time, Magyar József took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng without hesitation. Lin Feng, this is the reward for capturing the wanted criminal, 100,000 yuan. Colleagues, you must learn from Lin Feng in the future, he is a role model for all of us. Okay, let's go back to work. Amidst a burst of praise and echoes, everyone returned to their posts. Lin Feng took out the cash from the envelope without hesitation and stuffed it into his pocket. Although I don't know why, don't be a fool with the money in hand. Lin Feng just returned to his desk when Magyar József came over. Magyar József patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Lin Feng, write me a copy of your arrest process and experience. Not much, just 1,000 words will do. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly, 1,000 words. Without waiting for Lin Feng to refuse, Magyar József had already walked away on his own. Lin Feng said somewhat dissatisfiedly, it's so troublesome, I wouldn't have caught him if I had known. Puff. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a burst of inappropriate laughter rang out beside him. P.S. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, which are all free. Thank you in advance. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 Gin and Vodka. Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked to his side. There was a woman with short black hair, beautiful appearance, and purple eyes, smiling. There was a little moisture in the corners of her eyes, obviously because she was holding back tears from laughing. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, the girl extended her palm apologetically and said, Hello, Lin Feng, my name is Satumai Wako, I'm your desk mate. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the name Satumai Wako. No wonder this woman looked a little familiar, it turned out that she was the screaming witch in the fog. She likes to race, and when she is racing, she always screams loudly when she drifts without pulling the handbrake. Extending her right hand, Lin Feng gently shook Satumai Wako's hand to indicate. Retracting her arm, Satumai Wako said helplessly. Lin Feng, don't blame the minister. This has been the rule of our criminal investigation department for many years. No matter who you catch, you have to write a 1,000-word report. The most important thing is, your expression just now is so funny. It's almost exactly the same as when I first came to the criminal investigation department. Haha. Looking at Satumai Wako's expression of trying to hold back her laughter, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This woman is really a big-headed person. However, as they continued to get along, Lin Feng found that Satumai Wako was indeed an approachable person. Lin Feng didn't understand anything. As long as he asked Satumai Wako, she would answer everything. Looking at Lin Feng, who had been writing the report for 2 hours and still only had 2 lines of words, Satumai Wako walked behind Lin Feng, bent her waist, and came to the table to read. As Satumai Wako approached, Lin Feng was about to stop her. A faint scent of perfume instantly hit his nose. Fresh but not strong. Breaking the opponent's ribs with one kick, and sending the body flying backwards for more than 10 meters. Lin Feng, isn't it too exaggerated to write like this? Scanning the report on Lin Feng's desk, Satumai Wako looked at Lin Feng with wide eyes. This is not the process of arrest, it's pure violence. Satumai Wako had heard of breaking someone's ribs with one kick. But she had never heard of breaking ribs and sending backwards for more than 10 meters. Lin Feng touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. What Satumai Wako said seemed to be right. The 2 criminals were too weak for him. Lin Feng said helplessly, how should I write it? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Satumai Wako grinned, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, with a triumphant expression. Hee, that's what I've been waiting for you to say. After saying that, Satumai Wako looked up and looked around, and found that Magyar Juzu was not there. She then whispered in Lin Feng's ear. "I'll help you write this 1000-word report, and you can treat me to dinner, how about that?" Lin Feng frowned slightly, and was about to speak, when Satumai Wako continued. "I know you just joined the company and don't have much money. But didn't you just get a bonus? It's more than enough to treat me to dinner." Lin Feng looked at his pocket hesitantly, and then looked at Satumai Wako hesitantly. He found that Satumai Wako was blinking at him. Lin Feng felt funny. This woman is really too simple. Hasn't she heard that hunters often appear as prey? Lin Feng hesitated for a while, then spoke. "Okay, you help me write the report, and I'll pay for dinner." After getting Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Satumai Wako laughed even happier. "No problem, I'm an old hand at writing reports." Before Satumai Wako finished speaking, Magyar Juzu walked over from his office. Magyar Juzu looked at Satumai Wako in confusion and asked. "My Wako, what kind of veteran are you?" Seeing that she was called by Magyar Juzu, the smile on Satumai Wako's face instantly withdrew. She said nervously, I am a veteran tour guide. Didn't Lin Feng just come to Baika Town? After get off work, I volunteered to be Lin Feng's tour guide to get familiar with the environment of Baika Town." Magyar Juzu nodded approvingly. He did not continue to ask anything, but turned to look behind and said. "Everyone, I just received a call from the operator that a murder case occurred on the roller coaster of Tropical Park, and the police have blocked the scene. Those who are called, come with me." The 7 or 8 police officers who were still working immediately stood up. "Xiao Qiao, Yuntian, you two come with me." The 2 police officers called Xiao Qiao and Yuntian immediately responded. "Yes, Minister." Then, Magyar Juzu and the 2 were about to set off. His eyes turned and fell on Lin Feng. Magyar Juzu said, "Lin Feng, you go too." Lin Feng looked at Magyar Juzu, raised the blank paper in his hand, and said. "Minister, I haven't started writing the report yet." Magyar Juzu rolled his eyes and said impatiently. Okay, don't say anything, you don't need to go, hurry up and write the report and close the case." Magyar Juzu found that he had praised Lin Feng too early. After saying that, Magyar Juzu left the Criminal Investigation Department with 2 police officers. Roller coaster murder case. Even if Lin Feng knew who the murderer was, he was not interested at all. Why work hard if you can just play badly? Isn't it good to be a wheelchair person in the office? Isn't it good to be a salted fish? More importantly, the gin and vodka of the winery are in the tropical paradise at this time. P.S. Continue to collect flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, thank you. P.S. By the way, let me talk about the rules for adding more chapters: 3000 flowers plus 1 chapter, 5 random rewards plus 1 chapter, 200 evaluation tickets plus 1 chapter. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8. This damn appearance. Watching Magyar Juzu go away, Satumai Wako looked at Lin Feng in surprise and whispered. "Lin Feng, how did you do it? Minister Magyar is notoriously strict with his subordinates, and you actually sent him away." Lin Feng said calmly, "You just heard it, I didn't finish my report." Satumai Wako asked in disbelief, "Then I didn't finish it before, and the minister also asked me to go out. There must be other reasons." Lin Feng thought about it and said casually, "Maybe it's because I'm his distant relative." Satumai Wako was stunned for a moment. Soon, Satumai Wako thought of something in his mind. "Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, I'll treat you to dinner, and I'll help you write the report." After saying that, Satumai Wako put his head next to Lin Feng's computer and blinked again. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, reached out and pressed her face, and pushed it back directly. Satumai Wako is obviously a standard beauty, and is also known as the flower of the Metropolitan Police Department. But such a policewoman has the soul of a funny girl. Lin Feng casually said, and be a tour guide. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng heard the sound of a pen tip scratching paper. However, Lin Feng found that it was really fun to get along with a funny girl. Until the evening. After playing Snake for an afternoon, Lin Feng casually glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was exactly 1700 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for playing badly and getting the reward, professional driving skills. The voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind almost on time. At the same time, a vast amount of knowledge quickly merged with Lin Feng's memory. In just a few seconds, the fusion was completed. Lin Feng felt satisfied. Although he didn't have a car now, more skills are better. Such rewards, Lin Feng would never refuse. After tidying up his desk and shutting down his computer, Lin Feng walked straight out of the Criminal Investigation Department. As soon as he reached the door, several figures came towards him. It was Magyar József who had just returned from the tropical paradise. The two police officers, Xiao Qiao and Yunman, were escorting a young woman with long orange hair and a blue dress. Magyar József was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Feng. This guy is really punctual when he gets off work. Magyar József was about to call Lin Feng, but Lin Feng spoke first. Minister, you're back so soon. By the way, the report is already on your desk. I'll get off work first, see you tomorrow. As he spoke, Lin Feng had already walked out of the door of the Metropolitan Police Department. Magyar József? Walking so fast. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he came to the side of the road. If I don't leave work, there is a high probability that Magyar József will ask me to stay and work overtime on the pretext of learning to record a confession. Buzz. Lin Feng was about to stop a car to go home when a low engine roar entered his ears. Turning his head, he saw a red Mazda driving towards him. Professional driving skills are not just driving skills, but more about the understanding and control of a car. Lin Feng only took a glance and knew that this Mazda was modified. When the Mazda stopped, the right window was lowered. Satumai Wako's face entered Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng, get in the car. I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, No, I'm just joking. How can I let you spend money? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Satumai Wako felt a little disappointed. He was the flower of the Metropolitan Police Department. He invited Lin Feng to dinner, but was rejected. Soon, Satumai Wako was shocked. He was 8 years older than Lin Feng, but he still had other ideas. Moreover, with a handsome guy like Lin Feng, what kind of beauties had he not seen? Lin Feng continued, however, it's hard to get a taxi at this time. Is Bai Huacho 1 Chom on your way? If it's on your way, can I get a ride? Satumai Wako thought for a while and said, I live in 5 Chom, which is not far. Get in, I'll take you home. Lin Feng did not refuse, opened the door, and sat directly on the passenger seat. Close the door, put on the seat belt, and it was done in one go. As Satumai Wako stepped on the accelerator, the red Mazda left the Metropolitan Police Department with a roar. The Metropolitan Police Department is not far from Bai Huacho 1 Chom. After all, they are all in the city, and the driving distance is only more than 10 minutes. When the Mazda stopped at the roadside designated by Lin Feng smiled and said, Satumai Wako, thank you for today. Be careful on the way back. After saying this, Lin Feng was about to unbuckle his seat belt, open the door and get out of the car. Watching Lin Feng's movements, Satumai Wako felt nervous, and she suddenly spoke. Lin Feng, are you free now? What Satumai Wako didn't know was that her mentality had changed unconsciously. The mentality that the more she couldn't get something, the more she wanted it. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, I'm free, what's the matter? Satumai Wako said faintly, aren't you going to let me be your tour guide? Lin Feng? I was just joking when I asked Satub Mai Wako before, but I didn't expect that she had remembered it firmly. Yesterday at work, Lin Feng didn't see Satub Mai Wako. She should be out on business. In other words, Satub Mai Wako took the initiative to invite me to go shopping on the first day she met him? Lin Feng sighed, this damn beauty. Then, Lin Feng looked at Satub Mai Wako next to him and said, Drive. P.S. Continue to collect flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, thank you. P.S. By the way, let me tell you the rules for adding more chapters: 3,000 flowers plus 1 chapter, 5 random rewards plus 1 chapter, 200 evaluation tickets plus 1 chapter. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9. Let's change positions. Boom boom. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the Mazda that had been parked on the side of the road once again made a roaring engine sound and drove forward. It was already the rush hour after get off work, but there were not many vehicles in Nichome. Lin Feng found that the speed of the Mazda was gradually getting faster. The houses and buildings on both sides almost turned into a line and moved backwards. Lin Feng turned his head slightly to look at the speedometer, and the pointer on the speedometer had already pointed to 140. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Satub Mai Wako is still Satub Mai Wako, who loves racing. Satub Mai Wako's driving skills are still very reliable. Several sharp turns are almost smooth. Ah! At this moment, a sharp voice came from Satub Mai Wako's mouth. Lin Feng? At this time, Satub Mai Wako is not as gentle and elegant as in the office. It's like a different person. Lin Feng sighed, she is indeed a screaming witch. After turning another corner, Satub Mai Wako seemed to realize that she had lost her composure, and she blushed. Lin Feng, am I driving too fast? Lin Feng was a little amused and said, fortunately, it's only 150 mph. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Satub Mai Wako's face became even redder. It was the first time she showed such a crazy side in front of others. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't feel uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Satub Mai Wako felt relieved. What Lin Feng and Satub Mai Wako didn't know was, at this time, a police car with the engine turned off was parked on the side of the road ahead. A traffic policeman in the driver's seat looked at the street with almost no vehicles and said, Let's go, it's past 6 o'clock, let's get off work. The traffic policeman in the co-pilot looked at his watch and responded, Let's go back. As soon as the traffic policeman finished speaking, a roaring engine sound whizzed past the police car. Almost turning into a red afterimage, it drove towards the road ahead. The traffic policeman in the driver's seat glanced at the speedometer in the car, which showed the 3 numbers 150. He sighed, 150, okay. Go. Then, the traffic policeman turned the key and started the police car. The urgent sirens sounded instantly, and the Mazda in front was chased by the wheels. At the same time, the traffic policeman's warning words were transmitted to Lin Feng and Satub Mai Wako through the loudspeaker. Mazda in front, please stop by the roadside and accept investigation. Mazda in front, please stop by the roadside and accept investigation. Hearing this shout, Satub Mai Wako looked through the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a police car from the Ministry of Transportation followed closely behind. Satub Mai Wako suddenly felt nervous. As an inspector of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Metropolitan Police Department, if he is caught by the traffic police for speeding, he will be finished. Satub Mai Wako looked at Lin Feng with guilt in her heart and said, Lin Feng, I'm sorry. You are only on your second day at work, and I caused you to be caught by the traffic police. Lin Feng's face was still full of calm. He glanced at the police car behind him, which was at least 40 meters away. Lin Feng said, Enough, let me do it. Satumai Wako was stunned and repeated Lin Feng's words. Enough. Let you do it. Although the speed of the Mazda has dropped a little, it is still more than 140 miles per hour. If it stops, the police car behind will catch up immediately. Lin Feng hummed and explained, let's change positions, I will drive. After that, Lin Feng directly reached out and unbuckled the seat belt in front of him, and unbuckled Satumai Wako's seat belt. Satumai Wako was already shocked by Lin Feng's actions. At a speed of more than 140 miles per hour, the two switched between the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. Even if they were a little careless, the car would be destroyed and people would die. Satumai Wako felt that she was crazy enough for racing, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to be even more ruthless than herself. Then, Lin Feng moved his body and leaned his body towards Satumai Wako. He bent his waist and stood up slowly. At the same time, he moved his feet and crossed one foot over the control console between the seats. Satumai Wako held the steering wheel with both hands and stood up slowly. Fortunately, Satumai Wako's figure was slender and slim. Even if she stood up, there was still a large space between her body and the seat. Lin Feng was certain in his heart, and without any hesitation, he crossed the other leg over. At this moment, something strange happened. A figure suddenly jumped out from the side of the road, trying to cross the road. Satumai Wako, who had been paying attention to the front, opened her eyes and shouted, Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not hesitate and suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right, avoiding the figure almost to the limit. But the sharp turn at high speed made the two wheels on the left side of the Mazda hang in the air. The body of the Mazda also tilted. Under this strong centrifugal force, Satumai Wako's body was almost suspended in the air. Lin Feng directly passed his right hand through Satumai Wako's waist and held the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Satumai Wako's suspended body was also forcibly stopped by Lin Feng's arm. Satumai Wako's face turned blood red in an instant, and she felt ashamed and angry in her heart. Lin Feng clearly said that he would change seats with her. But now, she can only sit on Lin Feng's thighs. Lin Feng's arms even passed through her waist and grabbed the steering wheel in front. The situation is so critical now. Satumai Wako didn't dare to say anything, fearing to disturb Lin Feng's driving, and could only silently endure it all. P.S. 9 updates on the first day of publishing the book. Please give me some flowers, comments, votes, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Lin Feng, My Legs Are Weak. Until then, Lin Feng took over the driving rights of Mazda. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, turned the steering wheel to the left by nearly 90 degrees, and half-stepped on the brake. The centrifugal force of the Mazda that was about to overturn changed, and the left wheel fell to the ground. After a few drifts, Mazda returned to normal driving. The two traffic policemen in the police car behind saw this scene, and their hearts almost hung in their throats. They both naturally saw the pedestrians crossing the road. But the operation of the Mazda really shocked them. Even the speed of the police car slowed down, and they didn't notice it. Not only the two traffic policemen, but Satumai Wako was even more shocked. If there was even a slight operating error in this car, the Mazda would roll in the air and hit the house on the roadside, and the car would be destroyed and people would die. Looking ahead, about to merge into the main road, Lin Feng took action again. With his foot horizontally, he stepped on the brake and the accelerator at the same time, held the handbrake with his right hand, lifted it up, and turned the steering wheel with his left hand. In a burst of sizzling slide, the Mazda drifted almost perfectly and turned into the main road. On the driving lane, after several lane changes and overtaking, it was immersed in a moving car. Looking at the Mazda that had gone far away, the two traffic police had no intention of continuing to chase it. The driver of the Mazda was really too strong. More than 10 minutes later, A red Mazda was driving on a lane with few vehicles. But the strange driving style of Mazda attracted the attention of the drivers in the same vehicles. The speed of Mazda was not very fast, but it was shaking back and forth. Yes, it was indeed shaking. It felt like a foot on the accelerator and then a foot on the brake. When the vehicles driving with him drove to the side of Mazda, they saw the scene in the car and they all gave a thumbs up without any prior agreement. Satomai Wako naturally understood what they meant by giving a thumbs up. Mainly because of her sitting posture, which was really weird. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat with his legs together. And she sat on Lin Feng's thighs with her legs apart. Those who knew would understand that Lin Feng and Satomai Wako had no choice but to do this. But what about those who didn't know? They thought the two were playing tricks. Now Satomai Wako's face was almost red to the root of her neck, and she rolled her eyes. Lin Feng, can I change my seat now? 5 minutes ago, Satomai Wako had confirmed that there was no traffic police chasing behind. At that time, Satomai Wako asked Lin Feng, but was rejected by Lin Feng without hesitation. Satomai Wako was very sure that Lin Feng was taking advantage of her. But she had no way to refute. Lin Feng grinned and said, "Of course." After that, Lin Feng gradually changed lanes and moved to the side road. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, Satomai Wako wanted to get angry, but found that she couldn't get angry. Mazda stopped on the side of the road, and Satomai Wako opened the door and stepped out of the driver's seat. Satomai Wako's 2 feet landed on the ground, and just as she was about to stand up, her body actually fell directly to the ground. Lin Feng quickly reached out to support her and asked with concern, "Are you okay, my Wako?" Satomai Wako looked at Lin Feng with resentment and whispered, "Lin Feng, my legs are weak." Looking at Satomai Wako's strange expression, Lin Feng laughed. Satomai Wako said angrily, laughing, laughing, laughing. "Isn't it all your fault?" Satomai Wako's legs have long been numb and weak due to long-term sitting posture. Lin Feng held back his smile and said, blame me, blame me. I'll take you home, okay?" Satomai Wako hummed with satisfaction and said, "That's more like it." After helping Satomai Wako to sit on the passenger seat, Lin Feng drove the Mazda towards Gochom. Along the way, Satomai Wako didn't say a word. She just stared at Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's skillful driving, the Mazda soon arrived at a parking space in front of a house in Gochom. This is the house where Satomai Wako lives. After turning off the Mazda, Lin Feng spoke. "It's good to give you the car. It's not too late now. I'll go back first." Satomai Wako rolled her eyes and was about to speak when a long cell phone ring rang. Satomai Wako took out the cell phone from her pocket in confusion, and the 3 big words Miyamoto Yumi were displayed on it. Satomai Wako didn't answer the call immediately, but said to Lin Feng, "Then go back and be careful." Lin Feng grinned, waved to Satomai Wako, and turned away. Looking at Lin Feng's receding back, Satomai Wako finally opened the flip cover of her mobile phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Oh, I took my new colleague to get familiar with the environment of Baihua Town after get off work. You saw a handsome guy get on my car? Going on a date behind your back? What the hell? That's just our new colleague. I eat alone." Walking under the night sky, Lin Feng put his hands behind his head and admired the stars above. Thinking of the scene in the car before, a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng couldn't help sighing in his heart. Slacking off at work, picking up girls after get off work. This is life. A few minutes later, Lin Feng returned to the Fei law firm. He found that the lights in the office were still on. Just as Lin Feng was about to knock on the glass door, a creaking sound of the door opening rang out. Following the sound, Kisaki Eri, who was wearing casual clothes, just pushed the door out of her room. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows instantly. "Kisaki Eri? P.S. The plot in the comment section is wrong, the author has noticed it, thank you for your correction, and has modified it. PS again, thank you Feng Zioxioxi Yishuian for the reward. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 Still Ms. Kisaki Eri. Although the whole building belongs to Kisaki Eri, but the room on the third floor is clearly rented out to me now. Lin Feng was puzzled. Kisaki Eri actually took advantage of me going out to work and entered my room. Isn't she afraid that I will not go to work one day and see me sleeping on the bed eating fruit? Kisaki Eri, who felt guilty, closed the door gently and turned around after confirming that there was nothing unusual. When she saw Lin Feng standing below, Kisaki Eri was startled and shouted, "Lin Feng? You came so soon." "Lin Feng? So soon, what does that mean?" Looking at Lin Feng's puzzled look, Kisaki Eri immediately raised the toolbox in his hand and explained. "The shower head in my bathroom is broken again, and it has been running, so," Kisaki Eri said as he walked down the stairs. Lin Feng looked at Kisaki Eri for a moment. The sportswear on Kisaki Eri was obviously wet. Her hair was damp, and the clothes in front of her body were tightly attached to her body. Her curvy figure became more and more obvious. Especially the valley in front of her, which made Lin Feng couldn't help but look at it a few more times. In her hand, there was another toolbox, which was obviously taken out from her room just now. Kisaki Eri was about to speak, but found that Lin Feng's eyes were looking straight at her again. Kisaki Eri's face was slightly rosy, and she couldn't help but spit in her heart. This guy is getting more and more unscrupulous. Kisaki Eri coughed twice as if she didn't see anything. Ahem. Lin Feng looked away and asked seriously. "Do you need my help? I'm a professional at repairing sewers, sprinklers, etc." Hearing this, Kisaki Eri always felt that Lin Feng seemed to be driving. Kisaki Eri was slightly pleased and replied, "That's too much trouble for you." For Kisaki Eri, repairing broken items is hundreds of times more difficult than filing a lawsuit. With Lin Feng's help, it couldn't be better. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ms. Kisaki Eri, you don't have to be so polite. It's just a small matter that can be solved easily." Kisaki Eri raised her eyebrows and asked back, "Still call me Ms. Kisaki Eri?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned and tried to say, "Eri." This time, it was Kisaki Eri's turn to be stunned. I had clearly asked Lin Feng to call me Kisaki Eri before. This guy actually called me Eri directly? If someone else called me like this, I would definitely scold him. But when Lin Feng called out, Kisaki Eri felt relieved. Kisaki Eri pretended to be calm and said, "Yeah." Looking at Kisaki Eri's half-smile, Lin Feng felt amused. Under the leadership of Kisaki Eri, Lin Feng passed through the office area of the office and came to the living area at the back. It was already night, and there were no staff in the office. Coming to a door, Kisaki Eri stretched out her hand and pushed it open. "Come in, Lin Feng." As soon as the door opened, a faint fragrance instantly hit Lin Feng's nose. Looking around, it was just as Lin Feng guessed. Kisaki Eri always gave people the impression of a cold queen. The room she lived in was also simple and plain. The walls were painted light yellow, books were placed on the table, and there was a big bed. There were all kinds of kitchen utensils. Although the whole room seemed a bit crowded, it was cleaned up. After walking a dozen steps, Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri came to a glass bathroom. Water kept gushing out of the shower head, making a gurgling sound. And on the floor of the bathroom, there were several repair tools. In addition to the wet clothes on Kisaki Eri's body. It was obviously left behind by Kisaki Eri because he couldn't repair it well. Kisaki Eri said a little embarrassedly, "Lin Feng, can you fix this shower head? If it really doesn't work, I'll ask a repairman to come to your house tomorrow." Lin Feng walked into the bathroom, glanced at the shower head, and then spoke. "It's not a big problem, it's just that the connection between the water pipe and the shower head pipe is loose. Just change the tape." After saying that, Lin Feng picked up the wrench on the ground and started to repair it. As soon as Lin Feng turned the water pipe, a large amount of clean water gushed out, instantly soaking his body. However, Lin Feng didn't care at all and continued to repair it. Seeing Lin Feng's behavior, Kisaki Eri was slightly moved. An inexplicable sense of security grew in her heart. This was the first time in the past 10 years that Kisaki Eri felt what a sense of security was. Kisaki Eri didn't need a man to save her life, nor did she need a man to protect her from the wind and rain. She just needed a helping hand when she needed help the most. Even if it was a very simple thing like repairing the shower head. Watching Lin Feng repairing, Kisaki Eri was not idle, and turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Until a few minutes later, Lin Feng finally repaired the shower head and replaced it with a brand new one. Open, close. After confirming that there would be no water leakage, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Eri, the shower head has been repaired." But after Lin Feng's words fell, there was no response from Kisaki Eri. Lin Feng was about to pick up the tools on the ground when a strange object came into his sight. In the corner of the bathroom, there was a bamboo basket. On the edge of the bamboo basket, a light blue cloth belt was half hanging. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and something suddenly occurred to him. He stepped out, and the strange object instantly entered Lin Feng's eyes. "This is..." Just then, a shout came from outside the bathroom. "Lin Feng, stop looking. P.S. Second update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 Mom, what's wrong with you?" Kisaki Eri ran in quickly outside the door and stood in front of Lin Feng. Kisaki Eri was full of shame at this moment. Until she saw Lin Feng's eyes just now. Kisaki Eri remembered that she had thrown the clothes she changed into the bamboo basket yesterday. Coincidentally, Lin Feng saw it. Looking at Kisaki Eri's shy expression, Lin Feng looked away seriously. There was no guilty expression at all. It looked like he didn't see anything. "Eri, my friend has fixed it. See if there is any problem." After saying that, Lin Feng squatted down and continued to pick up the tools on the ground. Kisaki Eri's face was ruddy, and she responded, Okay, let me take a look." As she spoke, Kisaki Eri walked towards the shower head next to Lin Feng. As soon as she took a step, Kisaki Eri's feet slipped, and her whole body was about to fall towards the sink next to her. Kisaki Eri screamed in panic. "Ah!" Lin Feng, who noticed something was wrong, frowned slightly and stood up quickly. He moved his feet, opened his strong arms, and held Kisaki Eri. At the same time, he used his arms to hold Kisaki Eri in front of him. The two bodies collided instantly. Feeling the body temperature in front of her, Kisaki Eri opened her beautiful eyes and looked straight at Lin Feng. Because the distance was too close, Kisaki Eri could even feel the pleasant masculine scent on Lin Feng. And the breath gushing from Lin Feng's nose. After a while, Kisaki Eri finally came back to her senses. She moved her body a little awkwardly and shouted. "Linear! Lin Feng!" Hearing Kisaki Eri's words, Lin Feng let go of his arms. Kisaki Eri's face flushed, and she pulled the clothes that were squeezed and deformed in front of her. "Thank you, Lin Feng, you saved me again." Lin Feng smiled slightly, and said helplessly, "You don't have to be so polite." Lin Feng has heard the thank you from Kisaki Eri 4 or 5 times. Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "Then I'll go back first." Kisaki Eri heard this and suddenly thought of something and said, "Don't worry, I'll cook ginger soup, drink it before going back." Lin Feng's eyebrows rose instantly. Ginger soup? Ginger soup made by Kisaki Eri herself? Kisaki Eri's dark cuisine can be said to be ranked second in the entire science world, and no one dares to rank first. Lin Feng said hesitantly, "Don't bother, right?" Kisaki Eri seemed to have no idea what Lin Feng meant by his words, and continued. "No trouble, I was already cooking when you just repaired it, and it should be almost done now." Lin Feng. "It's over, it seems that there is no escape." After packing up the tools, Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri walked out of the bathroom and came to the living room. Kisaki Eri brought out 2 cups of ginger soup from the kitchen and handed a cup to Lin Feng. Looking at the pale yellow ginger soup in his hand, Lin Feng didn't know what to choose for a moment. Sighing, Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced it down. To Lin Feng's surprise, the ginger soup tasted pretty good. Apparently, Kisaki Eri's cooking skills have improved a lot in the past 10 years. Kisaki Eri sighed and said, "Lin Feng, it's a good thing you're here. If I had to fix it myself, I don't know when I'd have finished." Putting the bowl on the table, Lin Feng smiled and said, "If anything breaks in the future, you can always find me." Kisaki Eri looked at Lin Feng gratefully again. Just as she was about to speak, a crisp doorbell rang. Ding dong! Ding dong! Kisaki Eri frowned slightly and said in confusion, "Who is coming to see me so late?" Lin Feng, "Wait a moment, I'll go check it out and come back." Lin Feng nodded. Then, Kisaki Eri opened the door and walked towards the glass door of the office. Soon, Lin Feng heard a strange yet familiar voice. "Mom, you took so long to open the door, you didn't go to bed so early, did you? Tomorrow is Saturday, the school is on winter vacation, I'll accompany you. I also brought you your favorite fruit." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with this voice. Wasn't it Kisaki Eri's daughter, Ran Mori? Looking at Ran Mori in front of him, Kisaki Eri was stunned. Ran Mori did call him before and said that she would come to him on the weekend. But because there were too many things, Kisaki Eri completely forgot about it. Ran Mori looked at his mother in confusion and asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Kisaki Eri woke up and said quickly, I'm fine, I'm fine." Ran Mori looked up and down at Kisaki Eri and found her wet clothes. "Mom, you're so wet, why don't you change?" As Ran Mori spoke, he pulled Kisaki Eri towards the room. As he walked into his room, Kisaki Eri became more and more nervous. It was okay that he was so wet. But if Ran Mori saw that there was a handsome guy in his room, how should he explain this? At this moment, the wooden door of Kisaki Eri's room was pushed open. Lin Feng stepped out of the room, wiping the water droplets on his body while saying, "Ms. Kisaki Eri, the shower head in the bathroom has been repaired. If you have any problems in the future, you can call me at any time." Looking at the man who suddenly appeared, Kisaki Eri and Ran Mori opened their eyes wide. Kisaki Eri was surprised that Lin Feng came out at this time. And Ran Mori was surprised that there was a man in his mother's room. No, to be precise, there was a young handsome guy. Could it be? Ran Mori pointed at Lin Feng and asked in disbelief. "Mom, he is." Kisaki Eri was nervous and explained quickly. "Xia Ran, I forgot to introduce him to you. His name is Lin Feng. He is the tenant who rents the room on the 3rd floor. Oh, by the way, Lin Feng is also a relative of Magyar József and a police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department." In front of her daughter, Kisaki Eri wanted to explain everything clearly. Moreover, Kisaki Eri also understood. The only relationship between her and Lin Feng is that of a landlord and a tenant. At least, that's the case for the time being. Thinking of this, Kisaki Eri's nervous heart gradually calmed down. "The shower head in the bathroom is broken, I asked Lin Feng to come and help fix it. P.S. Please collect flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Flowers and evaluation tickets are too few." Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13. You like this? Ranmori touched his chin and asked in confusion. Tenant on the 3rd floor? Relative of Officer Magyar. Helping with repairs. As he spoke, Ranmori looked up and down at Lin Feng. Handsome face, tall figure. The clothes on his body were wet as if they had been drenched in water. He was holding a toolbox in his hand. Just as his mother said. It seems that everything makes sense. Kisaki Eri nodded and introduced Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this is my daughter, Ranmori, a student of Tsitan High School. Lin Feng was not surprised at all, and said with a handsome smile. Hello, my name is Lin Feng, a police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department Criminal Investigation Division 1, Forced Criminal Investigation Division 3. As he spoke, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Ranmori was a little overwhelmed, but still shook hands with Lin Feng. Hello, Officer Lin Feng. After shaking hands gently, Lin Feng retracted his arm and said to Kisaki Eri. Ms. Kisaki Eri, I'll go back first then. Kisaki Eri nodded and said with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Officer Lin Feng, I'll treat you to dinner next time when I'm free. Lin Feng responded, then waved to the two of them and walked out of the office. Ranmori looked away at Lin Feng's back. Ranmori hugged his mother's arm and said. Mom, someone rented a room on the 3rd floor, why didn't you tell me? Kisaki Eri said helplessly, Officer Lin Feng only rented it these 2 days. I wanted to tell you when you came. Ranmori's mind appeared Lin Feng's face, and he laughed. But Mom, by the way, this Officer Lin Feng is quite handsome. Kisaki Eri? Kisaki Eri's face instantly became serious when he heard this. Ranmori, I warn you, you are still a high school student. Everything should be based on academics, and you must not fall in love too early, understand? Ranmori stuck out his tongue mischievously and said. Oh, Mom, I know, you are still so nagging. Returned to his room. After taking a bath, Lin Feng lay comfortably on his big bed. Under the night, Baihua town was extremely quiet. Lin Feng could even hear the voices of the mother and daughter downstairs. Mom, your dress is so beautiful, isn't it? But it's too big for me, isn't it? Hey, this one is pretty good, it's still too big, it slipped off as soon as I got on the bed. Mom has a good figure, just right. The next day, in the morning. Although today is Saturday, Lin Feng still woke up on time at 8:30. After washing up and making a cup of coffee, Lin Feng sat on the balcony on the 3rd floor. Take a sip, look into the distance, and admire the sun rising slowly in the distance. Leisurely, comfortable. After a short rest, Lin Feng changed his clothes and walked out of the room. Going down the stairs, Lin Feng found that the door of the office on the 2nd floor was closed. Apparently Kisaki Eri and Mori had gone out. Lin Feng didn't care. Take a step and stroll on the street of Baikacho to Chom. Walk towards Baika Commercial Building. Lin Feng is going to go shopping in the commercial building to buy some daily necessities and clothes. Not long after, a building made of glass appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Because it was a holiday, Baika Commercial Building seemed particularly crowded. Take the elevator to the men's clothing area, Lin Feng walked in the corridor. Baika Commercial Building is indeed the most prosperous place in Baikacho. At a glance, almost everything is available. Lin Feng walked into a clothing store casually, and the female shopping guide standing behind the door immediately came up to him. When the female shopping guide saw Lin Feng's face, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, so handsome. After a few seconds, the female shopping guide came back to her senses and smiled. Hello, handsome guy, what do you need to buy? Lin Feng said calmly, let me take a look first. The female shopping guide immediately responded, Okay, handsome guy. After that, the female shopping guide stepped back a few steps and stood in place, allowing Lin Feng to watch in the store. Lin Feng's eyes swept over several sets of clothes on the display cabinet, all of which cost more than 100,000 yuan. With Lin Feng's salary at the Metropolitan Police Department, he certainly couldn't afford it. But Lin Feng had 1 million yuan rewarded by the system. Buying a few sets of clothes is still easy. Lin Feng picked up a set of clothes and just put it in front of him to compare. 2 women's voices entered his ears. My Wako. Tell me, where did you go after Lin Feng got in your car? You didn't go to the hotel. Yumi, what are you talking about? I've only known Lin Feng for 1 day. What's wrong with 1 day? Hehe, maybe you just like it. Satomai Wako rolled her eyes at Miyamoto Yumi, who was gossiping. Okay, stop gossiping. Lin Feng and I are just colleagues. Miyamoto Yumi's face was full of envy when she heard that. It's a pity that I'm from the Ministry of Transportation. It would be nice if I was from the Criminal Investigation Department. Satomai Wako raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. What's wrong with you being from the Criminal Investigation Department? Are you going to dump your boyfriend Haneda Shikichi? Hearing that name, Miyamoto Yumi spread her hands indifferently. Please pay attention to the wording. It's an ex-boyfriend. Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi walked while chatting. My Wako, don't change the subject. Where are you driving to? By the way, I heard from my colleagues in the Ministry of Transportation yesterday that someone was racing in Baihua town. Listening to Miyamoto Yumi's words, Satomai Wako was startled and hurried into a clothing store. Hey, Yumi, look, the men's clothing in this clothing store is so nice, let's go and have a look. I can't tell you that your colleagues in the Ministry of Transportation are chasing me and Lin Feng, right? Looking at Satomai Wako's back, Miyamoto Yumi was full of anger. This woman dared to go out on a date with a man behind her back. After eating alone, she didn't tell me anything. P.S. Keep asking for collection flowers and evaluation tickets, give some, it hasn't increased for a long time. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Only Children Make Choices. Miyamoto Yumi kicked her feet in anger, and then walked into the clothing store unwillingly. After casually scanning the surrounding suits, Miyamoto Yumi retracted her gaze. Soon, Miyamoto Yumi found something wrong. Satomai Wako, who walked in first, stood there, motionless. Miyamoto Yumi said sullenly, aren't you looking at suits? Look. Satomai Wako muttered to herself, Lin Feng. Miyamoto Yumi's eyes lit up instantly when she heard the name. Are you going to tell me where you and Lin Feng went? Hehe, I know my Wako is the best. Tell me, tell me. Satomai Wako didn't speak, but looked ahead with a stern look. Miyamoto Yumi seemed to have noticed something, and followed Satomai Wako's gaze to look forward. There was a tall man standing behind him. Although the man had his back to Miyamoto Yumi, she could still feel the aura emanating from that body. Miyamoto Yumi was surprised and said, is he Lin Feng? Hearing someone calling his name, Lin Feng turned his head and looked behind him. Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi were standing not far away in a daze. Lin Feng smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, my Wako, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, the scene from last night appeared in Satomai Wako's mind again. Her face couldn't help but blush, linear. Lin Feng, it's really a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Miyamoto Yumi next to him looked up and down at Lin Feng, and the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Yesterday, Miyamoto Yumi only saw Lin Feng from a distance. He didn't expect that Lin Feng was so handsome. Miyamoto Yumi bumped Satomai Wako next to her with her hand and winked at her. Satomai Wako rolled her eyes and spoke. Lin Feng, let me introduce you to Ms. Miyamoto Yumi from the Metropolitan Police Department. This is the Linfeng you want to know. Listening to Satomai Wako's introduction, Miyamoto Yumi smiled with satisfaction. Then, Miyamoto Yumi walked in front of Linfeng and stretched out her right hand. Hello, Linfeng. I heard from my Wako that you subdued 2 wanted criminals with your bare hands. It's true that hearing is not as good as meeting, and meeting is worse than hearing. Looking at Miyamoto Yumi's pretending to be reserved, Satomai Wako complained in her heart. This woman is simply a flower maniac. She is like a different person when she sees a handsome guy. When she talks, she has a set of words. But Satomai Wako changed her mind and instantly threw the whole idea behind her. It seems that she took the initiative to chat up Linfeng because of her appearance. Linfeng smiled and shook Miyamoto Yumi's hand, saying, "Hello." The two shook hands gently and then took them back. Miyamoto Yumi looked at the men's suit in Linfeng's left hand and frowned immediately. "Linfeng, if you want a suit, I suggest you change it. This suit is a bit old for you." While speaking, Miyamoto Yumi walked to a distance, took a few glances, and took a light blue suit. Put it in front of Linfeng for a comparison, and then said with satisfaction, "I think this one is better. It adds vitality, but it doesn't look frivolous. Linfeng, what do you think?" Linfeng looked at Miyamoto Yumi in surprise. He didn't expect Miyamoto Yumi to be quite knowledgeable about suits. "It's really good." Hearing Linfeng's praise, Miyamoto Yumi couldn't help grinning. Seeing Miyamoto Yumi and Linfeng talking and laughing there, Satomai Wako felt a little sour in her heart. Without any hesitation, Satomai Wako also found a light grey suit and came to Linfeng. "Linfeng, I think this suit is also good. Grey not only shows your figure, but also highlights your temperament. Unlike black, which looks too formal and old-fashioned." Linfeng nodded in agreement and said, "This suit is indeed very good." Miyamoto Yumi was stunned and glared at Satomai Wako. Satomai Wako was not to be outdone and immediately glared back. Looking at Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi, Linfeng felt helpless. Women are indeed angry animals. The best friends who were just as close as each other turned into enemies in the blink of an eye. Linfeng said in a roundabout way, "Both suits are good, I want them all. Shopping guide, please help me pack these 2 suits. Only children make choices, I want them all." After hearing Linfeng's words, Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi were stunned for a moment. All? Soon, the 2 suits were packed, and the shopping guide smiled and said, "Handsome guy, 2 suits cost 450,000 yuan. Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi, who were waiting in the back, heard the salesperson's words. Their eyes widened instantly. 450,000 yuan. Although Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi often come to the commercial building to shop, they have never paid attention to the price of men's suits. 450,000 yuan. Almost half a year's consumption for a family. The salesperson smiled and explained. "Yes, 450,000 yuan. We are a global chain brand, and each suit is designed by a well-known designer. Not only that, the material is top-notch, the design is novel." Despite the salesperson's explanation, Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi couldn't help but look at each other. Although there was no word, the two of them had a tacit understanding of their thoughts. Even if you say it to the sky, 450,000 yuan for 2 suits is too expensive. Satomai Wako sighed, 450,000, how many snacks can I buy? Miyamoto Yumi also sighed, 450,000, how many nights can I play mahjong? Linfeng hummed casually, took out a wad of cash from his pocket and paid directly. Seeing Linfeng's casual action, Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi felt distressed. If I were Linfeng's girlfriend, I would definitely stop him. Miyamoto Yumi put her head close to Satomai Wako's ear and whispered. My Wako, Linfeng's family is very rich, no, very rich. People who can spend so generously can no longer be described as rich. Satumai Wako shook her head and said bitterly. I don't know, I just met Lin Feng. Suddenly, Miyamoto Yumi's favorability towards Lin Feng increased again. P.S. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 15 The Secret Between Us. Go shopping in the mall until the evening. Lin Feng, Satumai Wako, and Miyamoto Yumi took the elevator down from the commercial building. Looking at the darkening sky, Miyamoto Yumi seemed to have thought of something. Miyamoto Yumi whispered in Satumai Wako's ear. My Wako, it's almost 6 o'clock, it's time to get ready for the social gathering. Satumai Wako nodded. The social gathering Miyamoto Yumi was talking about was the social gathering of female police officers of the Metropolitan Police Department organized by Miyamoto Yumi. Simply put, it's the weekend, and everyone gets together for dinner. Although Miyamoto Yumi's voice was very low, it still clearly entered Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, then let's stop here today. Miyamoto Yumi looked at Lin Feng hesitantly, and then she said. Lin Feng, are you free tonight? If you are, come with us to the social gathering. There will be many beauties there. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, but the faucet at my house is broken, waiting for me to go back and fix it. There will be many beauties? 2 of the 4 beauties from the Metropolitan Police Department are in front of him. Where do so many beauties come from? Satumai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi looked at each other. The faucet is broken? However, it's better for Lin Feng to decline. The social gathering is full of female police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department. If Lin Feng, a boy, goes there, they will definitely talk about it. Miyamoto Yumi thought about it and said to Satumai Wako. My Wako, why don't you drive over first? Satumai Wako walked towards the parking lot without thinking much. Watching Satumai Wako walk away, Miyamoto Yumi grinned and said. Lin Feng, can you lend me your phone? Lin Feng nodded and said, of course. Then, Lin Feng took out the phone from his pocket and handed it to Miyamoto Yumi. Miyamoto Yumi's smile became even bigger. She opened the flip cover and started pressing the buttons. A few seconds later, Miyamoto Yumi returned the phone to Lin Feng. Looking at Miyamoto Yumi's actions, Lin Feng felt funny. This woman asked Satumai Wako to drive first, but she used Lin Feng's phone to call her own number. Sure enough. There is no such thing as a best friend, it's just a superficial relationship. Miyamoto Yumi put her finger in front of her crystal lips and said. Lin Feng, don't tell my Wako, this is a secret between the 2 of us. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this woman hinting at him? Boom. Boom. At this time, the roar of the engine gradually approached. Miyamoto Yumi's smiling face instantly returned to normal. Miyamoto Yumi waved at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng, bye, see you next time. While speaking, Miyamoto Yumi bent her fingers, leaving only the thumb and pinky standing up. Shaking without leaving a trace. Satumai Wako also poked her head out of the car and said goodbye. Classmate, see you at work. But as soon as Satumai Wako finished speaking, Miyamoto Yumi's roaring voice rang out. Classmate. You and Lin Feng are classmates in the Criminal Investigation Department. Didn't you say that you and Lin Feng are not in the same office? You actually lied to me. Watching the Mazda gradually disappear in front of him, Lin Feng retracted his gaze. At this time, a crisp and pleasant sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing badly and getting the reward, Ferrari F50. Tip: the car has been parked in the parking lot of the commercial building. Please find it by yourself. Listening to the sound of the system, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. On weekends off, can it be considered playing badly by yourself? Isn't this too cool? Without any hesitation, Lin Feng walked towards the parking lot in front. Walking past rows of neatly parked vehicles, Lin Feng's eyes searched. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In front of him, a red sports car was parked there quietly. Two huge vents on the front cover make its front nose more towering. Add two sleek headlights and arc-shaped air intakes. Like a red barracuda cruising on the road. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and walked to the plate of the Ferrari F50. Reaching out to open the door, there was a key with a leaping black horse on the shield with a gold background and black edges, inserted on it. This car is the system reward for a day of lagging. Ferrari F50. Put the clothes bought today in the back seat. Just as Lin Feng was about to sit in and experience it, a burst of urgent sirens sounded. The sirens came from far away and were heading towards the direction where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng frowned slightly, closed the car door, took a few steps, and looked over in confusion. Two police cars were parked not far away. Magyar József stepped out of the police car with several police officers. Magyar József glanced around and immediately saw Lin Feng not far away. Walking to Lin Feng's side, Magyar József looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "Lin Feng? Why are you here? Aren't you resting today?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I'm resting today, so I came out to buy." Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Magyar József stretched out his hand and put it directly on his shoulder. "There's a murder in the Miwa building. You're here too. Let's go up and take a look," Magyar József said as he carried Lin Feng to the building opposite. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said solemnly, "Officer Magyar, I'm off today." "Is that so? Then count it as overtime for you today. I'll apply for your salary." Lin Feng? P.S. Please collect the flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Death Elementary School Student. Lin Feng, I asked you to come here for your own good. You just became a criminal police officer not long ago, and you have a lot to learn. Like reasoning about the case, collecting evidence, the suspect's motive for murder, alibi, etc., etc. It's not that easy to be a good criminal police officer. Listening to Magyar József's tireless teaching, Lin Feng couldn't help but yawn. If it were someone else, Lin Feng might still listen to a few words. But the one who said this was Magyar József, a superintendent who relied on the death god elementary school student to solve the case. Of course, a big reason for this was because the protagonist's halo covered up Magyar József's criminal investigation ability. The most important thing is that Lin Feng just wanted to play badly. Looking at Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Magyar József glared at him with some regret. Under Magyar József's push, Lin Feng and his party quickly arrived at the 25th floor of the building. At the scene, some policemen have already maintained the scene. Seeing Magyar József coming, he immediately saluted. "Minister Magyar." Magyar József hummed and asked, "Tell me what you know." Lin Feng did not stop and walked directly into the murder scene. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Feng saw the elementary school student in a blue suit and a red bow tie running around. Of course, Lin Feng knew this elementary school student. In just 6 months, he sent away nearly 1,000 deaf elementary school students. In other words, at least 5 people must be sent away every day. His eyes turned, and Lin Feng's brows frowned instantly. On the ground in front of him, a slightly fat corpse was lying on the ground. On his back, there was a sharp short knife, and scarlet blood oozed from the wound, staining his suit on the back. Several police officers from the Criminal Investigation Department were taking pictures to preserve the evidence at the scene. Not far away, there were Mori Kogora and others. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Officer Lin Feng." Following the source of the voice, Lin Feng turned his head and saw Ran Mori, who was wearing a yellow jacket, coming up. Ran Mori said with some surprise, Officer Lin Feng, you are really a police officer from the Criminal Investigation Department. Hearing Ran Mori's words, Mori Kogora also raised his eyebrows, and looked at Lin Feng with a pair of triangular eyes. After a while, Mori Kogora asked, Xia Ran, who is this? Ran Mori introduced with a smile, Lin Feng, this is my father, Mori Kogora, a detective. Dad, this is a police officer from the Criminal Investigation Department, Lin Feng. He lives in. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. Ran Mori, why are you here? Mori Kogora smiled when he heard that Lin Feng was a criminal policeman. He directly took Lin Feng's hand and shook it, saying, Hello, Officer Lin Feng, I am a detective from the Mori Detective Agency. I am here to investigate on behalf of Miss Yoko. But I didn't expect that someone would be killed as soon as I entered the room. Lin Feng nodded slightly and let out a breath without leaving a trace. It's not that Lin Feng is guilty, but he is afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings because he often sees Kisaki Eri. At this time, Magyar Juzu also walked in. He felt satisfied when he saw Lin Feng understanding the case. Lin Feng looked unreliable. But when he arrived at the scene, he was still very concerned about the development of the case. Then, Magyar Juzu began to understand the case and questioned several people present. Lin Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention. He leaned against the wall and watched them investigate the case. Lin Feng turned his sight and looked not far away, where Yoko Akino was standing nervously. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Feng walked towards Yoko Akino. From Ran Mori's introduction just now, Yoko Akino already knew that the handsome man in front of her was a criminal policeman. Looking at Yoko Akino, Lin Feng said calmly, Ms. Yoko Akino. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, the agent next to him immediately blocked Yoko Akino. Officer, I am Miss Yoko's agent. If you have any questions, just ask me. Lin Feng frowned and did not speak, but stared at him coldly. Under Lin Feng's sight, the agent felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The young police officer in front of him obviously looked no more than 20 years old. But the inexplicable aura emanating from him made the police officer dare not look directly at him. Yoko Akino reached out and patted the agent, looked directly at Lin Feng, and spoke. Officer Lin Feng, do you have anything to ask? Lin Feng continued, nothing to ask, I just want to chat with you. Miss Yoko, have you heard the saying the dead are gone, the living are gone? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yoko Akino was slightly stunned, and then shook her head. Lin Feng explained, it's normal if you haven't heard it. This is a line from a poet in Longguo. It means, the dead can no longer be seen, and the living have to continue to live as usual. Hearing this, Yoko Akino's heart was suddenly shocked. Not only Yoko Akino, but also the agent behind her was nervous. After a while, Yoko Akino seemed to have figured out something, and she looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Thank you, Officer Lin Feng. There seemed to be a smile in her expression. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, without saying too much. Turning around, he walked towards the exit of Yoko Akino's room. Magyar Juzu immediately asked, Lin Feng. The case is not closed yet, where are you going? Lin Feng pointed to the body on the ground and said. The murderer is right there, isn't the case closed? Magyar Juzu? Akino Yoko? Everyone present? P.S. Today is the 7th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, monthly tickets, thank you. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17 I'll carry you home. Compared to these people's doubts, the Death God elementary school student who was about to use the tranquilizer gun to anesthetize Mori Kogora had a shocked look on his face. Edogawa Konan repeated Lin Feng's words in a low voice. The murderer is there, isn't the case closed? He already knew it was suicide. How is it possible? Through the investigation of the scene, the collection of evidence, and the observation of several murder suspects, it is normal for Edogawa Conan to know that the man committed suicide. But how did Lin Feng know? He came to the scene for only a few minutes, and he didn't even ask what the relationship between the dead person and the people present was. Although there were 100,000 whys in his heart, Conan still used the tranquilizer gun to anesthetize Mori Kogora. Mori Kogora, who was still smoking a cigarette, felt the stinging pain in his neck and his eyes opened wide instantly. Before he could touch his neck, a strong sense of dizziness hit Mori Kogora's mind. Mori Kogora stumbled and fell backwards. Coincidentally, he sat on the red chair. Mori Kogora fell into a deep sleep mode. At this time, Lin Feng had already taken the elevator down the building. What happened at the murder scene, Lin Feng didn't care at all. With Lin Feng's familiarity with the plot of the science world, it would be too easy to be a detective. He opened the door of the Ferrari and stepped out and sat in. The leather seat immediately felt comfortable and soft. Boom! As Lin Feng turned the key, a pleasant engine sound came into his ears. Unlike Satoru Miwako's Mazda, the engine sound of Ferrari sounded clearer and more comfortable. At the same time, the dials of the Ferrari interior lit up, emitting a faint light. Looking at all this, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Then, without any hesitation, Lin Feng released the clutch and stepped on the accelerator. The whole Ferrari merged into the road not far away like a fiery red phantom. The engine sounds one after another attracted the attention of passers-by around, their eyes full of envy. Sports cars are extremely rare in this era. Not to mention supercars like Ferrari. And at this time, in Yoko Akino's room, Edogawa Conan's reasoning finally ended. Officer Megure touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "So that's it." At this time, a police officer ran into the room immediately, and reported. "Officer Megure, a diary was found in the deceased's home." After that, the police officer handed the diary in his hand to Megure Juzu. The eyes of everyone present were also looking at Megure Juzu in front. After a while, Megure Juzu closed the diary with a solemn expression. In other words, this is a tragedy caused by lies, misunderstandings, and coincidences. Everyone present also fell into silence. Yoko Akino, who was at the edge, had a frustrated look on her face. Until now, Yoko Akino finally understood why Officer Lin Feng said those words to her. He was persuading herself to continue living as usual. Thinking of this, Yoko Akino was moved. Suddenly, a scream of pain sounded in the room. "Oh, it hurts so much." Megure Juzu strode towards Mori Kogora, looked at him in surprise, and said, "Mori, I have a new respect for you. A famous detective." Mori Kogora did not respond, with a sleepwalking expression on his face. Behind Mori Kogora's chair, Edogawa Conan did not have any smug expression. Because of this case, before he had investigated it clearly, someone already knew that it was a suicide case. If I am called a famous detective, what should I call Lin Feng, who has left? Prophet? When Lin Feng returned home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After parking the car in the parking space at the door, Lin Feng changed into a set of sportswear and left home. Lin Feng understood that normal exercise was still very necessary. In particular, there were more and more beautiful women he knew. He had to be prepared at all times. After a little stretching, Lin Feng took a step and ran at a steady speed. Perhaps because it was Saturday, there were more people on the streets of Baika town at night. However, this had little to do with Lin Feng. But not long after, Lin Feng looked at the figure in front of him, and his steps gradually stopped. A dozen meters in front of Lin Feng, Kisaki Eri, who was also wearing sportswear, was walking with a limp, accompanied by the sound of her slight intake of breath. Lin Feng frowned slightly and strode up. Eri. Hearing this familiar shout, Kisaki Eri, who was about to lean back to rest for a while, raised her eyebrows. She quickly scanned the surroundings and began to look for him. When she saw Lin Feng approaching quickly, Kisaki Eri felt that she was about to burst into tears. A dozen minutes ago, Kisaki Eri accidentally stepped on the air while running at night. As a result, she sprained her right foot, and every step she took was accompanied by piercing pain. She originally wanted to take a taxi, but found that there was not even a taxi in Baika town at night. She wanted to call for help, but found that she had few friends. The only person she could think of was Lin Feng. But Kisaki Eri found that she didn't even have Lin Feng's mobile phone number. Just as she was about to grit her teeth and walk back, Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng looked at Kisaki Eri's right foot that was shrunken and dared not land, and asked with concern. "Did you sprain your foot?" The coldness on Kisaki Eri's face had long disappeared, and she nodded pitifully. "Sprained." Looking at Kisaki Eri's cute expression, Lin Feng felt amused. "Let's go, I'll carry you home. P.S. 8th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, monthly tickets, thank you. P.S. Thanks again to Feng Zioxi Yishuian for the 588 reward, thank you for the support. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Blanco, thank you. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 You Can't Go There. After saying that, Lin Feng squatted down with his back to Kisaki Eri and opened his arms. Watching Lin Feng's movements, Kisaki Eri felt a little nervous. But when she thought about her current situation, she had no other way to go back. Thinking of this, Kisaki Eri made up her mind, bent down, and lay on Lin Feng's back. She opened her arms and hugged Lin Feng's neck. Feeling the sudden softness behind her, Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. After holding Kisaki Eri's legs with his arms, he stood up slowly. Kisaki Eri managed her body very well, and Lin Feng could hardly feel the extra weight. "Let's go home." After saying that, Lin Feng took a step and slowly walked in the direction from which he came. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome profile close at hand, Kisaki Eri's nervousness became more and more obvious. "If you don't count the last fight in the bathroom, I haven't touched a man for 10 years. Not to mention, such an intimate contact." Moreover, Kisaki Eri found that although Lin Feng looked tall and slender, his arms were extremely broad and warm. Kisaki Eri even unconsciously leaned her head on Lin Feng's back. Feeling the movement of her back, Lin Feng felt comfortable. Before, Lin Feng felt that Kisaki Eri was a little bit distant with him. But now, it is obvious that Kisaki Eri regards him as a friend. After walking for a while, Kisaki Eri said softly, "Lin Feng, where did you go today? I wanted to ask you to go jogging at night, but I found that you were not at home." Lin Feng explained, "I went out shopping during the day, and when I was about to come back, a murder happened in the building next to me, so I went to take a look." Lin Feng did go shopping during the day. However, Lin Feng omitted the details of shopping with Satu Miwako and Miyamoto Yumi. Kisaki Eri hummed softly and was about to continue talking. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that Lin Feng was not holding her legs. Instead, he clenched his fists and placed them across his waist, using his arm strength to hold her up. Lin Feng's gentlemanly behavior touched Kisaki Eri even more. As a top lawyer, Kisaki Eri has seen countless clients. With her beauty and figure, many men want to touch her on the pretext that they are clients. Of course, without exception, they were all solved by Kisaki Eri's shoulder throw. Lin Feng in front of her not only did not think of taking advantage of her, but was always gentlemanly. Kisaki Eri found that she had no aversion to Lin Feng. Unconsciously, a strange thought appeared in Kisaki Eri's mind. Could it be that Lin Feng likes her? No way. Her daughter, Ran Mori, is already 16 years old. She is almost the same age as Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng likes the Oni-san type? Thinking of this, Kisaki Eri asked hesitantly. Lin Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Hearing Kisaki Eri's words, Lin Feng's heart moved and he said playfully. Yes. For some reason, Kisaki Eri felt a little disappointed in her heart. With such good conditions as Lin Feng, how could he not have a girlfriend? He is handsome, has a good temperament, and has a decent criminal police job. He is also a relative of Inspector Megure Jozu. The future is limitless. Let alone one girlfriend, even if there are a lot of girlfriends, Kisaki Eri would not be surprised. Kisaki Eri sorted out her thoughts and continued to ask. What type is your girlfriend? Lin Feng thought for a while and said, type. She should be the kind that seems indifferent, but is actually tough on the outside and soft on the inside. She is not good at expressing emotions, but sometimes she is very shy. Listening to Lin Feng saying so much at once, an inexplicable sourness appeared in Kisaki Eri's heart. Sure enough, Lin Feng still loves his girlfriend very much. Otherwise, it would be impossible to describe so many characteristics of his girlfriend at once. Kisaki Eri became more and more curious about what Lin Feng's girlfriend was like. She couldn't help but ask, Lin Feng, where is your girlfriend now? If you are free, can you bring her over for dinner? Lin Feng smiled in his heart and said secretly, I'm waiting for you to say this. Isn't it right on my back? Kisaki Eri? Seemingly indifferent, but actually tough on the outside and soft on the inside? Not good at expressing emotions, and sometimes very shy? In contrast, what Lin Feng said is indeed exactly the same as his own personality. Lin Feng just said so much, is he talking about me? Kisaki Eri's little heart beat faster instantly. However, Kisaki Eri still suppressed the waves in her heart and said deliberately. Okay, Lin Feng, you've started to make fun of me after knowing me for a long time. Lin Feng grinned and said nothing. We're here. Kisaki Eri was about to say a few more words, but when she heard Lin Feng say that, she looked around in confusion. The familiar electric poles, the familiar stairs, and the familiar house. Kisaki Eri said somewhat unsatisfiedly, so fast. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, is this fast? We've been walking for more than an hour. Kisaki Eri smiled awkwardly. It usually takes more than an hour to run. Now, on Lin Feng's back, after walking for so long, she didn't feel it was long at all. Carrying Kisaki Eri up the stairs, opening the door of the office, and walking through the office. Lin Feng slowly put Kisaki Eri on his back on the sofa. Before taking off Kisaki Eri's shoes, Lin Feng had already seen the bulge at her ankle. Reaching out and lifting Kisaki Eri's right leg, Lin Feng directly reached out and took off Kisaki Eri's shoes and socks. Kisaki Eri felt a little embarrassed. Just watching and letting Lin Feng do whatever he wants. Looking at Kisaki Eri's sprained area, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, it's already swollen. It needs to be iced. While speaking, Lin Feng reached out and gently held Kisaki Eri's foot. Kisaki Eri's eyes widened, and she spoke intermittently. Lin Feng, you. That can't be, dirty. P.S. 9th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, thank you. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19 Getting Started. Kisaki Eri wanted to stop him, but found that she couldn't say anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, it's okay. After that, Lin Feng slowly twisted Kisaki Eri's feet and said at the same time. Eri, if you feel any tingling, tell me. Kisaki Eri blushed and nodded. Lin Feng turned a circle gently, and Kisaki Eri didn't say anything. Then he looked up at Kisaki Eri and said. It's just a simple sprain and edema. It will be fine after a few ice compresses. Without waiting for Kisaki Eri to speak, Lin Feng walked into the kitchen, put some ice cubes in a waterproof bag, made a simple ice pack, and walked out. Looking at Lin Feng walking back and forth, Kisaki Eri's heart was moved. If I could be born a dozen years later, I would definitely chase Lin Feng without looking back. But now, it seems that everything is too late. Calming down my mood, Kisaki Eri said gratefully. Lin Feng, thank you today, you saved me again. Kisaki Eri's words were not finished yet, and her voice suddenly stopped. A layer of red covered her fair and tight face in an instant. Kisaki Eri's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Kisaki Eri thought to herself, this guy has already started. At this time, a finger was gently placed on Kisaki Eri's light red lips. The owner of this finger was Lin Feng. Lin Feng said helplessly, stop. Don't say thank you, you don't mind, I'm tired of listening to it. After a while, Kisaki Eri came back to her senses, stretched out her hand and slapped Lin Feng's hand away, her face full of anger. Lin Feng, you touched my feet and didn't wash your hands. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face was slightly stunned. Just now I helped Kisaki Eri check her injuries, and then I was busy making hot packs, I really didn't seem to wash my hands. Lin Feng quickly retracted his hand, stepped back awkwardly, and said stupidly. By the way, Eri, I forgot to turn off the gas in my room, I'll go to the third floor first. After saying that, without waiting for Kisaki Eri to speak, Lin Feng turned around and left her room. Kisaki Eri, gas? Although Lin Feng's room is a one-bedroom and one living room, there is no kitchen, where does the gas come from? Looking at Lin Feng's hurried back, Kisaki Eri was angry and wanted to laugh. Kisaki Eri herself didn't know that there was an obvious smile on the corner of her mouth at this time. Lin Feng returned to his room and lay directly on the sofa. Thinking of what happened just now, Lin Feng was a little surprised by his actions. Why did he suddenly get started? After calming down his thoughts, Lin Feng finished his bath and lay on the bed and fell asleep gradually. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up on time. After washing up, Lin Feng put on the grey suit he bought yesterday and looked at himself in front of the floor-length mirror with satisfaction. It was indeed as Sato Wako said, the grey suit was more elegant. Then, Lin Feng went downstairs, got into the Ferrari, and drove towards the Metropolitan Police Department building. Although today was Sunday, the Criminal Investigation Department was different from other units. Even on Sundays, there were still police officers on duty. With the roar of the engine, the Ferrari turned into a phantom and disappeared on the street. Wherever the Ferrari passed, passers-by looked at it. A few minutes later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department building. In the wide-eyed eyes of several police officers on duty, he parked the Ferrari in an open parking space. Seeing Lin Feng step into the Metropolitan Police Department, two police officers on duty immediately started talking. Oh my god, that's a Ferrari F50. That guy seems to be from the Criminal Investigation Department. He drives a Ferrari to work. Maybe he has a mine at home. Rich people have special hobbies. Now that you are so rich, wouldn't it be nice to be a rich second generation? Lin Feng naturally couldn't hear the conversation in a Muro. However, it doesn't matter even if he heard it. Entering the Criminal Investigation Department, Lin Feng found that several police officers on duty were sitting in front of their posts and chatting. There was no tension at all. Lin Feng thought about it, there was no murder case, and they didn't have too much work as criminal police. After greeting them, Lin Feng went to the tea room to make a cup of coffee, and then returned to his workstation. Lin Feng just sat down and took a sip of coffee, and Sato Wako next to him leaned his head over. Sato Wako said with a smile, "Oh, you're wearing the suit you just bought." "I'm right, grey is more elegant." The grey suit Lin Feng was wearing was the one she picked for Lin Feng. Now seeing Lin Feng wearing it, Satumai Wako was naturally happy. Lin Feng replied calmly, "That's it." Satumai Wako rolled her eyes and said, "I think you'll only have your mouth after you're cremated." After that, Satumai Wako returned to her seat and sulked. Lin Feng sighed and said, "I said this suit doesn't fit well. I'll go ask tomorrow if I can return it. It hasn't been washed yet, so it should be returnable, right?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Satumai Wako's face was full of anger. Jumped up from the chair and rushed towards Lin Feng. "You dare!" This sudden action caught even Lin Feng off guard. Satumai Wako's forward force instantly knocked over the wheelchair Lin Feng was sitting on. Lin Feng and Satumai Wako fell down one after the other. Satumai Wako fell directly on Lin Feng. "Lin Feng? Satumai Wako? P.S. Today is the 10th update, almost 15,000 words, all of which are written and published immediately, without any saved drafts. Are you satisfied with this update speed? Please give me flowers, comments, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 Nonsense, I didn't." Seeing Satumai Wako's strange expression, Lin Feng felt amused. Could it be that this woman really likes him? Is it too fast? How long has Satumai Wako been with him? It's only been 2 or 3 days. At this moment, a caring voice came from a distance. "My Wako? Lin Feng? Are you okay? Did someone fall? Lin Feng, my Wako, are you not hurt?" Hearing this, Satumai Wako suddenly opened her eyes. She remembered that she was still in the criminal investigation department. She actually had improper thoughts about Lin Feng in the Metropolitan Police Department. Satumai Wako stood up quickly and looked around with a guilty conscience. She was relieved to find that no one else saw it. Turning her eyes, Satumai Wako looked at Lin Feng. Finding Lin Feng looking at her with a smirk, Satumai Wako's face instantly turned red. Satumai Wako stood up quickly and smiled at her colleague in the distance. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine, I just accidentally knocked over Lin Feng's chair." The colleague asked in confusion, "My Wako, are you sick? Why is your face so red?" Satumai Wako was stunned, touched it with her hand, and suddenly a burning sensation came over her. Satumai Wako argued, "It's okay, maybe the weather is too hot. I'll be fine in a while." "The weather is too hot?" The colleague looked out the window in confusion. "It's only spring now, and you have to wear a coat in the office." Satumai Wako actually said the weather is too hot? However, Satumai Wako said she was fine, so the colleague stopped asking more questions. At this time, Lin Feng also stood up, lifted up his wheelchair, and sat on it. Looking at Satumai Wako next to him, Lin Feng said with a smile on his face, "My Wako, did you want to?" Before Lin Feng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Satumai Wako. "Nonsense, I didn't." Satumai Wako's heart was full of shame, and she muttered to herself, "Satumai Wako, what are you doing? You still want to, still want to." Lin Feng's eyebrows raised, and he laughed in his heart. Before he finished speaking, Satumai Wako directly organized him. "Isn't that 100 taels of Ginzu here?" In addition, Lin Feng found that Satumai Wako didn't dare to look directly at him now. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. Satumai Wako is obviously in her 20s, but she is still as shy as a little girl. Just preparing to continue teasing Satumai Wako. The sound of high heels stepping on the floor unhurriedly sounded outside the office. With 3 times the physical fitness enhancement, Lin Feng's hearing has long been far beyond ordinary people. And this footsteps Lin Feng heard for the first time. Lin Feng looked at the door of the office in confusion. Outside the corridor, several Metropolitan Police Department police officers were walking. When they saw the pink figure in front of them, their steps slowed down involuntarily, and the expressions on their faces gradually turned into disbelief. The figure just smiled slightly and passed by them. Looking at the figure's back, several police officers stammered. "Am I seeing things? Isn't that Miss Akino Yoko?" While speaking, the police officer rubbed his eyes. "It is indeed Miss Akino Yoko. Why did she come to our Metropolitan Police Department? Haven't you heard? A murder happened at Miss Akino Yoko's house yesterday." "Murder? Isn't Miss Akino Yoko the murderer? Are you stupid? Do you really think your colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Department are pigs? If Yoko Akino is the murderer, why is she still here?" "Hee, that's true. Then what is Miss Yoko doing here? Won't you know after you take a look?" Criminal Investigation Department Office. A police officer was holding a document and was about to go out when a figure blocked the door. The police officer frowned slightly, raised his head and was about to speak, but his face was stunned instantly. The golden wavy hair was tied into a ponytail. There was a touch of bright color in the dark blue pupils. Although she was wearing casual clothes, she still couldn't hide her curvy figure. The police officer opened his eyes wide and shouted in surprise. You are Miss Yoko." Hearing that the police recognized her, Yoko Akino did not deny it, smiled slightly, and said, "Hello, officer, is Officer Lin Feng here?" The police officer's face had turned into a pig brother expression, and he nodded quickly and said, "Lin Feng? Yes, I will call him for you." Without waiting for Yoko Akino to speak, the police officer turned his head and looked at a place, shouting, "Lin Feng, Miss Yoko is looking for you." As the police officer's words fell, the police officers in the office who had not noticed it before immediately raised their heads. The familiar delicate face, the familiar smile. Who else could it be if not Yoko Akino? Ms. Yoko. Oh my god, is it really Miss Yoko? Why did Miss Yoko come to our criminal investigation department? I'm so jealous. It would be great if Miss Yoko came to me. You? Don't you look at yourself? Hey? Why are you making personal attacks? Where is the personal attack? I'm telling the truth. I think Yoko would never choose you even if she chose me. P.S. A new day. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21, Going Out to Fish. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in confusion. Except last night. He and Yoko Akino had no intersection, why would she come to see him? However, Yoko Akino had come to the door, so Lin Feng naturally had to meet her. Arriving at the door, Lin Feng looked at Yoko Akino in confusion and asked, Miss Yoko Akino, what's the matter? Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, Yoko Akino's eyes lit up and said, Officer Lin Feng, I finally found you. In order to find Lin Feng, Yoko Akino called many friends and searched for her in the Metropolitan Police Department for several times. Along the way, Yoko Akino asked several police officers in the Metropolitan Police Department, and they all said the same thing. I don't know Lin Feng. Yoko Akino was about to speak when she found that behind Lin Feng, there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at her. If it was a fan, it would be fine, but the owners of these eyes were all police officers. Lin Feng instantly understood Yoko Akino's thoughts and spoke first. Ms. Akino Yoko, shall we go out and talk? Yoko Akino said with a smile, grateful in her heart. Okay. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his arm and made a gesture of invitation. Yoko Akino walked towards the corridor next to him. Lin Feng took a few steps and walked side by side with Yoko Akino. The male police officers in the office watched Lin Feng and Yoko Akino leave, and their envy in their hearts became even greater. When Lin Feng comes back, I must give him a good advice. We are all colleagues. Is there anything that colleagues cannot listen to? Yes, Lin Feng's character is not good. He only knows how to eat alone. Everyone, I have a bold idea. Could it be that Lin Feng has some relationship with Miss Yoko that we don't know about? Okay, stop talking. We are police officers, not paparazzi. Why think so much? Compared to their envy, Sato-mai Wako was full of jealousy at this time, and she said to herself, "A whole scumbag. All he does is flirt with other girls, However, Sato-mai Wako's expression became gloomy. Although she was called the flower of Metropolitan Police Department, she was indeed much inferior to Yoko Akino. The most important thing was that Yoko Akino was younger than her. And, with Lin Feng's appearance and temperament, it was normal for other girls to approach her. However, Sato-mai Wako quickly adjusted her mentality. She thought to herself, so what if she is young? Lin Feng is my desk mate, and we see each other every day. How can he be more familiar with Lin Feng than me? Thinking of this, Sato-mai Wako's mind gradually became clear. Downstairs of Metropolitan Police Department, Lin Feng and Yoko Akino walked side by side. Some police officers who knew Lin Feng saw this scene and immediately gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. After a while, Yoko Akino tilted her head slightly, looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Officer Lin Feng, I came here to thank you." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Thank me? I didn't seem to have anything to thank you for yesterday." Indeed, as Lin Feng said, he didn't do anything. The only thing he did was to say something to himself. It was the closed room suicide case solved by Mori Kogura, and they were cleared of murder suspicion. Akino Yoko shook her head and said, "I thought about what you said to me yesterday all night, and I understood a truth. Let the past go. People can't always live in memories. Life must go on." Lin Feng looked at Yoko Akino with approval. This truth is simple and clear for ordinary people. The pressure of life makes them have no choice but to move forward with a heavy burden. For those who already have everything, it is easy to fall because of the past and step into the abyss. Yoko Akino continued, "Lin Feng, are you free? I want to treat you to a meal." At this point, Yoko Akino's voice became much smaller, and she said nervously, If you are not free at noon, you can also go to eat at night." Yoko Akino has never invited a boy to dinner alone, let alone invite a boy to dinner. Although she was very nervous, Yoko Akino had decided to go all out. She had thought about how she should face Lin Feng if her request was rejected. Lin Feng's next words stunned Yoko Akino. Lin Feng agreed without any hesitation. "Let's go." After that, Lin Feng walked towards the door of the Metropolitan Police Department. The steps were decisive and resolute, without the slightest hesitation. For Lin Feng, it was not important to eat or not, but to take advantage of the opportunity to go out and fish was the most important thing. Or go to eat with a national goddess like Yoko Akino. Yoko Akino? Didn't Lin Feng agree too quickly? Isn't it said that the detectives of the Metropolitan Police Department are either at the murder scene or on the way to the murder scene every day? Yoko Akino came to her senses and hurriedly ran after him. "Lin Feng! Officer Lin Feng, don't you need to ask for leave or something to go out now?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it. Then he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and found a contact. Lin Feng dialed the number. Beep, beep. Lin Feng's mobile phone rang twice and then was connected. "Hello, Lin Feng." Lin Feng responded directly, "Officer Megure, I feel that Miss Akino Yoko is not in a good mental state, and I am worried that she will do something stupid. I'll take a leave to accompany her and comfort her." After that, Lin Feng hung up the phone directly and said to Akino Yoko with a smile, "I've taken a leave." Looking at Lin Feng's smooth operation, Akino Yoko was stunned. "My mental state is not very good?" Worried that I will do something stupid? Akino Yoko finally understood why Lin Feng agreed so quickly. It turned out that he was going out to fish. However, Akino Yoko didn't care, she showed a beautiful smile. Let's go. At this time, in the office of the Criminal Investigation Department. Before hanging up the phone, Megure Juzu, who was listening to the dead tone on the phone, couldn't help shaking his arm. He saw Akino Yoko come to the office with his own eyes. Akino Yoko's charming smile, bright eyes. Lin Feng actually said that Akino Yoko was in a bad mental state? He is obviously using the excuse of comforting others to go out and pick up girls. P.S. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Why Did You Hug Me? Lin Feng and Yoko Akino had just arrived at the parking lot outside the Metropolitan Police Department. As they approached, a woman in a suit came up to them. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Ms. Yoko, Mr. Lin Feng, the car is over there, and the driver is waiting. Please follow me." Yoko Akino responded, "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, without saying anything, and looked at the woman in the suit. The suit was neatly ironed, and there was a touch of sophistication and stability in her calm eyes. This woman in the suit was obviously Yoko Akino's new agent. Come to think of it, yesterday's agent actually secretly persuaded Yoko Akino's ex-boyfriend to break up with her. Although it was for Yoko Akino's future. But in any case, it was a betrayal of Yoko Akino. Under the leadership of the female agent, Lin Feng and Yoko Akino soon came to a black Mercedes. The female agent skillfully opened the car door and said, "Ms. Yoko, Mr. Lin Feng, please." Yoko Akino hadn't spoken yet, Lin Feng spoke first. "Ms. Yoko, do you want to take my car?" Yoko Akino was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. "Take your car?" Lin Feng nodded, turned his eyes and looked not far away. Yoko Akino followed Lin Feng's gaze in confusion, and a red supercar came into his sight. Not only Yoko Akino, but also the female agent looked over. The two of them were stunned for a moment. As Yoko Akino and the female agent who were mixed in the upper class, they naturally understood that it was a Ferrari. Yoko Akino asked in surprise, "Officer Lin Feng, is that your car?" Lin Feng smiled, took out a golden shield from his pocket, and pressed it lightly. The Ferrari immediately made two beep sounds, and the two huge headlights flashed. Yoko Akino and the agent were even more surprised. The price of a Ferrari is at least tens of millions. Even if Yoko Akino is the most popular idol singer in Daxia, she doesn't have the financial ability to buy one. Lin Feng is an ordinary criminal policeman, but he has. Looking at the surprised expressions of the two, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Ms. Yoko Akino, please." Yoko Akino's words were a little intermittent, "Okay, okay." As she spoke, Yoko Akino walked towards the Ferrari. The female agent next to her was nervous when she saw this, and hurriedly reminded her, "Ms. Yoko." Yoko Akino smiled indifferently, "It's okay. You drive back first, I'll contact you if I need you." Hearing Yoko Akino's words, the female agent closed her mouth. Lin Feng naturally understood the meaning of the female agent's words. As a national goddess, Yoko Akino naturally has a lot of attention. Lin Feng looked at the female agent and said calmly, "I'm a policeman." The female agent was stunned, and she didn't react for a while. After a while, she bent down slightly and said respectfully, "Sorry to bother Mr. Lin Feng." Lin Feng. Lin Feng hummed, and then walked towards the Ferrari. Looking at Lin Feng's back as he left, the female agent's arm trembled slightly. At Lin Feng's words, "I'm a policeman," her heart trembled slightly. Yes. The female agent was frightened by Lin Feng's sudden appearance. She clearly felt the weight of the word policeman. "Come to the Ferrari." After helping Akino Yoko open the passenger door, Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat. Twist the key, start the Ferrari, Lin Feng reminded. Remember to fasten your seat belt. Akino Yoko looked around, but didn't find the seat belt that Lin Feng said. She said bitterly. Lin Feng, I can't find the seat belt. How about you help me fasten it? Hearing Yoko Akino's words, Lin Feng's eyebrows immediately raised. However, Lin Feng soon understood why. The seat belt of the Ferrari F50 was rolled up in a cylinder. It was normal for the first time to not know where it was. Then, Lin Feng unbuckled his seat belt, turned his body, and leaned towards Yoko Akino. Lin Feng stretched out his arm and groped around the seat where Yoko Akino was sitting. Looking at Lin Feng in front of her, Yoko Akino became nervous. Due to the requirements of her work, Yoko Akino had contact with many men when shooting song MVs or movies. Every time she contacted, Yoko Akino didn't feel anything strange in her heart. But now Yoko Akino found out. Lin Feng just came to help her fasten her seat belt, and she actually became nervous? Just when Yoko Akino was thinking about it, a sense of weight suddenly came from in front of her. Yoko Akino came back to her senses instantly. Eyes wide open, looking at Lin Feng clinging to her. Akino Yoko. Wasn't Lin Feng fastening her seat belt? Why did she hug me? P.S. Third update, continue to ask for flowers, reviews, votes and monthly tickets. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 You are driving too fast. Feeling the softness in front of him, and the body fragrance that makes people can't help but fantasize. Lin Feng's face was also stunned. This. Lin Feng was indeed helping Yoko Akino fasten her seat belt. Because her body was tilted, the Ferrari seat was very soft. The moment Lin Feng pulled out the seat belt, the force on his whole body was uneven, and he fell sideways. He fell on Yoko Akino in front of him. And Lin Feng's side face happened to be in front of Yoko Akino's face. A faint wet feeling immediately appeared on Lin Feng's cheek. Yoko Akino? Lin Feng hurriedly wanted to sit up, but found that he couldn't get up for a while. The whole body was twisting there. Feeling the distortion in front of her, Yoko Akino's face was as red as an apple. Lin Feng was really helping her fasten her seat belt? Yoko Akino began to think that Lin Feng did it on purpose. After a few seconds, Lin Feng finally sat up and quickly fastened Akino Yoko's seat belt. Lin Feng touched his nose awkwardly and said, Miss Yoko, if I say I didn't mean it, do you believe it? Akino Yoko's heart was beating wildly. Just when she was about to speak, she found a faint lipstick mark on Lin Feng's cheek. Akino Yoko didn't care much and directly reached out to wipe off the lipstick mark on Lin Feng's cheek. Lin Feng wanted to touch it with his hand in doubt, but as soon as he raised his hand, he was stopped by Akino Yoko. Akino Yoko opened her eyes wide and shouted, Don't touch it. Lin Feng felt helpless and asked, Is there something? Akino Yoko rolled her eyes and couldn't help but spit in her heart. This guy actually got the advantage and pretended to be stupid. Seeing that Akino Yoko didn't say anything, Lin Feng turned his head slightly and looked in the rearview mirror inside the car. Lin Feng found that there was a faint red on his cheek. Although it was wiped by Akino Yoko just now, there was still a faint trace. The red was exactly the same as the color on Akino Yoko's lips. Suddenly, Lin Feng understood and looked at Akino Yoko with a funny face. Looking at Akino Yoko's shy expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Akino Yoko is worthy of being the national goddess. Whether it is temperament, appearance, or figure, it can be described as perfect. After the scene just now, at least, Lin Feng really has a deep understanding of Akino Yoko's figure. There are no more words. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator directly, and the Ferrari left the parking lot and drove into the driveway. Boom. 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 As Lin Feng kept stepping on the accelerator, the Ferrari made a series of roars like a beast. One car after another was overtaken by the Ferrari, and countless houses and buildings retreated to the rear. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yoko Akino was full of tension. The speed of the Ferrari was not very fast. But the strong push from the seat made Yoko Akino's body shake back and forth. After a while, Yoko Akino couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Linear. Lin Feng. Can you slow down? You drive too fast, I can't stand it." Listening to Yoko Akino's words, Lin Feng looked at her in confusion. He found that Yoko Akino's legs were tightly clamped together at this time, looking at him with a red face. Lin Feng slightly loosened the accelerator and asked with concern, "Miss Yoko, are you okay?" As Lin Feng slowed down, the strong push gradually became lighter. Yoko Akino let out a long breath of hot air and said, "I'm fine, I'm just a little uncomfortable sitting in a supercar." Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The supercar is driving fast, and the pushback is extremely strong, and the whole body is shaking slightly. That feeling is like a massager massaging continuously. This is why many girls feel hot and want to take off their clothes when they sit in a supercar. 10 minutes later, the Ferrari stopped at the door of a building. Yoko Akino quickly took out a baseball cap from her backpack and put it on her head. As a well-known star, Yoko Akino is naturally not convenient to show up. The most important thing is that it will attract a crowd of passers-by to watch, thus affecting the existing order. Yoko Akino still understands the most basic qualities of an artist. After doing all this, Lin Feng and Yoko Akino stepped out of the door of the Ferrari. Sure enough, the arrival of the Ferrari directly attracted the attention of the people around. If Yoko Akino had not disguised herself, she would definitely be recognized. Not only passers-by, but also 2 security guards stepped in. When the security guard came to Lin Feng, he said impatiently, "Sir, parking is not allowed here, drive away." Lin Feng looked calm, moved his arm, and took out the small notebook in his pocket. "Police, performing official duties." Looking at the badge on the ID card in Lin Feng's hand, the 2 security guards' faces changed and they stepped back. "Excuse me, officer, you can stop, we will help you watch." After that, the 2 security guards ran away. Lin Feng put his police ID card in his pocket with satisfaction. Looking at the backs of the 2 security guards going away, Yoko Akino next to him opened her mouth slightly. "So the police ID card can be used like this? PS, 4th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 That Bottle of Wine is Mine." Led by Yoko Akino, the 2 took the elevator to the 16th floor of the building. It was obvious that Yoko Akino was a regular customer here. The waiter of the restaurant saw Yoko Akino and immediately came up to greet her. She smiled and said, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, the reserved seats are ready. Please follow me." Then, Lin Feng and Yoko Akino followed the waiter and walked into the restaurant. Lin Feng glanced at the restaurant, which was decorated luxuriously and in a unique style. A pleasant and long music slowly rotated in the restaurant. This is obviously a high-end restaurant that only rich people would come to. Soon, Lin Feng and Yoko Akino came to an empty square table. Lin Feng was not polite at all and sat directly on the soft chair next to him. Yoko Akino sat next to Lin Feng. Seeing the 2 guests sitting down, the waiter smiled and asked, "Miss, can you serve the dishes?" Yoko Akino responded, "Serve the dishes, and an extra glass of juice." The waiter responded respectfully, "Okay, miss." After speaking, the waiter bowed and left. Yoko Akino then said, "Lin Feng, I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll order the dishes first." I hope you don't mind. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. It's okay, I'm here to eat, it doesn't matter what I eat. Yoko Akino heard Lin Feng's words, and the pressure in her heart dissipated immediately. Not long after, several waiters came with a dining cart to serve the dishes. Dishes of exquisite dishes were placed on the table in front of Lin Feng and Yoko Akino. Looking at the exquisite presentation of the dishes, Lin Feng sighed slightly in his heart. This meal is at least hundreds of thousands. It's really good to have money. After the dishes were served, another waiter came to the table with a bottle of foreign wine in his hand. The golden bottle cap, the oval and crystal wine bottle, has a series of carvings. You can clearly see the golden liquid inside through the wine bottle. It is a bottle of Louis XIII Remy Martin. The waiter asked respectfully, "Miss, can I open the wine now?" Yoko Akino said without hesitation, "Open." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and tried to dissuade her. "Miss Yoko, you don't need to open the wine, right? I'm still working hours now." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yoko Akino grinned. "Who said this wine is for you?" Reaching out the orange juice next to him, he put it in front of Lin Feng and smiled at Yoko Akino. "That bottle of wine is mine, this one is yours." "Lin Feng? It seems that Yoko Akino invited me to dinner, and she wanted to drink, so she just brought me along?" The waiter next to her also smiled politely, opened the bottle, and began to pour wine for Yoko Akino. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted out from the wine bottle. After doing all this, the waiter bowed and left. Yoko Akino picked up the wine glass and gently touched Lin Feng's orange juice glass, smiling. "Cheers." After saying that, Yoko Akino took a big sip and said, "Lin Feng, shall we start?" Lin Feng nodded, and without being polite to Yoko Akino, he picked up the knife and fork and started eating. This meal took Lin Feng and Yoko Akino nearly an hour. During the meal, Yoko Akino raised her glass from time to clink glasses with Lin Feng. When Lin Feng finished his meal, Yoko Akino also finished the whole bottle of Remy Martin. Looking at Yoko Akino, who was lying on the table motionless and burping from time to time, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. "If you can't drink so much wine, don't drink it." Lin Feng raised his eyes, looked at the waiter not far away, and waved. The waiter came over considerately and whispered, "Sir, do you need anything else?" Lin Feng said, "No, I want to pay the bill." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the waiter said with a smile, "Sir, Miss Yoko is our Diamond VIP here, and the meal fee has been deducted from her VIP card." Lin Feng hummed, "Okay." After confirming that Lin Feng had no other instructions, the waiter retreated again. Verb. Just then, Yoko Akino suddenly burped, and a strong smell of alcohol came out immediately. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Yoko Akino, who is known as the national goddess, would look like such a drunkard? Lin Feng patted Yoko Akino's shoulder and whispered, "Miss Yoko, wake up, we should go home." The drunk Yoko Akino seemed to have heard Lin Feng's words. She raised her head with difficulty and was about to stand up. "Go home. It's time to go home." But as soon as Yoko Akino stood up, her whole body was about to fall to the side. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly reached out to support Akino Yoko's waist. With a little force, Akino Yoko stuck to Lin Feng. Akino Yoko noticed something, and not only did she not reject it, but she smiled and hugged Lin Feng. "Linear. Lin Feng, why are you here? Come, let's have a drink. Where's the wine?" Seeing Akino Yoko like this, Lin Feng sighed. No more nonsense with Akino Yoko, Lin Feng directly carried her on his back. Now Lin Feng no longer cares about the softness coming from behind. He walked out of the restaurant under the playful eyes of everyone in the restaurant. What Lin Feng didn't know was, when he walked out of the restaurant, Akino Yoko suddenly opened her eyes and made an okay gesture to the waiters behind him. The waiters even smiled knowingly. P.S. this is the 5th update. Boss, please collect it and give it some flowers and evaluation tickets to let the author know that there are still people reading this book. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25. Send it back to my home? As soon as they entered the elevator, a couple's eyes fell on Lin Feng and Akino Yoko. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, the girls' eyes were full of envy. Lin Feng is tall, handsome, and exudes a fascinating temperament. Then, the girl looked at her boyfriend. With messy hair and a set of wrinkled casual clothes. His girlfriend was still standing next to him, but he was only busy playing mobile games. Especially when the girl on Lin Feng's back was drunk, Lin Feng could easily carry her on his back. And her boyfriend couldn't even carry her to bed. He is a complete dog. Suddenly, an inexplicable anger broke out in the girl's heart. The girl snatched the phone from the boy's hand and said coldly, "Stop playing." The boy looked at his girlfriend innocently and asked, "What's wrong, dear?" The girl said unhappily, "What's wrong? You just walked into the elevator with your left foot first. I'm not happy, is that okay?" "Boy? Walked into the elevator with your left foot first? What the hell is going on?" The boy immediately hugged the girl and coaxed her. "Dear, I was wrong. Don't be angry, okay?" The girl didn't appreciate it at all, and shook off the boy's hand and said, "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" The boy opened his eyes wide and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say it just now? I walked into the elevator with my left foot first, you're not happy?" The girl rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. "It seems that you still don't know where you are wrong." Puff. Listening to the conversation between the young couple behind him, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. It's not just Lin Feng. Lin Feng clearly felt that Yoko Akino on his back was also holding back her laughter. The whole body was shaking slightly. Lin Feng's laughter was not concealed at all, and naturally, it was heard by the young couple. It was okay for him to be embarrassed in front of his girlfriend. Lin Feng was a passerby, why did he laugh at him? The boy was angry and took 2 steps to Lin Feng's side. He shouted, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Lin Feng glanced at the boy casually and ignored him directly. Lin Feng's disdainful expression made the boy completely angry, and the boy reached out to push Lin Feng. But the boy found that despite his full strength, Lin Feng in front of him did not move at all. Lin Feng frowned slightly, turned to look at the boy, and said indifferently, "What's wrong with you?" The boy was about to shout a few words, but he found Lin Feng's cold face, and his heart was weak. The boy stepped back nervously, leaned against the edge of the elevator, and said intermittently, I'm fine. I just wanted to remind you that we're already on the 1st floor." The boy pointed ahead, and the elevator door just happened to open. Lin Feng looked ahead and saw that he had indeed reached the 1st floor. "Thank you." After saying that, Lin Feng ignored the boy and walked out. Before Lin Feng had walked out for long, the woman who had been silent started shouting, "I told you that you're a softie, and you don't even have the courage of an adult. Break up. I don't want to be with you anymore." The boy seemed to have completely exploded. "Break up if you want to, get out of here." As they walked further and further away, the couple's quarrels had disappeared from Lin Feng's ears. When he came to the Ferrari, Lin Feng opened the passenger door. He gently placed Akino Yoko on the seat. After closing the door for her, Lin Feng returned to the driver's seat. Looking at Akino Yoko, who was still drunk, Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. If it weren't for the young couple in the elevator, Lin Feng really didn't know that Yoko Akino was pretending to be drunk with him. Although Yoko Akino tried very hard not to laugh out loud. But her slight twitch of holding back laughter still exposed her. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the flip cover, and pressed a few times. 2 seconds later, Lin Feng spoke to himself. Auntie Lu, this is Lin Feng, I have a question to ask you. Yoko Akino heard Lin Feng's words, raised her eyelids slightly, looked at Lin Feng, and immediately closed them again. Sure enough, Lin Feng was on the phone. Lin Feng continued to talk on the phone. It's like this, there is a girl who is very beautiful and has a good figure. She invited me to a restaurant for dinner, but she got drunk. Should I send her home? Send her back to my house? Then you have a niece-in-law. Isn't that a bad idea? After all, she and I are just friends. Hearing this, Yoko Akino was slightly moved. Lin Feng is indeed an upright and good policeman. Lin Feng's voice continued, anyway, she is drunk and doesn't know anything. Kiss her, it's okay. Auntie Lu, is this really okay? What if she finds out? A drunk person is short? Don't know anything. This. Yoko Akino clearly felt that Lin Feng's tone became a little compromising. Yoko Akino felt nervous and thought to herself. Is Lin Feng really going to kiss me? P.S. The 6th update, continue to ask for flowers, comments, and monthly tickets, all come over. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26. Are my lips soft? I want to find a girlfriend, but she's drunk. Isn't it taking advantage of someone's misfortune? It's okay. Akino Yoko? Is this Aunt Lu really a person? She actually taught her nephew to do such a thing? Where is the cultivation of an elder? Where is the morality of an elder? However, Akino Yoko believes that she has not made a mistake. Lin Feng will never do such a thing of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But Lin Feng's next sentence almost made Akino Yoko open her eyes. Aunt Lu, I think you're right. If you meet a suitable girl, you should act as soon as possible, otherwise she will be someone else's. Then let's do this first, I'll go and kiss her first. Akino Yoko. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a person. With a click, Lin Feng closed the phone. Akino Yoko could clearly hear a squeak caused by the movement of the body, which caused the seat to twist. Not only that, Yoko Akino could see through her eyelids that a dark shadow was slowly approaching her. Lin Feng's even breathing gradually became clear in her ears. Yoko Akino was full of nervousness, and her curled eyelashes trembled slightly a few times involuntarily. Lin Feng was not really going to kiss her, was he? I don't know why. Yoko Akino found that while she was nervous, she actually had a hint of expectation. Looking at Yoko Akino's trembling eyelashes and listening to the accelerated heartbeat, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. You like to pretend to be drunk, right? You like to act, right? Let's see how long you can act. Lin Feng took a step and put his right leg next to Yoko Akino. He even deliberately touched Yoko Akino's knee and quickly retracted it. Lin Feng deliberately whispered, you shouldn't wake up so soon, right? Looking at Yoko Akino, whose eyelashes were still trembling and didn't want to open her eyes at all, Lin Feng was a little surprised. She is indeed a drama queen. Originally, Lin Feng thought that after his face was close to Akino Yoko, he would just touch her lightly with his fingers. Now he found that Akino Yoko liked acting so much. Lin Feng threw this idea out of his mind. Using his legs to exert force, Lin Feng slowly stood up a little. Then he quickly approached Akino Yoko's face and kissed her lips. Akino Yoko? A crazy conversation began in Akino Yoko's heart. This guy actually dared to kiss me. Lin Feng, I really misjudged you. Akino Yoko, do you know you are wrong now? I told you to pretend to be drunk in front of Lin Feng. Should I open my eyes now? If I open my eyes now, will it be too embarrassing? But if I don't open them, what if Lin Feng pushes further? It seems quite soft. Lin Feng did not push further and tried to pry open Akino Yoko's mouth. Instead, he opened his eyes and looked at Akino Yoko. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng then moved his head away and sat back in the driver's seat. Realizing that Lin Feng had left, Yoko Akino breathed a sigh of relief. That's about right. If Lin Feng dared to take the next step, she would definitely jump up and slap Lin Feng in the face. Just as Yoko Akino was thinking about whether to open her eyes now, Lin Feng's roar rang out. Miss Yoko, be careful! Hearing Lin Feng's sudden shout, Yoko Akino was startled and opened her eyes in horror. Her whole body shrank towards the seat and scanned the surroundings. But soon, Yoko Akino found that she had been fooled. Passers-by were strolling leisurely on the street, and the Ferrari was still parked where they came from. Yoko Akino was angry and looked at Lin Feng with bulging eyes. She found that Lin Feng was looking at her with a smirk on his face. Yoko Akino. Did Lin Feng know that she was pretending to be drunk? Impossible. Yoko Akino changed her state instantly, with a lazy look, deceiving herself. Lin Feng? Aren't we eating in the restaurant? Why are you sitting in the car now? Lin Feng laughed in her heart. This woman is addicted to acting. I should have been more aggressive earlier. Lin Feng continued to act with Yoko Akino, explaining. You were drunk, so I carried you down. Miss Yoko, are you sober now? Yoko Akino said lazily, much better now, but I have a headache. Lin Feng nodded and asked. By the way, Miss Yoko, did you pay the bill before we went to the restaurant? Yoko Akino didn't think much and replied directly. Yes. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth and continued to ask. The bottle you drank should be Remy Martin, right? Yoko Akino continued to answer, yes. Lin Feng did not stop talking and asked. Are my lips soft? Yoko Akino hummed and said, quite soft. Hearing Yoko Akino's words, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Looking at Lin Feng's smiling face, Yoko Akino frowned slightly. She was about to ask Lin Feng what was so funny. The next moment, Yoko Akino's face froze. Lin Feng's question echoed in her mind. Are my lips soft? Quite soft? P.S. 7th update. Thanks to, for the monthly ticket. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Grab the recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Just Kiss. If I answer like this, wouldn't it be a confession? Thinking of this, Yoko Akino felt annoyed. How could I be so careless and fall for Lin Feng's trick? Yoko Akino looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked. Lin Feng, how do you know I'm pretending to be drunk? No, it should be that when did you know I was pretending to be drunk? Lin Feng explained with a smile, you should still remember the young couple in the elevator, right? Yoko Akino was slightly stunned, then bit her cutely and said fiercely. I knew it. Hearing their conversation, Yoko Akino almost laughed out loud. But Yoko Akino was very sure that she held it back. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng still caught the clues. Suddenly, Yoko Akino thought of something in her mind and her face turned red. Lin Feng, you know I'm pretending to be drunk, but you still have the nerve to kiss me. What do you call this? This is called taking advantage of someone's weakness. No, this is called. Lin Feng said playfully, this is called walking into a trap. Yoko Akino's face was bitter. What Lin Feng said was right. She was walking into a trap by pretending to be drunk in front of Lin Feng. It was all because of that green ant on Lin Feng's phone. It was all her bad idea. The green ant had also said before that she would let Lin Feng send her back to his home. Yoko Akino immediately argued, what do you mean by walking into a trap? You are obviously playing. Before Yoko Akino finished her words, Lin Feng raised his right hand, with only one index finger raised on his right hand. Yoko Akino frowned and said in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng explained calmly, "I used my finger." "Do you really think I'm a gangster?" "I'm a policeman." Yoko Akino rejected in disbelief. "Finger? Impossible. I clearly felt your breath." As soon as Yoko Akino finished speaking, Lin Feng's face suddenly approached. Lin Feng's sudden action made Yoko Akino step back subconsciously. But there was a seat behind her, and Yoko Akino had nowhere to retreat. She could only look at Lin Feng in front of her. The familiar breathing sound and warm breath were exactly the same as before. In Yoko Akino's wide-open eyes, Lin Feng put his index finger on her lips. It seemed that the familiar and strange touch appeared again. After doing all this, Lin Feng returned to the driver's seat. Lin Feng said calmly, "Is it like this?" Yoko Akino nodded a little confused and said a little aggrieved, "It seems so." But Yoko Akino thought about it carefully and felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, Yoko Akino really couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. Lin Feng looked at Yoko Akino and said, "Since the meal is over, I should go back to work. Shall I take you home first?" Yoko Akino said with a disappointed look on her face. "Ah? So soon?" Lin Feng nodded without saying anything. "Although I took a leave to go out and fish, there must be a limit. Otherwise, Magyar Juzu, who is the superintendent of the Criminal Investigation Department, would not be able to explain to the higher UPS." Yoko Akino smiled and said, "Lin Feng, I can go back by myself, so you don't have to bother to take me home. Besides, I've asked them to pick me up." After that, Yoko Akino raised the phone in her hand. Lin Feng responded, "Okay, then we'll meet again when we're free." Yoko Akino grinned and said, "Of course." Then, Lin Feng and Yoko Akino exchanged phone numbers. Yoko Akino then got off the Ferrari and leaned on the car window. "I'll call you when I'm done." Looking at Yoko Akino in front of him, Lin Feng's eyebrows instantly raised. Yoko Akino was leaning on the car window, her whole body bent. In addition, the Ferrari's body was originally very short. The whiteness in front of Yoko Akino was almost completely visible. Yoko Akino originally wanted to say something, but she noticed that Lin Feng's eyes were a little strange. Following Lin Feng's gaze, Yoko Akino's face turned red, and she quickly stood up. She even let out a shameful cry. "Lin Feng!" Lin Feng looked away awkwardly, saying goodbye. "Well, Miss Yoko, I'll leave first. Let's contact by phone." Without waiting for Yoko Akino to speak, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator. Amid the low engine sound, the Ferrari turned into a fiery red afterimage and drove away. Looking at the Ferrari that had gone far away, Yoko Akino's mouth corners turned up and she laughed. Yoko Akino muttered to herself with amusement in her heart. "You kissed, so you lied to me that you used your fingers. Do you really think I can't tell the touch of fingers and lips?" The moment Lin Feng touched her, Yoko Akino knew it. Yoko Akino found that she really didn't have any rejection. Only more expectation. Yoko Akino didn't know why she became like this. Because of Lin Feng's words? Or because of Lin Feng's handsome face and unique charm? Or maybe, when she was most desperate and helpless, others were only thinking about how to solve the case. Only Lin Feng came over and told her gently that life had to go on. P.S. This is the 8th update. Today is another 13,000 update. Please collect flowers, comment votes, and monthly votes. Thank you. May I ask if anyone else is reading? Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28, Vermouth. It was already afternoon when Lin Feng returned to the Metropolitan Police Department. When several police officers saw Lin Feng, the envy in their eyes became more and more obvious. This guy, who flirted with Satomi Wako in the office, actually knew a big star like Akino Yoko outside. Being handsome is good. Sitting back at his workstation, Lin Feng did not see Satomi Wako. Lin Feng thought it was normal. Not everyone is like him, slacking off all day. Lin Feng casually flipped through the daily news on the desk, which reported the murder cases of the past 2 days. The roller coaster murder case, and the idol secret room murder case. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head, people really die every day. Browsed it. Lin Feng poured a cup of coffee, took a sip, and then took out his mobile phone to start the daily snake battle. Time was slowly passing. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock. A pleasant and familiar voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing badly for 3 days, and get the reward, Firearms Mastery. Feeling the majestic memory begin to merge with himself, Lin Feng's eyebrows suddenly rose. As a criminal policeman, Lin Feng will naturally use basic firearms. Of course, that's just basic firearms. Pistols, and submachine guns. But Firearms Mastery actually includes all firearms. From the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle to the Swiss minigun. Firearm component structure, usage methods, and rich practical shooting experience. After a few seconds, the fusion was completed. Lin Feng felt that it was not an exaggeration to describe himself as a sharpshooter now. Nodding with satisfaction, Lin Feng cleaned up the table and got up directly to get off work. Magyar Jozu, who had just returned from a business trip, rolled his eyes at Lin Feng's skillful movements. Glanced at the watch on his wrist, it was exactly 18 o'clock. Good guy, he is less active than anyone else at work, and more punctual than anyone else after get off work. Moreover, this guy should just go off work, but he still lowered his head and pretended not to see me. Magyar Jozu called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, wait a moment. Lin Feng suddenly realized and raised his head in surprise. Officer Magyar, you are back. Magyar Jozu rolled his eyes and said. Okay, stop pretending, I don't know you yet. Lin Feng grinned awkwardly. Magyar Jozu continued. Your Auntie Lu is back today, let me tell you to go to her house for dinner after get off work tomorrow. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, he didn't expect that Auntie Lu would appear when he casually called her. At the same time, a delicate and fair face appeared in Lin Feng's mind. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said, okay, I'll be there on time. Magyar Jozu then hummed with satisfaction and said. Well, you can go away now. I'm tired of seeing you. Lin Feng stood up straight and saluted, yes, Officer Magyar. After that, Lin Feng walked out of the Metropolitan Police Department without looking back. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Magyar Jozu sighed and shook his head. From the arrest of wanted criminals and the investigation of Yoko Akino's suicide case, Magyar Jozu understood that Lin Feng had great potential in criminal investigation. As long as he worked hard to surpass himself, it would not be a problem to even sit in the position of superintendent of police in the future. Sure enough, the more potential a person has, the less he cares about his potential. Driving a Ferrari on a street with few vehicles. Today was originally a Sunday rest day. Looking at the traffic light in front, Lin Feng slowly stepped on the brakes and stopped the Ferrari in front of the stop line. The countdown on the traffic light was decreasing second by second. Bored, Lin Feng casually turned on the car music. A long piano sound rang out. Lin Feng hummed along unconsciously. Comfortable and leisurely. Just then, a roaring engine sound came from the back. That deep and powerful engine sound can only be possessed by a real sports car. Lin Feng looked at the rear-view mirror in confusion. Sure enough, a yellow sports car drove over. Lin Feng recognized it as a road sports car at a glance. De Tomaso. The distinctive shape, avant-garde design, and the high horsepower engine are no less than Ferrari and Lamborghini of this period. This sports car is not something that ordinary people can afford. De Tomaso gradually drove over and stopped next to Lin Feng's Ferrari. Lin Feng turned his head and looked over. Looking through the transparent window of De Tomaso, a beautiful figure entered Lin Feng's eyes. Delicate and fair next to light green pupils. Long blonde wavy hair, casually draped over her shoulders. Wearing a black sleeveless suspender dress, she showed off her perfect figure. Although only separated by the windows of two sports cars, Lin Feng could still see the woman's bumpy valley. Plus her cold temperament. Even more stunning than Kisaki Eri. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If this woman is not Vermouth, who else could it be? Of course, she has another title, the winery's absinthe. P.S. A new day, the first update, please collect flowers, comment and vote for the month, all for free, move your hands to make money, click a little. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29. Want me to race with her? While Lin Feng was looking at Vermouth, Vermouth was also looking at Lin Feng. Vermouth pointed at the traffic light in front of him, then clenched his right fist and raised a thumb. In Lin Feng's puzzled eyes, Vermouth turned his thumb upside down. The thumb went straight down. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Is this woman provoking herself? Want me to race with her? Boom. 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 Sure enough. When there were 5 seconds left on the traffic light countdown, the De Tomaso next to him made a series of low roaring engine sounds. Accompanied by the rapid rotation of the tires, the harsh sound. A thick fog caused by the friction and heat of the tires floated up. Vermouth's series of actions made Lin Feng's mouth curl up, and he also stepped on the accelerator, and a purer engine sound than the De Tomaso sounded. Under this powerful horsepower, the tail of the Ferrari swayed slightly. The two sports cars ready to go immediately attracted the attention of passers-by around. They were even more talking. Are those two sports cars going to race? I bet Ferrari will win, it's a Ferrari. What's wrong with Ferrari? De Tomaso's performance is no worse than Ferrari. You're right, I bet that beauty will win. It's about to start, 3, 2, 1, the countdown is over. The countdown ended, and the red light of the traffic light in front turned yellow. The next second, the yellow light turned green. Boom. Boom. Ferrari and De Tomaso flew out of the stop line in an instant. Through the car window, Vermouth looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She was about to give another thumbs up, but found that Ferrari turned sideways and drove to the right lane. Vermouth? Passers-by watching the show? Aren't they racing? Why did they turn? What does this mean? Did that handsome guy know that he is no match for him? See, this is why I don't buy Ferraris. The corners of Vermouth's mouth twitched involuntarily. From the starting speed of the Ferrari just now, Vermouth could clearly know that Lin Feng's driving skills were extremely strong. But this guy suddenly ran away? The Ferrari continued to drive on the lane. Lin Feng grinned, feeling satisfied. Of course he wouldn't race with Vermouth. As a policeman, why would he race with Vermouth of the Black Organization? Besides, Lin Feng didn't want to get in touch with the Black Organization. A few minutes later, Lin Feng drove the Ferrari back to his home. The Fei law firm was still closed. Lin Feng thought it was normal. Even if Kisaki Eri was the undefeated queen of the legal world, it was reasonable for her to take a break and relax on the weekend. After dinner, Lin Feng took a short rest and was about to change into sportswear and go out for a night run. His cell phone rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone in confusion, and the 4 big words Magyar Juzu were displayed on it. Magyar Juzu called him at this time? Pressing the answer button, Lin Feng asked in confusion. Officer Magyar. The voice of Magyar Juzu rang in the phone. It's me. We received a request from the Minister of Transportation to help them intercept the drag racing gang. If it's not unexpected, there will be a large-scale drag racing tonight. You live in Bikacho Chom, so go to the checkpoint next to Tsitan High School for support. The colleagues of the Ministry of Transportation have set up a checkpoint there. Lin Feng frowned immediately. Driving gang? The face of vermouth appeared in Lin Feng's mind skillfully. Officer Magyar, I. Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Magyar Juzu snorted coldly. Humph, what about you and me? No nonsense, hurry up and support. This is the order from the superior. Lin Feng sighed and hung up the phone. If Lin Feng guessed correctly, this drag race must be related to vermouth. Vermouth loves drag racing, and with her identity as a member of the Black organization, it would be easy for her to organize a large-scale drag race. Although she didn't want to, Lin Feng still picked up the car keys and walked out of the house. It would be fine if she was slacking off in the office, but now Magyar Juzu has solemnly told the superior. Obviously, this action is highly valued by the superiors. Lin Feng will naturally not make it difficult for Magyar Juzu. Sitting in the driving seat of the Ferrari, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Tsitan High School, which was not far away. A few minutes later, the road checkpoint next to Tsitan High School appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Several police officers from the Ministry of Transportation seemed to be checking. After parking the Ferrari in a parking space on the side of the road, Lin Feng stepped forward. Before he got close, a quarreling voice entered Lin Feng's ears. Drunk driving? What drunk driving? I don't know. Let me go quickly, understand? As he spoke, a tall middle-aged man wanted to get back to his car and drive away. A male traffic policeman's face changed, and he quickly stopped in front of the middle-aged man and shouted. Sir, you are suspected of drunk driving, which seriously affects the safety of the road. Please go back with me. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed, clenched his right fist, and punched the male traffic policeman in the stomach. Do you think you live too long? Under the powerful arm strength, the male traffic policeman's body instantly retreated to the back. After rolling a few meters on the ground, he barely stopped. The two female traffic policemen next to him hurriedly ran up and asked. Gao Shan, are you okay? The traffic policeman called Gao Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty. I'm fine, you guys be careful, this guy is not a good guy. Listening to Gao Shan's words, the two female traffic policemen were full of tension. This middle-aged man must have practiced, otherwise, the strength of a normal person could not be so terrifying. The two female traffic policemen were Miyamoto Yumi and Mike Nako from the Metropolitan Police Department. Looking at the middle-aged man walking towards them, Mike Nako stood up and blocked Miyamoto Yumi in front of her. Mike Nako shouted coldly, You are attacking the police, have you thought about the consequences of doing so? P.S. Second update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, at least 10,000 words will be updated today. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Start to throw yourself into my arms. The smile on the middle-aged man's face became more arrogant. Even though he was warned by Mike Nako, his steps did not stop at all. He walked towards Mike Nako step by step. The middle-aged man said mockingly, Consequences? Beauty, why don't you tell me what the consequences are? Go to my car? Or the grove over there is also okay. Mike Nako frowned, moved his feet, and was ready to fight. When the middle-aged man came in front of Mike Nako, he even stretched out his right hand arrogantly, trying to touch Mike Nako's face. Miyamoto Yumi behind him was nervous and shouted in warning. Stop, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man tilted his head slightly and looked at Miyamoto Yumi behind him. He grinned and said, Hey, you said, what do I want to do? At the moment when the middle-aged man was distracted, Mike Nako moved. Mike Nico grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. At the same time, he turned his body and pressed his back against the middle-aged man's waist. Mike Nico suddenly exerted force on his waist, trying to throw the middle-aged man over his shoulder. Suddenly, Mike Nico's face changed drastically. She was shocked to find that although she had used all her strength, she could not pull the middle-aged man up at all. Although the middle-aged man was drunk, he still understood what the policewoman in front of him wanted to do. He smiled indifferently. "Hey, beauty, are you so anxious? You're starting to throw yourself into my arms." As the middle-aged man spoke, his other hand wanted to hug Mike Nico. Mike Nico's face was panicked, and he shouted in a struggle. "What are you going to do? Get out of my way!" Feeling Mike Nico's struggle, the middle-aged man's face was full of smiles. "Don't worry, The middle-aged man's words had not been finished yet, and his face suddenly changed. The middle-aged man found that his other arm seemed out of his control. He turned his head to look at the side, and a handsome and tall young man stood there without knowing when. His left hand was also locked by the young boy with one hand. He couldn't even pull his arm back. It wasn't just the middle-aged man who found Lin Feng. Mike Nico, Miyamoto Yumi, and the male traffic police on the ground also saw Lin Feng. When Miyamoto Yumi saw Lin Feng's face clearly, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. "Linear. Lin Feng." Hearing Miyamoto Yumi's cry, Lin Feng glanced at her and nodded. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Oh, there's another one. But one is probably not enough." The middle-aged man let go of Mike Nico directly, clenched his right fist, and slammed towards Lin Feng fiercely. Compared to Lin Feng, the middle-aged man's body was almost twice as strong. The middle-aged man naturally didn't care about Lin Feng. But the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, full of shock. He almost used all his strength to punch, but was caught casually by the boy in front of him. The fist and palm collided, and there was not even a sound. The middle-aged man was shocked and said in disbelief, You. How could this happen?" Lin Feng didn't say anything, moved his feet, and kicked the middle-aged man with his right foot. Click! A crisp sound rang out. A familiar scene appeared again. The body of the middle-aged man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It didn't stop until it hit the green fence not far away. Mike Nico? Miyamoto Yumi. They never dreamed that there would be a middle-aged man like a humanoid monster in front of them. In front of Lin Feng, the middle-aged man was as weak as a baby. At this time, Miyamoto Yumi trotted up and asked in confusion. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Lin Feng glanced at Miyamoto Yumi and Mike Nico and explained. "Our director said that we received an order from the top, and the police officers of the Criminal Investigation Department will come to support you tonight." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Miyamoto Yumi and Mike Nico felt an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. Not long after, a police car and an ambulance arrived. "Take the middle-aged man and Gao Shan away." Until then, Miyamoto Yumi brought Mike Nico to Lin Feng and said with a smile on her face. "Cheesy eye, he is the handsome guy I mentioned, Lin Feng of the Criminal Investigation Department." Mike Nico smiled and stretched out his right hand, saying softly, "Hello, I've heard about you from Yumi a long time ago." Lin Feng stretched out his hand and shook Mike Nico gently, saying, "Told me? What did Miss Yumi say about me?" The handshake was brief. Mike Nico spoke without thinking. "Yumi said that your appearance is obviously better than those. You have a good figure and are handsome. You can be a man. Woo woo woo." Mike Nico didn't finish her words, and her mouth was covered by Miyamoto Yumi next to her. The last words turned into woo woo. Lin Feng looked at the two of them with interest, and continued to ask. "Can be a man? What man?" Miyamoto Yumi's eyes and face were flushed, and she whispered. "It would be nice to be a male friend." Mike Nico rolled her eyes. This woman was carefree before him, but she turned into such a little woman in front of Lin Feng. P.S. The third update. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31. I'm here. Time is slowly passing. Miyamoto Yumi and Mike Nako stood on the side of the road holding a stop sign, observing every move of the vehicles on the road. Lin Feng sat alone in front of the checkpoint on the side of the road, waiting quietly. He is a criminal policeman, so he naturally doesn't need to be like the two of them. What Lin Feng has to do is some things that the traffic police can't handle. For example, the middle-aged man who attacked the police just now. What Lin Feng didn't know was, Miyamoto Yumi and Mike Nako on the side of the road looked at him secretly every time they glanced around. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Lin Feng glanced at the watch on his wrist, and it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. During this period, Lin Feng didn't even see a speeding vehicle. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about whether to report to Megure Juzu and was about to withdraw the team, a roaring engine sound came from far to near and reached the ears of Lin Feng, Miyamoto Yumi, and Mike Nako. The roaring sound of the engine was like a group of wild beasts roaring and running towards him. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the side of the road, and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw more than a dozen sports cars of different colors and shapes, driving fast. At the front of the sports car team was the yellow de Tomaso that Lin Feng saw in the evening. Vermouth's car. Under the lights of the oncoming vehicles, Lin Feng vaguely saw the delicate face. It was Vermouth. Mike Nako took out a black instrument from his backpack, pointed it at the sports cars, and pressed it lightly. A number appeared on the instrument instantly. 200. Mike Nako opened his eyes wide and shouted quickly. 200 yards per hour. They want to take off. Mike Nako said to Miyamoto Yumi next to him. Yumi, stop being in a daze, contact the headquarters immediately, a large-scale drag racing team has been found. Miyamoto Yumi came back to her senses and took out the walkie-talkie from her waist. Headquarters, this is the Tsidon High School checkpoint, this is the Tsidon High School checkpoint. Large-scale drag racing has been found, large-scale drag racing has been found. The drag racing team is heading towards the Tudu Tower, please pay attention to intercept and arrest. After saying this, Miyamoto Yumi breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Miyamoto Yumi's eyes shrank, and she shouted hurriedly. Cheesy, don't go over there. Hearing Miyamoto Yumi's shouting, Lin Feng turned his head in confusion and looked over. In Miyamoto Yumi's sight, Mike Nako, holding a stop sign, actually walked towards the middle of the road. After reaching the middle of the road, Mike Nako looked at the drag racing team and raised the stop sign in his hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. This woman, does she want to stop these speeding gangs with her own strength and a piece of plastic? Is this too righteous? Or too naive? Without any hesitation, Lin Feng took a step and ran towards Mike Nako. Boom! 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 As more than a dozen sports cars approached, the roaring sound of the engines became clearer. Looking at the sports cars that were not far away, Mike Nako's heart beat quickly. She looked straight ahead and shouted. Please pull over. Although Mike Nako used all her strength to shout, she seemed so small in the roar of the engine. Not only that, Mike Nako saw the flashing lights of the sports car in front. Obviously, she had seen her existence. But Mike Nako found that their speed did not change at all. If he continued driving at this speed, he would be knocked away sooner or later, and then run over by the overtaking car behind him. Mike Nako finally realized. They were not only a group of speeding people, but also a group of bloodthirsty murderers. Beep beep. Beep beep. A series of rapid horn sounds rang out. Mike Nako was shocked. Sure enough, he was still too young and too naive. Looking at the distance of only a dozen meters, even if Nico wanted to evacuate 3 times, it would be useless. A distance of more than 10 meters, for a fast-moving sports car, only takes a few tenths of a second. Akino Yoko had already closed her eyes. At this moment, Nico felt a strong force suddenly appear and hold her waist. She didn't even have time to open her eyes. A feeling of dizziness appeared, accompanied by the sound of air vibration caused by the vehicles passing by at high speed. Buzz buzz buzz. Feeling her hair being blown by the wind, Nico was instantly filled with panic. She quietly hugged the body beside her, her whole body was trembling. That was the fear that comes from facing death. It wasn't until all the sports cars were far away that Nico slowly opened his eyes. That handsome face was reflected in Nico's eyes. Looking at Nico, whose eyes were moist, Lin Feng patted her back and smiled. "Don't be afraid, it's okay. I'm here. P.S. 4th update, collect flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32 I finally caught up with you." Hearing Lin Feng's gentle words, Nico's heart softened, and she put her head directly in front of Lin Feng and cried uncontrollably. "Woo woo woo." Nico hugged Lin Feng's arm and became more and more strong. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This woman looked strong, but in the face of death, she was just a weak little girl. At this time, Miyamoto Yumi ran over quickly, looking at Lin Feng and Nico hugging each other. She could no longer care about many things. "Yumi, Lin Feng, are you okay?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm fine." Miyamoto Yumi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Nico. "Nico, what about you, are you not injured?" Nico's intermittent sobbing came from Lin Feng's arms. "Yumi. I'm fine." Miyamoto Yumi sighed and shook her head, saying, "Nico, you are too stupid. Do you really think you are a policeman and can make everyone stop? Those people who race fast are just too full and like to die." Miyamoto Yumi's words are rough but true, and they are indeed very appropriate. Lin Feng was about to speak when a cell phone rang. This cell phone ring came from Lin Feng's cell phone. He took the cell phone out of his pocket with one hand, opened the flip cover and took a look. It was Megure Jozu calling again. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed the answer button. Before Lin Feng could speak, Megure Jozu's voice rang. "Lin Feng, I just received a message from the Chief of Criminal Investigation, saying that there are 2 criminals who have been wanted for 8 years in the sports car that just passed the Tsitan High School checkpoint. Hurry up and catch up, we will come to support later. Remember, report your location at any time." Listening to Megure Jozu's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, once you start working overtime, it will be endless overtime. Megure Jozu continued, "Is your gun still there?" Lin Feng turned his head slightly and looked at his waist. There was an obvious bulge in his suit. Lin Feng replied, "Yes." Megure Jozu said, "Very good, they may be carrying guns, be careful." After that, the call was hung up, and Lin Feng put away the phone. Pushing Nico away slowly, Lin Feng glanced at her and Miyamoto Yumi. Without waiting for Lin Feng to explain, Miyamoto Yumi spoke. "Lin Feng, you go first, be careful." Lin Feng nodded, without any hesitation, and ran towards his Ferrari parked not far away. Stepping into the Ferrari, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator, and with a burst of engine sound, the red afterimage disappeared into the night. Only then did Miyamoto Yumi and Nico retract their gazes. Miyamoto Yumi looked at Nico in front of her without saying anything. Until more than 10 seconds later, Miyamoto Yumi suddenly asked, "Nico, how do you feel when you hug Lin Feng?" "Nico?" Mike Nako immediately rolled his eyes at Miyamoto Yumi and shouted. Miyamoto Yumi. I was almost killed just now, and you didn't care. You actually care about how I feel when I hug Lin Feng. Are you still a human being? Miyamoto Yumi said with a little embarrassment on her face. It seems that I asked at an inappropriate time. Mike Nako snorted coldly. What Mike Nako didn't expect was that Miyamoto Yumi continued to be unrestrained and became more and more aggressive. Since you've asked, why don't you tell me? What does it feel like? Hurry up. Tell me. Mike Nako said impatiently, warm, comfortable, okay. After that, Mike Nako walked towards the checkpoint opposite. Miyamoto Yumi heard this, her face full of envy. She said to herself. If I had known Lin Feng would save people, I should have stopped a car. Hey, Nako, wait for me. Under the night, on a lane with few vehicles. Lin Feng was concentrating on the road ahead. It had been a few minutes since the speeding gang flew over the Tsitan High School checkpoint. According to the speed measured by the speedometer, they had driven at least 20 to 30 kilometers. Your speed must be much faster than theirs to catch up with them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng moved his arm and shifted the gear to the highest gear, and at the same time, stepped on the accelerator. The pointer in the speedometer began to move, and in just a few seconds it broke through the 250 mark. And the pointer continued to shift. That is, Lin Feng has a professional level driving speed. He has a very deep understanding of the vehicle's driving status and driving skills. If someone else drove on this road at a speed of more than 250 yards per hour, he would not be able to control it at all. It's just a fat man with fat on his body, holding a hungry lion in his hand. He will be swallowed by the lion in the next moment. Lin Feng lowered his head slightly and glanced at the speedometer. The pointer has stopped at the far right position. 320. At this time, the Ferrari driven by Lin Feng has reached its highest driving speed. Feeling the roaring Ferrari under him, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It's really a Ferrari F50. A few minutes later, a series of red tail lights appeared a few hundred meters ahead. The sports cars that Lin Feng had just seen appeared in his eyes again. Lin Feng raised his lips slightly and said to himself. Finally caught up with you. P.S. 5th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 I'm very angry now. In front of Lin Feng, 5 sports cars were speeding. The roaring cars were filled with laughter. Voices were heard from the intercom. Brothers, it seems we can't catch up with her. Catch up with her? Are you kidding? We are a racing gang, but I would rather die on a woman's belly than die in a car accident. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. As expected, heroes think alike. Hey, brothers, that's 20 million. Just lost it like that. Really? You don't have enough pocket money recently? Do you feel so bad about 20 million? It's true. I don't feel bad. The last time I went out to sea, it cost me more than 100 million. In one of the sports cars. A man with short blonde hair spit out the gum out of the window with a nonchalant look on his face. The blonde man looked at the co-pilot and looked up and down at the woman. He smiled playfully and said, I'm very angry now, do you know what to do? Just then, a light came from behind and hit his rear-view mirror. The blonde man frowned in confusion and asked into the intercom. Brothers, is there anyone else behind us? The intercom soon heard someone else's answer. Others? No, we are the last vehicle. The blonde man was majestic, and his doubts in his heart became even greater. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the roar of the engine suddenly reached his ears. The blonde man tilted his head slightly, and a fiery red phantom instantly surpassed the Bentley he was driving. The blond man opened his eyes wide and shouted in shock. Damn, who is driving so fast? It's not just him. The several supercars in front were also instantly surpassed by the fiery red Ferrari. FK, the speed is at least 300. Is this person crazy? Even if it is a racetrack, few people drive so fast, right? Looking at the sports cars she overtook, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. These people are just the group at the end of the drag racing team. They are not fast. It's easy to overtake them. Suddenly, a sharp turn appeared in front. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, turned the direction, and stepped on the accelerator and brake at the same time. At the same time, the right hand suddenly pulled the handbrake. The whole Ferrari slid a perfect amplitude at the bend and drifted past. The whole process was smooth and there was no pause. At this time, at the front of the drag racing team, the yellow Datomason. After listening to the words on the walkie-talkie, Vermouth did not respond and threw the walkie-talkie out of the window. Red Ferrari, handsome young man. In her mind, the man she met at the traffic light yesterday instantly emerged. Vermouth smiled playfully. So, you like to play with a few people? After saying that, Vermouth turned his eyes and looked at the street under the bridge. There, a vehicle with bright lights was driving fast. Vermouth raised the corner of his mouth and actually loosened the accelerator under his feet. The sports car behind had long been far away from her. The two closest sports cars were at least 1 kilometer apart. Not long after, two engine sounds sounded behind Vermouth. A Lamborghini and a GT sandwiched de Tomaso from the left and right sides. Vermouth glanced at the two of them casually and then retracted his gaze. One of the middle-aged men glanced greedily at Vermouth and shouted. Remember our extra bet. If I win, you will be our woman in the future. The bald man opposite heard his words and couldn't help laughing. The strange picture of a threesome has already appeared in his mind. Vermouth said nothing, but pressed with his left hand, and the glass window automatically rose and closed. Looking at Vermouth's cold appearance, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and said to himself, I want to see if you are still so cold in bed. After the words fell, the middle-aged man stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the Lamborghini increased again. Soon, the Lamborghini surpassed Vermouth's de Tomaso. The bald man grinned and also accelerated to surpass Vermouth. Vermouth ignored the two people who were gradually going away, and looked at the rear-view mirror again. A glimmer appeared in her light green eyes. Finally caught up. In the rear-view mirror of de Tomaso, a fiery red Ferrari was driving at a high speed. P.S. The 6th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. The data has not been moved for a day, crying. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 Is My Sister Pretty? Looking at the yellow de Tomaso supercar in front, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He certainly knew that the owner of de Tomaso was Vermouth. However, the two wanted photos sent by Magyar József were not her. But the two men who passed Vermouth. Vermouth pressed the car window and said calmly. Little brother, do you want to make a bet with your sister? Lin Feng did not speak, but looked at Vermouth quietly. Because Vermouth opened the car window, the night wind blew her sleeveless dress. Through the gap between the long skirt and the body, Lin Feng could clearly see a white oval. Lin Feng smacked his lips slightly. Dare to go out without a bra? And it's just a thin sleeveless dress. Vermouth naturally noticed Lin Feng's gaze. Not only did she not feel shy, but she raised her arms and grabbed her long hair from front to back. The white scenery in front of her was immediately visible. Vermouth said with a smile. Little brother, do you think my sister is pretty? Lin Feng. This woman is indeed worthy of being Vermouth. This openness is so great that even Lin Feng feels a little overwhelmed. Lin Feng looked at the two sports cars not far in front of him and asked. What are you betting on? Vermouth smiled slightly and said softly. Bet on who will reach the Dongdu Tower first. If I win, I'll be yours tonight. If I lose, you'll be mine tonight. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seems that there is no difference, right? But Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was indeed some difference. This is related to who holds the initiative. Lin Feng did not respond directly, but fell into silence. Vermouth looks stunning, which makes people can't help but associate and fantasize. In fact, vermouth is a hunting venomous snake. Before eating, it will paralyze its prey, and finally swallow the prey without any effort. Vermouth raised the corner of his mouth and said provocatively. What's wrong, little brother? Are you scared? Hearing Vermouth's words, Lin Feng snorted and said. See you under the Dongdu Tower. Since Vermouth is so confident, Lin Feng will naturally not be polite to her. It's still uncertain who is the venomous snake and who is the prey. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Vermouth smiled and said. It seems that my sister has you tonight. With a roar of the engine, De Tomaso and Ferrari accelerated almost at the same time and flew towards the road ahead. The roar of the engine echoed on the street. The speed of De Tomaso and Ferrari was almost the same. Passing through the light and shadow of the street lamps, flying over the traffic lights that had turned red. The two cars drove side by side for nearly 7 or 8 minutes, and there was still no difference between the front and the back. At the end of this road is the Dongdu Tower. There were 2 supercars driving fast ahead. Although we hadn't gotten close yet, we could already hear the conversation between the 2 men in the 2 sports cars. Let's make a deal first. I'll go first, and then you. Do you understand? Why? Because I'm the eldest brother. What's wrong with the eldest brother? Shouldn't the eldest brother give way to his younger brother first? Let you? Are you dreaming? Aren't those women you picked up before all the leftovers? It's different this time. I'm going first. Okay, no one should argue. Let's go together. Okay. That's better. Listening to their conversation, Vermouth's face was full of calmness, without any discomfort. Vermouth moved his arm and put his hand on the gear, and after a shake, De Tomaso accelerated again. But in just a dozen seconds, De Tomaso came to the back of the GT. The middle-aged man and the bald man also found Vermouth. The middle-aged man stuck his head out of the window and shouted loudly to the back. No need to chase, the Kyoto Tower is in front of you, it's too late for you. Vermouth ignored the middle-aged man's words. He stepped on the accelerator again, and De Tomaso crashed straight into the GT Sput. At such a high speed, even a slight turn in the direction is likely to bring about a catastrophic disaster. Bang! Sure enough. After a golden collision, the GT driven by the middle-aged man began to shake violently. Wheel marks appeared on the ground. The middle-aged man was horrified and quickly controlled the steering wheel in front of him. Madman! Madman! This woman is a madman! The middle-aged man just kept the GT balanced, and De Tomaso hit again. Bang! This time, the middle-aged man did not control his car. After a violent swing, the whole GT flipped over and flew up. Almost flew over the Ferrari driven by Lin Feng. Bang bang, boom! The GT rolled heavily on the ground for several rounds and stopped after hitting a green tree. Thick white smoke instantly floated out of the GT. The middle-aged man was in danger of death. A few seconds later, the bald man not far away finally recovered from the shock. His face was full of ferocity, and a black pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. The bald man was about to shoot, but the pistol in Vermouth's hand had already aimed at him. Bang! A low gunshot sounded. A dark hole appeared on the bald man's head. The Bentley, which lost control, rushed directly into a convenience store in front. A rapid alarm sounded immediately. Only then did Vermouth take back the pistol. put it in front of her mouth and gently blow away the smoke that had not yet dissipated. Only then did Vermouth look at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Finally, no one is disturbing us. P.S. This is the 7th update. Please collect flowers, reviews, votes, and monthly tickets. I want them all. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35, A Man and a Woman in the Grove." Seeing Vermouth so decisive, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It's not because Lin Feng is afraid of Vermouth, but because Vermouth killed both wanted criminals. What else can he catch? He can't catch Vermouth in front of him, right? Lin Feng was still in trouble. Vermouth stepped on the accelerator, and de Tomaso's speed increased again, driving towards the Kyoto Tower in front. Lin Feng did not hesitate, and also stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. As the two sports cars continued to drive, the Kyoto Tower in front was already in sight. Lin Feng could clearly see that there were standing figures under the Kyoto Tower. That was the end of Vermouth's car race this time. At this moment, a burst of urgent sirens sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and saw nearly a dozen police cars chasing him like a roar. Lin Feng understood that those police cars were the traffic police and criminal police who were arresting the racing gangs and wanted criminals. But fortunately, the vehicles of the Metropolitan Police Department were all ordinary cars. They could not catch up with the speed of the supercar. The next moment, Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. On the side of the road behind, Vermouth's yellow de Tomaso was parked there. Vermouth kicked open the door and scanned his sports car. He found that there was a broken piece of metal stuck under the chassis of de Tomaso. It just cut off the oil supply pipeline of de Tomaso. This piece of metal fell when Vermouth hit the GT. Looking at the police cars getting closer and closer, Vermouth moved his hand and took out the pistol. More than a dozen police cars drove over, and even if Vermouth turned around and fled, it was too late now. Just as Vermouth was about to shoot, a burst of rapid brake sounds rang out. Vermouth turned around in surprise, only to see Lin Feng open the passenger door of the Ferrari and shouted, "Get in the car!" Vermouth jumped in without any hesitation. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari turned into a shadow and flew away quickly. On the passenger seat, Vermouth looked at the police car that was gradually thrown away, and she exhaled a long breath of hot air. Turning her head slightly, Vermouth looked at Lin Feng next to her. When she saw Lin Feng's handsome profile, Vermouth was slightly startled. Before, she saw Lin Feng at a distance of two sports cars. Now at such a close distance, Vermouth found that Lin Feng was so handsome. Melancholy eyes, delicate facial features. The whole person exudes an inexplicable temperament. Feeling Vermouth's gaze, Lin Feng turned his head to look at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Vermouth came back to his senses and nodded. "I'm fine. You beat me this time." While Vermouth was talking, Ferrari had already arrived at the Kyoto Tower. Listening to Vermouth's words, Lin Feng felt amused. He had never thought that Vermouth, who was absinthe, would care so much about the outcome of a drag race. Lin Feng looked at Vermouth with interest. The white oval in front of her instantly attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at it a few more times. It's not that Lin Feng was being a hooligan, it was mainly because it was so bright and conspicuous. Under the Kyoto Tower, the passers-by who were watching the show saw a police car whizzing over, and chaos instantly occurred. Sports cars and sedans started from the Kyoto Tower and spread to the surrounding streets. Lin Feng remained calm and drove the Ferrari through the chaos at will. A few minutes later, the Ferrari had already passed through the crowd and traffic, driving on the road under the night. Lin Feng then asked, "Where are we going now?" Vermouth thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the suburbs." Hearing this, Lin Feng was confused. It was almost 12 o'clock now, and Vermouth was going to the suburbs? Besides, Lin Feng and Vermouth were alone. It was hard for Lin Feng not to have wild thoughts. A strange picture suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. A man and a woman in the woods. Turning the steering wheel in his hand, the Ferrari immediately turned to the right. This is one of the roads leading to the suburbs. As soon as the car body turned, several lights shone from the opposite side. A few dozen meters ahead, a traffic police checkpoint was waiting for the escaping speeding party. Please pull over and cooperate with the police investigation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now, it is impossible for me to wait for the police to come and cooperate with the investigation. On the passenger seat, Vermouth, who had just killed 2 people, was still sitting. With a move of his hand, Lin Feng put the car in reverse gear, turned the steering wheel sharply, and stepped on the accelerator. Ferrari made an extreme backward drift. In Vermouth's surprised eyes, the Ferrari drove towards the road next to it. Watching the vehicle escape, 2 police cars rushed out of the checkpoint in an instant, chasing Lin Feng and Vermouth with a burst of rapid sirens. Vermouth looked back at the police car behind him, and with a move of his hand, he wanted to take out his pistol. Lin Feng reminded, "If you want a gunfight, I can stop the car and let you get off." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Vermouth was slightly stunned. Vermouth quickly understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words and put the gun back. Lin Feng's words were simple and clear, and Vermouth clearly felt the momentum and threat in them. Perhaps once he fired, Lin Feng would kick him out of the car without hesitation. Lin Feng nodded slightly. With a move of his feet, he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Ferrari drove forward rapidly. Lin Feng drove the Ferrari and looked forward while searching. Vermouth asked in confusion, "What have you been looking for?" Lin Feng did not speak and continued to search. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "Found it." As Lin Feng's words fell, Lin Feng used his hands and feet to make the Ferrari slide out a perfect drift. It just stopped in a parking space after the road turned. At the same time, Lin Feng opened his arms and grabbed Vermouth's neck. With a little force, Lin Feng pressed her body down and her head rested on his abdomen. Vermouth. P.S. A new day, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36. I thought you were so serious. Vermouth's eyes widened. Lin Feng's sudden action almost left her no chance to react. She was about to speak when the sound of a siren came from far away and whizzed past the Ferrari from the side. Vermouth finally understood. It turned out that Lin Feng was trying to avoid the police car chasing behind. Vermouth was slightly touched. Lin Feng had just met him and had given so much for him. Soon, Vermouth felt something was wrong. Vermouth felt a touch of heat on his cheek against Lin Feng's abdomen. The heat became more and more obvious as time went by. Not only that. A smell that only belongs to men entered Vermouth's mouth and nose. Gradually, Vermouth's heartbeat became faster and his breathing became more rapid. Huff. Vermouth couldn't help but open his mouth slightly and kept swallowing and exhaling hot air. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, in order to avoid the pursuit of the police car, Vermouth could only endure it silently. Suddenly, Vermouth's eyes widened, his face full of shock. In the moment just now, Vermouth clearly felt that Lin Feng's thigh was slightly throbbing. Vermouth naturally knew what that was. At this time, several police cars had gone far away, and Lin Feng moved his arm away. Feeling the power on his back disappear, Vermouth sat up straight. He stared at Lin Feng with a face full of resentment and playfulness. Looking at Vermouth, whose face was ruddy and eyes were blurred, Lin Feng asked with some doubts. "What's wrong with you?" Vermouth's eyes moved down and fell on a part of Lin Feng's body, and he said with a voice of anger. "What's wrong with me, don't you know it best?" This guy was obviously attracted by the beauty, but he still asked me what was wrong. Lin Feng heard this, his face was slightly embarrassed, and he quickly changed the subject. You can go now. After that, Lin Feng restarted the Ferrari, turned on the lights, and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle continued to drive in the lane with few vehicles. Looking at Lin Feng's expression of pretending to drive seriously, Vermouth laughed in his heart. I thought you were so serious. You are still a big pervert. Under Vermouth's guidance, the Ferrari soon arrived at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. It was dilapidated and abandoned, and it was obvious that it had been idle for many years. Lin Feng stepped on the brakes and stopped the Ferrari at the door of the factory. Vermouth smiled and said, "Thank you just now." Lin Feng smiled back and said, "It's a small matter, you're welcome." Vermouth nodded, stretched out his hand to open the car door, and was about to step out of the Ferrari. A white and slender thigh instantly caught Lin Feng's eyes. Vermouth was wearing a sleeveless suspender dress, and it was not until now that Lin Feng discovered that the suspender dress was actually high-slit. One slit reached Vermouth's waist. This woman's dress is really too dangerous. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. You won't forget the bet you made with me, right? Vermouth stopped moving her feet after hearing this. She turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, her lips slightly parted. Bet on who will reach the Dongdu Tower first. If I win, I'll be yours tonight. If I lose, you'll be mine tonight. Lin Feng said nothing, and looked at Vermouth quietly. After saying that, Vermouth moved his body and approached Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's surprised eyes, Vermouth pressed his lips against Lin Feng's mouth. 2 minutes later, Vermouth slowly opened his body. Vermouth smiled and said, I still have something to deal with later. The bet is owed first, this is interest. Don't wait for me, you can go back. After saying that, Vermouth didn't stop at all, got off the Ferrari, and walked into the factory. Watching Vermouth's figure disappear in the darkness, Lin Feng grinned. He touched the corner of his mouth with his hand, which was still wet with the moisture left by Vermouth. Before today, cruel and merciless, with a changeable personality, this was the only impression Vermouth gave Lin Feng. Now, there is more in Lin Feng's impression. Gentle, open, making people can't help but fantasize. Retracting his gaze, Lin Feng turned his head and drove towards the downtown area of Yuka Town. In the abandoned factory, Vermouth calmly walked up to the second floor of a steel building. Although it was dark here, Vermouth did not panic at all. Looking at the two figures standing by the glass window, Vermouth strode up. One man was tall and had long silver hair. Wearing a black windbreaker with a black hat, his face was half covered by bangs. The other man was burly and a little fat, wearing a round hat and a black suit. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize these two men. It was the gin and vodka organized by the winery. Seeing Vermouth coming, Jin said coldly. Who was that person just now? Vermouth thought of Lin Feng's face and said calmly. A friend I just met. Jin raised his eyebrows and asked, Friend? Do you have any friends? Vermouth was too lazy to explain to Jin and asked directly. The robbery has been arranged? That adult takes this matter very seriously. Hearing that adult is a word from Vermouth's mouth, Jin and Vodka opened their eyes slightly. Jin said in a deep voice, Don't worry, everything is ready. Vermouth hummed and said. That's good, don't let that adult down. P.S. Second update, go to collect flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Clearly a Fool. Ferrari was driving on the deserted road. Lin Feng was still thinking about the scene just now, and a light tune came out of his mouth. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Lin Feng took a look and saw that it was Magyar Zsuzsa calling. Pressing the answer button, Magyar Zsuzsa's voice came out immediately. Lin Feng? Are you okay? Listening to Magyar Josue's caring words, Lin Feng was a little moved. "I'm fine, Officer Magyar." Lin Feng could clearly hear Magyar Josue's relieved voice. "I'm glad you're okay. By the way, didn't I ask you to chase the wanted criminal? Where are you?" Lin Feng said helplessly, "Officer Magyar, I'm not familiar with the area around Baihua town, and I got lost while following. It seems to be in the suburbs now." "Magyar Josu?" Magyar Josu sighed, "Forget it, just go home, you can get off work. The 2 wanted criminals have been caught, but only 2 bodies have been caught." Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 wanted criminals are dead. If they were alive and confessed, wouldn't he be finished? "Hang up the phone." Lin Feng continued to drive the Ferrari forward. Until more than half an hour later. I still wanted to take a look at Kisaki Eri, but the Fei law firm had already closed. Giving up this idea, Lin Feng went up to the 3rd floor and returned to his room. The next morning, Lin Feng still got up on time. What made Lin Feng a little confused was, when he got up to go to work a few days ago, the Fei law firm had already opened for business. It was already 8:30 today, and the door was still closed. Lin Feng shook his head, maybe Kisaki Eri had something to deal with. Then, Lin Feng drove the Ferrari to work at the Metropolitan Police Department. Arriving at the Criminal Investigation Department office, he walked to the tea room with ease, made a cup of coffee, and sat down at his post. After taking a sip, Lin Feng took out the daily newspaper and browsed it casually. Lin Feng himself didn't know that this had become his daily habit. Until the afternoon when he got off work, Lin Feng sat in the wheelchair with a comfortable look on his face. Of course, there were also murders in Baihua town today. And there were 3. The murder case of the antique collector, the murder case of the elevator, and the murder case of the TV drama's external bureau team. Magyar Josu went out 3 times from the time he started working in the morning to the time he got off work in the afternoon. In other words, Magyar Josu had just closed the first case and returned to the Metropolitan Police Department, and the next murder case appeared. After tidying up his desk, Lin Feng was about to go home after get off work. Magyar Josu walked out of his office, glanced at Lin Feng, and spoke. "I didn't expect you to still remember what I said to you yesterday." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, slightly puzzled. "Yesterday's words?" Magyar Josu naturally saw Lin Feng's expression, and he rolled his eyes and said, "Think I didn't say that? Let's go, your Aunt Lu has prepared the meal at home, let's go back." Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized. Magyar Josu did say this yesterday. Lin Feng nodded, followed Magyar Josu, and walked to the parking lot. Lin Feng came to Magyar Josu's Toyota sedan and sat in the co-pilot. With a roar of the engine, the Toyota left the Metropolitan Police Department. The vehicle drove fast on the road, but there was silence inside the car. After a while, Magyar Josu turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, and spoke. "Lin Feng, your LVE has always wanted to see you. Remember to be polite to me when you get home, okay?" Lin Feng nodded seriously and said, "I know." So far, he has never seen Magyar Midori. He had just arrived in Baihua town for a few days, and Magyar Midori invited him to dinner. It is obvious that Magyar Midori cares about him. Seeing Magyar Josu's mouth open, just about to continue speaking, Lin Feng spoke first. "By the way, Officer Magyar, do you feel anything unusual about the several murders that happened today?" Magyar Josu frowned and said, "When there is no one around, you don't have to call me Officer Magyar, just call me Uncle 13. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a burst of laughter and tears in his heart. The name Uncle 13 is indeed a bit strange to call. After Magyar Josu finished speaking, a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, and he said, "Abnormal? There is nothing abnormal. Normal reasoning, complete evidence, reasonable motive for murder, and the murderer kneeling and crying at the end." After listening to Magyar Józsu's words, Lin Feng found that Magyar Józsu did not notice any surprises at all. Every time Magyar Józsu went to the murder scene, there was a deaf elementary school student and a sleeping person. The most important thing is that even if there is no Magyar Józsu, the murder case can be solved perfectly. At the scene, Magyar Józsu almost does nothing. Just touch the chin a few times, say a few words "it's true," and then wait for the murderer to kneel and take the murderer away. The most important thing is that there is always a primary school student at the murder scene. Lin Feng reminded, "Officer Magyar, Uncle 13, is there nothing similar at the murder scene?" Magyar Józsu frowned and looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Similarities. Lin Feng raised his mouth and explained, "For example, there is a detective at the scene, or there is an elementary school student at the scene." Magyar Józsu heard this and thought of something in his mind, and his eyes widened instantly. There are indeed similarities. Mori Kogora is obviously a fool, but after suddenly falling asleep, he became a famous detective. And the kid in Mori Kogora's house is always running around the murder scene. Just like a fly, you can't drive it away. Thinking of this, the shock on Magyar Józsu's face became more and more intense. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked, "Lin Feng, how do you know all this? P.S. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you Nixiusa Meat Boss for the reward, thank you for the monthly ticket, thank you. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 You Have a Girlfriend? I asked Lin Feng to go to the scene together, but Lin Feng declined with various excuses. How did Lin Feng know who was at the murder scene and what happened? Lin Feng looked at the road ahead and said calmly, "I read the record written by the case recorder." Magyar Józsu nodded thoughtfully. "This is the only possibility." Magyar Józsu looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng is quite concerned about the murder case. This is a good thing. The Toyota drove through streets and turned at intersections. Until night fell. The Toyota drove into a small garden with a 3-story villa. Lin Feng got off the co-pilot of the Toyota and looked around. Elegant environmental design and unique green scenery. In the center of the small garden, there is a rockery fountain. Just as Lin Feng was scanning the surroundings, the sound of footsteps in clogs entered his ears. "You are Lin Feng, right? You are really good looking." Lin Feng turned around and saw a tall woman standing not far away. She had short dark brown hair, bright eyes, and a delicate and fair face. The passage of time left no trace on her face. She wore a light red casual wool sweater, which perfectly outlined her well-proportioned figure. This woman was Magyar Józsu's wife, Magyar Lu. Lin Feng took a polite look and immediately said politely, "Hello, Aunt Lu, I am Lin Feng." Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face and polite attitude, Magyar Lu smiled. At this time, Magyar Józsu came over and spoke. "Come in, don't stand outside." Magyar Józsu echoed, "Yes, yes, come in. The food is ready, we can start eating." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Okay, Auntie Józsu." After that, under the leadership of Mu Mulu, Lin Feng walked into the small villa. Looking at Lin Feng's well-behaved and sensible appearance, Magyar Józsu rolled his eyes. This guy acted recklessly in front of him, and he couldn't be called. Lin Feng did what his wife said casually. Magyar Józsu sighed in his heart, it's true that there is always someone who can defeat someone else. Walking into the small villa, Lin Feng's eyes swept around again. The decoration was bright and simple, and the whole villa was cleaned up. On the dining table not far away, there were exquisite dishes. Obviously, these were all made by Magyar Józsu alone. A typical good wife and mother. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why Magyar Józsu and Magyar Lu had been married for so many years but had no children. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Magyar Józsu and Magyar Lu treated him well. When Lin Feng came to the table, Magyar Zhu and Magyar Lu were already sitting cross-legged. Magyar Lu said with a smile, "Lin Feng, there is nothing good to treat you, just eat something casually, I hope you don't mind." Lin Feng immediately said, "Auntie Lu, you are too polite, it is already very rich." Seeing Lin Feng's sensible appearance, Magyar Lu's heart softened, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin Feng's head. Sensible child. Feeling Magyar Lu's actions, Lin Feng felt helpless. Sure enough, he was already 20 years old, but was still treated as a child by Magyar Lu. Magyar Zhu shouted a little jealous. Okay, are you going to have dinner?" Magyar Zhu's smile instantly disappeared when he heard this, and he looked at Magyar Zhu. Under this gaze, Magyar Zhu immediately became honest, and he said aggrievedly, "It's okay, I can wait a little longer." Magyar Lu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then let's start." Then, Lin Feng and the other two began to eat. During this time, Magyar Lu was always picking up dishes for Lin Feng. She kept saying that she was still young and needed to eat more to grow up. Although Lin Feng and Magyar Lu had just met for the first time, Lin Feng felt the love of family from Magyar Lu. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and the other two finally finished their meal. Magyar Zhu and Lin Feng were both sitting on the sofa watching TV. Magyar Lu cleaned up the dishes after the meal by herself. Lin Feng looked at Magyar Zhu, who was already slumped on the sofa, and said, "Uncle 13, I'll go help Aunt Lu." Magyar Zhu said casually, "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped out and walked towards the kitchen. Looking at the piles of plates, Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves directly. "Auntie Lu, I'll wash it. You and Uncle 13 can just go and have a rest." Magyar Lu was slightly touched and smiled, "No need, Lin Feng, I'll wash it. I usually wash it. I'm used to it." Although Magyar Lu said so, Lin Feng did not leave. He directly picked up the rag and wiped the dishes in front of him. Seeing this, Magyar Lu's smile became more and more obvious. The two chatted while washing the dishes. Magyar Lu looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked, "Lin Feng, you are 20 this year, right? Do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Feng thought slightly in his mind. Until now, it seems that he really has no girlfriend. He has a close relationship with Kisaki Eri, but it is just a landlord and tenant relationship. The key is that Kisaki Eri also has a separated husband. Satumi Wako, it seems that she is just a colleague. Maybe she likes him a little, but that relationship has not been broken. Yoko Akino, we are probably just friends now. As for the other women I know, they are just first impressions." Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't have a girlfriend yet." Magyar Midori was slightly surprised and said, "No. With Lin Feng's looks and temperament, he doesn't have a girlfriend?" Magyar Midori's heart was slightly moved, and she said, "It's good to have no girlfriend." Lin Feng? As an elder, shouldn't you hope that the younger generation has a girlfriend, or even get married and have children as soon as possible? Magyar Midori actually said it's good? Magyar Midori seemed to realize that her words were wrong, and she immediately explained. "I mean, you are still young now, and you have a lot of time to choose. Marriage is a lifelong thing after all, it's best to choose the most suitable person and spend a lifetime together." After listening to Magyar Midori's words, Lin Feng nodded. Magyar Midori was indeed right, this really needs to be carefully selected. But the next moment, Lin Feng threw this idea behind his mind. "Select? Can't we have them all? Choosing something is something that only children do. P.S. This is the 4th update. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39 Aunt Lu, I'm coming in. After helping Magyar Juzu wash the dishes, Lin Feng and the other two sat on the sofa, enjoying this rare reunion. Not long after, Magyar Juzu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, sleep here tonight." Magyar Juzu's eyes also lit up slightly, and she agreed. "Yes, we have many rooms at home, and it's not safe to go back so late. By the way, your 13th uncle asked you to live at home before, why did you rent a house outside?" Listening to the words of the two, Lin Feng felt helpless. Sure enough, parental questions are inevitable in any country. Lin Feng explained, "I just think it's too much trouble for you." Magyar Juzu immediately showed a reproachful look on his face and continued, "Is it a problem? You just called me Auntie Lu. No matter what, you must stay here today. You can go to work with your Uncle 13 tomorrow." Lin Feng was speechless, nodded and said, "Okay, Auntie Lu." Magyar Lu nodded with satisfaction, leaned on the sofa and watched TV. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, it was more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Led by Magyar Lu, Lin Feng came to the door of an unused room. Magyar Lu pushed open the door, turned on the light, and said, "Lin Feng, this room was originally prepared for you, you can stay here tonight. My room and your Uncle 13's room are just opposite, you can knock on the door to find us anytime if you have anything." Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Auntie Lu." Magyar Lu explained with a little apology. However, because when it was originally designed, this room did not have a bathroom. "You need to go to the public bathroom to wash. I have already put the toiletries in the bathroom." Lin Feng nodded, "Thank you, Auntie Lu." Just then, Magyar Juzu trotted up. He had a heavy expression and said, "Xiao Lu, Lin Feng, another murder has happened, I need to go out." "Lin Feng, you can rest here, I will go alone." Magyar Lu reminded, "Be careful on the road." Magyar Juzu responded and turned away. Watching Magyar Juzu driving away from the second floor, Magyar Lu retracted his worried eyes. "Lin Feng, then you should rest early." Lin Feng nodded, walked into his room and closed the door. Until then, Lin Feng finally had time to check his today's bad rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing badly and getting the reward, Grandmaster level Jeet Kune Do. Looking at the record on the system panel, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Grandmaster level Jeet Kune Do. This is a good thing. I already have 3 times the physical enhancement, and now with the Grandmaster level Jeet Kune Do. Lin Feng feels that in close combat, facing ordinary people, it is no problem for him to fight dozens of people alone. In addition, Lin Feng feels that all the memories of Jeet Kune Do have been integrated into his mind. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Just as Lin Feng sighed, a faint shouting sound entered his ears. Lin Feng was confused and listened carefully to the sounds around him. Lin Feng! This is exactly the shouting of Magyar Green. Lin Feng stood up from the bed and opened the door of his room. Lin Feng! Hearing Magyar Green's continuous shouting, Lin Feng responded in doubt. "I'm here, Aunt Green." As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Magyar Green's voice rang again. "Lin Feng! I twisted my foot in the bathroom. Can you help me?" "Lin Feng?" Magyar Juzu had just left, and this happened to Magyar Green? Isn't it a little too coincidental? However, Lin Feng did not hesitate and strode towards the bathroom. Looking at the hazy frosted glass door of the bathroom, Lin Feng knocked on the door hesitantly. Dong dong! Lin Feng called out, "Auntie Green, are you there?" Magyar Green's voice immediately rang out, saying, "Lin Feng, I fell down while taking a bath and twisted my foot. Now I can't get up." Lin Feng smacked his lips. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know how to respond. Magyar Green seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's thoughts and continued. "Lin Feng, don't be nervous, I'm dressed, you just come in and help me to the room." Lin Feng swallowed subconsciously. This feeling is more tense than facing a murderer. Lin Feng shouted, "Auntie Lu, I'm coming in." After saying that, Lin Feng slowly pushed the glass door, and the glass door immediately opened. As soon as the glass door was opened a crack, a pair of white and slender legs came into Lin Feng's eyes. P.S. 5th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, monthly tickets, thank you, thank you. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40. You call this clothes? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. But since Magyar Green said she was wearing clothes, she would not lie to herself. Continue to push the glass door. Lin Feng took in all the scenes in front of him. The floor was wet at the same time. Apparently because the floor was too slippery, Magyar Green fell down. With wet short hair and wrapped in a white bath towel, Magyar Green was sitting next to the wall. Lin Feng's heart suddenly shook. A bath towel, you call it clothes? Seeing Lin Feng, Magyar Green's heart was not relaxed at all, but a little nervous. Magyar Green said hesitantly, "Lin Feng, I'm sorry to bother you." Lin Feng said calmly, "Auntie Green, don't be polite to me, I'll help you out now." Magyar Green nodded. Then, Lin Feng walked to Magyar Green's side, stretched out his hand and slowly helped her up. A faint fragrance entered Lin Feng's mouth and nose. It made his heart suddenly tremble. Moreover, Lin Feng seemed to feel that when he touched Magyar Green, her body trembled slightly. But Lin Feng didn't think much about it. As soon as the two took a step, a cry of pain came from Magyar Green's mouth. "Lin Feng! Lin Feng! You! Slow down! It hurts too much!" Listening to the strange words from Magyar Green's mouth, Lin Feng's scalp tingled. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Magyar Green seemed to realize that something was wrong and said quickly, "Lin Feng, I can't walk anymore, how about you carry me back?" Lin Feng nodded, slowly squatted down, and carried Magyar Green on his back. Suddenly, a strange soft feeling came into Lin Feng's mind. Magyar Green's face also showed a blush. Holding Magyar Green's legs with both hands, Lin Feng took a step and walked towards the room not far away. With Magyar Green's help, the wooden door of the room was opened. After walking into Magyar Green and Magyar Josu's room and putting Magyar Green on the big bed, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng turned his head and was about to speak when his face was stunned. Perhaps because of carrying her on his back just now, the bath towel on Magyar Green's body was obviously loosened a lot. A white oval instantly entered Lin Feng's sight. Magyar Green seemed to have noticed something and looked in the direction of Lin Feng's gaze. Her originally ruddy face turned red. Magyar Green quickly pulled the bath towel on her body to cover it. Lin Feng came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly twice, saying, "Ahem. Well. Auntie Lu, I'll help you find some swelling-reducing spray." Magyar Lu responded and reminded. "The medicine box is in the TV cabinet in the living room." Lin Feng nodded, turned around and walked out of the room. When he came to the living room, he didn't find a family medicine box until he opened the third TV cabinet. He opened it and saw that the medicine box was not big, but it had everything. So, Lin Feng picked up the whole medicine box and walked back to Magyar Lu's room. He put the medicine box next to Magyar Lu flexibly, and then Lin Feng said, "Auntie Lu. Auntie Lu, then I'll go back and rest first." Magyar Lu smiled and said, "Okay. Lin Feng, thank you just now. If you weren't here, I really don't know what to do." He could hardly walk, and Magyar Josu went out to solve the case again. Of course, he couldn't call Magyar Josu and ask him to come back. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Auntie Lu, you are too polite. I am just across the street. If you have any questions, you can call me anytime." Magyar Lu nodded. Lin Feng said nothing more, walked out of the room, closed the door for Magyar Lu, and then returned to his room. Back to his room, Lin Feng lay directly on the big bed. He exhaled a long breath of hot air. The scene just now was really too much to imagine. Putting aside the strange thoughts in his mind, Lin Feng gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up early and came to the living room on the first floor. In the kitchen, Magyar Juzu was busy making breakfast today. Seeing Lin Feng coming down, Magyar Juzu explained. Your Auntie Lu twisted her foot last night, so I have to make breakfast. Lin Feng nodded. After a casual breakfast, Lin Feng and Magyar Juzu walked out of the villa. Just as Lin Feng was about to walk over to get in the car, Magyar Green's shout came from behind. Lin Feng! Wait a minute! Lin Feng paused and looked at Magyar Green behind him in confusion. Magyar Green's sprain had improved a lot, and she could already walk on her own. Magyar Green smiled as she came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, next time you come to eat, remember to bring your girlfriend, okay? Auntie Green can also help you control it. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, okay, Auntie Green. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he heard Magyar Green whispering. Lin Feng, I hope you don't tell your 13th uncle about what happened yesterday. This is a secret between us. Lin Feng? P.S. This is the 6th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, and thank you for the monthly tickets of the bell, thank you. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Is it necessary to be so happy? After saying goodbye to Magyar Green, Lin Feng took the Toyota driven by Magyar Juzu to the Metropolitan Police Department. Magyar Juzu looked at the road ahead and said, Lin Feng, why don't you just do what your Aunt Green said and move back home? You also know that we don't have children. Lin Feng smiled and said, Uncle 13, it's really not necessary. What if I have a girlfriend? It will be inconvenient to live with you, right? The main reason is that there are more and more women I know. If I can't bring back a different woman every day, what will Magyar Juzu and Magyar Green think? Magyar Juzu nodded in agreement. He was about to speak when a cell phone rang. Magyar Juzu frowned and took out his cell phone from his pocket. After taking a look, Magyar Juzu said in a deep voice. Hello. A man's voice came from the phone immediately. Officer Magyar, a murder has occurred at Lily Sports Club, and we need you to come. Magyar Juzu's face sank, and he asked back. Has there been another murder? I'll go there now. Listening to Magyar Juzu's words, Lin Feng's eyebrows slightly raised. Isn't this murder happening too frequently? It's only been a few hours since last night. He was still in Magyar Juzu's car, and even if he wanted to get out of the car, it was impossible. However, Lin Feng thought about it, who said that he couldn't get out of the car at the murder scene. The Toyota driven by Magyar Juzu was driving very fast. With the warning lights placed on the roof, the sirens kept emitting urgent sounds. The road was almost unobstructed. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng and Magyar Juzu arrived at the swimming pool of Lily Sports Club. Lin Feng glanced around. Sure enough, Mori Kogoro was standing there with Ran Mori and Edogawa Konan. Not only Lin Feng, Magyar Juzu was slightly stunned when he saw the three people. These three guys, are they at the murder scene again? Next to the three people, there were several murder suspects. They were all called by colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Department. Ran Mori, who was not far away, was surprised when he saw Lin Feng and shouted. Officer Lin Feng, you are here too. Lin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. This scene fell into Edogawa Konan's eyes, and he was suddenly a little unhappy in his heart. Is it necessary to be so happy when you come? Although he was a little jealous, Edogawa Konan did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng in front of him. In the previous case of Yoko Akino's secret room murder, he just took a few casual glances and knew the result of the case. Obviously, Lin Feng has extremely strong investigative reasoning ability. No. It should be said that it is terrifying. Magyar József touched his chin and said as he looked at the body that was fished out to the edge of the swimming pool. He drowned. Just now, the colleague from the criminal investigation department next to him had already told Magyar József and Lin Feng the time and cause of death. Mori Kogora frowned and said, "Drowned." At this time, Detective Conan, who was only knee-high, said affirmatively. It should be drowned. Because the appearance of this body completely shows the characteristics of drowning. There is saliva in his mouth and nose. There is a small amount of blood flowing out of his ears, which is obviously caused by the pressure formed by water entering the body. Listening to Edogawa Conan's words, Magyar József and Mori Kogora both opened their eyes wide. Magyar József was a little surprised and said, "You are right, but how did you know?" Edogawa Conan immediately pretended to be stupid and said, I saw it on TV. Hee. Mori Kogora rolled his eyes immediately. He said in a deep voice, "Even so, it is reasonable to say that a diver should be very good at swimming." At this time, Edogawa Conan looked at the club manager next to him and asked about the relevant situation. No one was with him at the time. Did Mr. Nishijo come to practice alone? Club manager Reiko Saiki explained, "That's right. All of us, except Nishijo, should be prepared." Until all the details were confirmed, Magyar József said in a deep voice. There are still 3 unclear points, but according to the current preliminary judgment, this case is. Listening to Magyar József's characterization of this case as an accident, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Knowing that there are still 3 doubts, it is too casual to classify the case as an accident. It feels like the police and their criminal investigation department are all fools. Without Edogawa Conan, they can't even solve the case. He is a tool to highlight Edogawa Conan's smart and powerful reasoning ability. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly called Magyar József. "Officer Magyar, please wait." This sudden shouting made everyone's face stunned. They looked at Lin Feng in the direction of the sound. Magyar József asked in confusion, "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Lin Feng said as he walked towards Magyar József. "This death is not an accident. It's a murder." Everyone's face was suddenly shocked, and they said in unison, "Murder." Edogawa Conan, who had been searching for evidence, was shocked and said in his mouth, "Is this guy going to perform again? P.S. Today is the first update. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Thanks to Luz Hai Hao for the monthly ticket. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42. This is a cheat." Hearing Lin Feng's words, a man in the club was shocked. Kojima, wearing earrings, looked at Lin Feng in shock. When he saw Lin Feng's direct gaze, Kojima quickly looked away. Kojima thought to himself, "Impossible. He has been here for less than 10 minutes, how could he know that I killed Nishijo Naya? Absolutely impossible." Magyar József asked doubtfully, "Lin Feng, how do you know this is murder?" Not only Magyar József, Mori Kogora, Ran Mori, and Edogawa Conan all looked confused. Facing the eyes of everyone, Lin Feng's face was still full of calm, and he said calmly, "First of all, I want to ask, as a professional diver, is it possible not to wear a swimming cap when diving?" Everyone's faces were stunned. Lin Feng said, "Of course, this is not the point. The point is, Mr. Nishijo's earplugs are different from the ones he usually wears, right? Am I right, kid?" Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, Edogawa Conan's heart skipped a beat. The earplugs that Nishijo Naya is wearing now are indeed different from the ones he saw yesterday. But how did Lin Feng know? Lin Feng was obviously not at the scene. Edogawa Conan still answered honestly, "It is indeed different. Everyone looked at Edogawa Conan, and then turned their attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a step forward and said, "Secondly, there is a smell of ether in Nishijo Naya's closet. That is to say, Nishijo Naya was thrown into the swimming pool after he fell into a coma, and finally drowned." Everyone's faces were suddenly horrified. Megure Juzu hurriedly shouted to the police, "Go check Naya Nishijo's closet." A police officer responded and strode to the closet not far from the swimming pool. In less than a minute, the police officer ran back with a towel. He immediately reported, "Officer Megure, I found this towel in Naya Nishijo's closet." Megure Juzu reached out to take it and sniffed it gently. As Lin Feng said, it has a strong smell of ether. It is indeed ether. So that's why there were no signs of fighting at the diving scene. Everything makes sense. Edogawa Conan looked at this scene and snorted in his heart. Since Lin Feng can find a towel with ether, he obviously knows about this case and it is not an accident. However, even if Lin Feng knows that it is not an accident, it doesn't matter. I don't believe that you can still infer who the murderer is. The most critical evidence is still in his hands. Wouldn't his limelight be taken away by Lin Feng? Edogawa Conan touched his head and asked in a questioning tone. "Big brother, since Mr. Nishijo was not an accident, then who is the murderer?" Everyone asked curiously. "Yes, Lin Feng, who is the murderer? If it was not an accident, who would have the motive to kill? Doesn't that mean that the murderer is among them?" Lin Feng did not respond to their questions, but looked at a short-haired man not far away. "Mr. Kojima." In the crowd of the club, Kojima heard Lin Feng calling his name, and his eyes shrank instantly. Are you kidding? How could I kill Nishijo? What evidence do you have?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Megure Juzu. "Officer Megure, you said before that there were witnesses to this case, right?" Megure Juzu nodded immediately and said, "Yes, there was an old man who witnessed it all with his own eyes across the club. However, the old man only witnessed the scene of Nishijo Naya diving. He also said that he saw a figure jumping down from the diving platform." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, that's enough." After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Edogawa Conan, who was only as tall as his knees, and said with a smile on his face, "Little friend, can you take out the drawing board from the old man's house? That is the key evidence of this case. If you keep it privately, you are shielding the murderer." Megure Juzu's face was shocked, and he also looked at Edogawa Conan quickly and said, "Key evidence?" Mori Kogoro roared with anger. "Kid, what did you do? Hurry up and do as Officer Lin Feng said, and take out the drawing board." Ran Mori asked nervously, "Conan, listen, this is not a joke." Seeing several people looking directly at him, Edogawa Conan gritted his teeth. He did have the most crucial evidence in his hand, the drawing board. The drawing board was clearly taken back from the old man by himself. Of course, he borrowed the name of Mori Kogoro. How did Lin Feng know? Is Lin Feng's reasoning ability so terrifying? Just by looking at the murder scene, he can perfectly infer the course of the case? Is this a cheat? The evidence that he had tried his best to find was unexpectedly used by Lin Feng so easily. Damn it! Although he was reluctant, Edogawa Conan still took out the drawing board. Lin Feng rubbed Edogawa Conan's head and said with a smile, "Thank you, little friend." Edogawa Conan rolled his eyes immediately, wishing he could swallow Lin Feng in one bite. Megure Juzu picked up the drawing board and looked at it carefully. Not only him, Mori Kogoro, Ran Mori and others came up for it. After looking at it for a few minutes, they still couldn't figure it out. Megure Juzu asked, "Lin Feng, is this the key evidence you said?" There were only a bunch of simple lines on the drawing board. Before a full moon, a graceful body arc jumped off the diving platform. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Lin Feng responded and explained, "Because the lights were off at that time, the light in the swimming pool was too dim, and the old man only saw an outline. But even so, the old man still faithfully drew everything he saw. Magyar József frowned and said in confusion, "Loyal." Suddenly, Magyar József's eyes widened, and she turned her gaze to the crowd in the club. "So you are the murderer. P.S. Second update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 Dark Movie Theater. Mori Kogora frowned, and when he saw the light on the ear of the figure on the drawing board, he suddenly realized. No wonder Lin Feng said that the old man faithfully drew what he saw. So that's it. Seeing that they finally understood, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Kijima, if I'm not mistaken, your murder weapon should still be hidden somewhere in the club, right?" Feeling the pressure from everyone's eyes, Kijima nervously took a few steps back. In just a few seconds, the pressure broke the last line of defense in Kijima's heart. His body softened and he fell to his knees, tears flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. "It's all Naya Nishijo's fault, he deserves it. I used to go out on a motorcycle with my girlfriend, and we ran a red light and had a car accident. My girlfriend was seriously injured. But I didn't expect that Naya Nishijo would use this to threaten me, saying that I violated traffic regulations and hit and run. He said that if I don't quit, he would report to the committee. How can such a scum be a representative diving athlete?" Looking at Kijima Hisa, everyone fell into silence. Lin Feng remained calm and said loudly, "No matter what the reason is, it can't be an excuse for you to kill people." Listening to Lin Feng's words, everyone's hearts suddenly shook. The gymnasium murder case ended. Soon, Kijima Hisa was taken away by two detectives. Magyar József patted Lin Feng's shoulder with an admiring look and said, "Sure, Lin Feng, I didn't expect your investigative reasoning ability to be so strong." Mori Kogora also smiled and said, "Officer Magyar, you have trained a very good nephew." Magyar József was stunned. "I train?" Every time he went out on a mission, Lin Feng would shirk his responsibility, so where would the opportunity to teach come from? However, being praised, Magyar József still laughed happily. "Brother Mori, you are too kind." At this time, Edogawa Konan, who was knee-high, came up and looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "How do you know all this? Lin Feng has not left since he entered the gymnasium. How did he know those tiny clues and evidence about the case?" Lin Feng raised his mouth and smiled slightly, "You are still far away. Lin Feng, who is familiar with the plot, knows who the murderer is. Even who will die next, Lin Feng knows it clearly." Looking at Lin Feng's confident expression, Edogawa Konan gritted his teeth. "I was tricked by this guy." Edogawa Konan snorted coldly, "Next time, I will definitely be faster than you." After that, Edogawa Konan turned and left. The case came to an end. Magyar József and Mori Kogora said goodbye and walked out of the Lily Gymnasium. Lin Feng followed closely. After getting in the car, Magyar József started the Toyota, and the two went to the Metropolitan Police Department. On the way, Magyar József said seriously, "Lin Feng, it's just as you said. Every time a murder case occurs, there are those guys from the Mori family. Do you think they are the murderers behind the scenes?" Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows immediately. Magyar József continued, "How should I describe it? It's like every place they go, there is a murder waiting. Isn't this too coincidental?" Although Magyar József's words are just assumptions, if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. A strange idea suddenly emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng grinned and said, "How about arresting them for a few days and see if there will be any more murders?" Magyar József was slightly stunned when he heard this. The next second, Lin Feng and Magyar József looked at each other and laughed. Magyar Juzu thought Lin Feng was joking. But what he didn't know was that Lin Feng had always wanted to give it a try. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng and Magyar Juzu returned to the Criminal Investigation Department of the Metropolitan Police Department. Lin Feng started his bad time again. Just after taking a sip of coffee, Satub Maiwako next to him leaned forward. Satub Maiwako took out 2 tickets from the drawer and asked with a rosy face. Lin Feng, are you free after get off work? I want to ask you to go to the movies. As Satub Maiwako approached, a faint scent of perfume hit Lin Feng's mouth and nose. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her carefully. She was wearing a light blue casual jacket with a beige base shirt inside. Underneath was a black tight miniskirt. The light makeup made her fair face more delicate. Satub Maiwako, who always wore formal clothes, was dressed so ladylike today. She was obviously dressed up for an appointment with herself. Lin Feng nodded without thinking much and said, I'm free. A touch of surprise instantly appeared on Satub Maiwako's face. Really? Great. I have to go out now. I'll wait for you downstairs at the Metropolitan Police Department after get off work. After saying that, Satub Maiwako stood up and ran out of the office with a happy face. Looking at Satub Maiwako's jumping up and down because of running, a strange picture emerged in Lin Feng's mind. In the dark movie theater, in the last row, a young man and woman. P.S. The third update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. If you guys think it's fun, please move your fortune-making hands and give some. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44. Can I have a taste? Time was slowly passing. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work. A clear and pleasant familiar voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing badly and getting the reward, Master Level Massage. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng's eyebrows suddenly rose. He had clearly gone to the murder scene in the morning and conducted reasoning and investigation of the case. The system actually gave him a reward for playing badly. However, Lin Feng still understood the principle of not giving up in vain. After the memory in his mind was integrated, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. A strange picture appeared in Lin Feng's mind again. The body lying on the table was covered with a thin white cloth and a bottle of transparent essential oil. After a while, Lin Feng put the strange picture in his mind behind him. What on earth was he thinking about day by day? After turning off the computer and tidying up the computer desktop, Lin Feng was just about to leave the Criminal Investigation Department. Behind him, Magyar Juzu's shouting sounded. Lin Feng, there's another murder case, come with me. Lin Feng? Where are you going? Lin Feng waved his hand without looking back. Officer Magyar, I forgot to turn off the gas at home, I'll go home and turn it off first. Magyar Juzu? Seeing that Magyar Juzu didn't chase him out, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. It was already time to get off work, but Magyar Juzu still wanted him to work overtime. Never mind. Lin Feng had just arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department building when a nice female voice rang out. Lin Feng, here. Looking in the direction of the voice, Satub Maiwako, wearing a white bottoming shirt and a miniskirt, was standing in front waving her arms. Lin Feng strode up. Satub Maiwako smiled and said, I thought you were going to stand me up. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, let's go. Satub Maiwako nodded. Then, the two walked towards the parking lot. With a roar of the engine, the Ferrari merged into the driveway. In the Ferrari, Satub Maiwako, who was sitting in the passenger seat, peeked at Lin Feng from time to time. Her heartbeat was also accelerating. This was the first time she went out alone with Lin Feng since the last drag race. Satub Maiwako's actions were naturally all seen by Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "My Wako, what do you think of my appearance?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Satub Mai Wako's face was slightly stunned. Her face was covered with a layer of blush, and she stammered, "He looks very handsome." Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and continued to drive the Ferrari. Sure enough, Satub Mai Wako had been captured by her own appearance. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng and Satub Mai Wako arrived at the Daikoku building. After parking the Ferrari in the parking space, the two took the elevator directly to the cinema. They bought 2 cups of milk tea and checked their tickets for entry. Led by Satub Mai Wako, Lin Feng came to the last row of seats. Satub Mai Wako looked at the movie ticket in his hand, confirmed it, and said, "This is it." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but smile. Looking ahead, there were only 10 people in the entire movie room. Satub Mai Wako bought the last row of seats in the cinema. Soon, the movie started. Lin Feng raised the milk tea in his hand, took a sip gently, and felt comfortable in his heart. Slacking off at work, taking a beautiful woman to watch a movie after get off work. This is also the life I should have. At this moment, Satub Mai Wako next to him leaned over. He leaned against Lin Feng's ear and whispered softly, "Lin Feng, is the milkshake you ordered delicious?" Smelling the faint perfume on Satub Mai Wako's body, Lin Feng nodded doubtfully and said, "It's okay." Satub Mai Wako asked, holding back her accelerated heartbeat, "Can I have a taste?" Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Satub Mai Wako took the milk tea from Lin Feng and drank it without hesitation. "Lin Feng? Is Satub Mai Wako so direct now?" After taking a big sip, Satub Mai Wako returned the milk tea to Lin Feng with a proud look on her face and said with a smile, "Hee, it's really delicious." Looking at the lipstick mark on the milk tea straw, Lin Feng smiled playfully. Under Satub Mai Wako's gaze, he took a big sip. Satub Mai Wako's heartbeat accelerated again, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. Time was slowly passing. The air conditioning in the movie room was blowing constantly. Lin Feng found out of the corner of his eye that Satub Mai Wako's body was shaking slightly. Obviously, the miniskirt that Satub Mai Wako was wearing was too thin, and she couldn't stand the air conditioning in the movie room. Lin Feng put his head close to Satub Mai Wako's ear and said, "Mai Wako, can you let me see your hands?" Satub Mai Wako looked at Lin Feng in confusion. She didn't ask why, but simply stretched out her palm. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and held Satub Mai Wako's hands in his palms while her eyes were wide open. Satub Mai Wako only felt a comfortable warmth coming from her palms. Satub Mai Wako was talking to herself excitedly. "Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually took the initiative to hold my hand. Could it be that Lin Feng also has feelings for me?" Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, Satub Mai Wako's face became more and more rosy. Fortunately, the movie room was dark at this time. Otherwise, Lin Feng would definitely find out what she looked like. Just as Satub Mai Wako was talking to herself, Lin Feng gently placed Satub Mai Wako's hand on her thigh. A warm and soft feeling instantly passed into Lin Feng's hand. "Satub Mai Wako? P.S. This is the 4th update. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45 You're a Bad Guy." Although Satub Mai Wako was nervous, it was normal for Lin Feng to put his hand on her leg. Lin Feng couldn't keep holding his hand and leaving it hanging in the air, right? The movie continued. Satub Mai Wako and Lin Feng stared at the screen in front of them. Bursts of laughter broke out from the cinema from time to time. But gradually, Satub Mai Wako felt that something was wrong. She clearly felt that Lin Feng's hand seemed to move. If it was a normal stand-up or change of sitting position, Satub Mai Wako would not feel anything. Lin Feng's hand obviously moved a little towards her abdomen. An inexplicable sense of tension appeared in Satub Maiwako's heart. It made her breathing become rapid. Satub Maiwako glanced at Lin Feng from the corner of her eye. She found that Lin Feng's face was normal, and there was even a touch of handsome smile. Could it be that Lin Feng just moved it accidentally? Although Satub Maiwako hesitated, she looked at Lin Feng's calm face. She could only pretend that nothing happened and continue watching the movie. A few minutes later, laughter broke out in the movie room again. Satub Maiwako's eyebrows rose instantly, and she felt Lin Feng's palm moving again. If it was just accidental last time, then this time Satub Maiwako was very sure. Lin Feng did it on purpose. Satub Maiwako turned her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng. She found that Lin Feng was still watching the movie without changing his expression. Satub Maiwako gritted her teeth. This guy looks handsome, but he is obviously a big pervert. Despite this, Satub Maiwako found that she didn't have the slightest anger or resistance. Satub Maiwako could only endure it silently. The movie was still playing. A strange sound suddenly came out in the quiet movie room. However, this strange sound was instantly covered by the dialogue in the movie. The people in the movie room didn't notice it at all. At this time, Satub Maiwako's face was as rosy as a ripe apple. Satub Maiwako's mouth opened slightly, and waves of heat kept coming out of her mouth. A pair of beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. Satub Maiwako looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Found that Lin Feng still had that calm expression. Satub Maiwako rolled her eyes immediately. The subtle movements in front of her had been touching her intentionally or unintentionally. This guy was still acting with her. After a while, Satub Maiwako couldn't stand it anymore and whispered. Linear. Lin Feng. Slow down. Hearing Satub Maiwako's words, Lin Feng pretended to be puzzled and leaned close to her head and asked. Maiwako, what did you say? Looking at Lin Feng's knowing expression, Satub Maiwako wanted to swallow him in one bite. Satub Maiwako took a deep breath and then turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, slow down, woo-hoo-hoo. Before Satub Maiwako finished her words, Lin Feng's face was already close to her. The sound of her words turned into a woo-oh sound. Feeling the wetness in front of her mouth, Satub Maiwako's eyes opened wide, with a look of shock on her face. Gradually, Satub Maiwako's eyes closed, and the shock on her face turned into immersion. Until 3 minutes later. Lin Feng slowly moved his head away and looked at Satub Maiwako with a smirk on his face. Satub Maiwako also looked at Lin Feng, and the light in her eyes kept shaking. At this moment, the lights in the movie room came on and the movie ended. The strong light instantly made Satub Maiwako close her eyes. After a few seconds, Satub Maiwako slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Satub Maiwako's red face, Lin Feng smiled and said. Hey! Maiwako, your face is so red, do you have a fever? Satub Maiwako rolled her eyes immediately and said. You big bad guy, you still have the nerve to ask me. Lin Feng grinned and said nothing. Subconsciously reached out and wanted to touch the tip of her nose. Noticing Lin Feng's unintentional action, Satub Maiwako's face almost turned red to the root of her neck. She quickly stopped him and said, Don't smell it. While speaking, Satub Maiwako reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, holding it tightly in her palm. Lin Feng pretended to be puzzled and said, Smell? What to smell? My nose is just a little itchy, I want to scratch it. Satub Maiwako snorted coldly and said without any explanation. Big bad guy. Lin Feng pretended not to hear anything and stood up. Let's go, the movie is over, and we should go out too. Satub Maiwako nodded honestly, followed Lin Feng and walked out of the cinema. Taking the elevator, we arrived at the downstairs of the Daikoku building. Lin Feng looked at the watch on his wrist. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng said, Do you want to have dinner together? Satub Maiwako raised her eyebrows, feeling happy. She had invited Lin Feng to dinner before, but was rejected by Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng took the initiative to invite her to dinner now. Just as Situ Mai Wako was about to speak, a familiar shouting sounded not far away. Mai Wako! Mai Wako! Hearing this, Situ Mai Wako was startled and quickly let go of Lin Feng's hand. Feeling Situ Mai Wako's movements, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This woman is so afraid of being seen by others? Lin Feng and Situ Mai Wako turned their heads and saw Miyamoto Yumi, who was dressed in casual clothes, walking quickly towards them. As Miyamoto Yumi got closer, the joy on her face gradually turned into disappointment. Miyamoto Yumi just saw clearly that Lin Feng and her best friend Situ Mai Wako were holding hands. She still forced a smile and walked to Situ Mai Wako's side, pretending to be unhappy. Okay, Mai Wako. You told me you had to work overtime today, but you went out shopping with Lin Feng. You're eating alone again. Last time we agreed to meet Lin Feng, so we were the three of us. Hearing Miyamoto Yumi's words, Situ Mai Wako felt helpless. Situ Mai Wako wanted Miyamoto Yumi to experience everything that happened in the cinema just now. But the next second, Situ Mai Wako threw this idea behind her. Situ Mai Wako, are you crazy? Want to experience it together? P.S. 5th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, thank you. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46. My hands are slippery now. Situ Mai Wako came back to her senses and explained with an embarrassed look. I was supposed to work overtime. But Lin Feng said that someone gave him 2 movie tickets, and it would be a waste if he didn't watch it. So? Miyamoto Yumi looked at Lin Feng half-doubtingly and asked. Is that true? Lin Feng nodded helplessly and said, it's like this. Miyamoto Yumi let Situ Mai Wako go and said. Mai Wako, then it's a deal, next time you go to the movies, you must call me. As she spoke, Miyamoto Yumi came to Situ Mai Wako's side and stretched out her hand to hold her arm. Situ Mai Wako responded, of course. Miyamoto Yumi continued to ask, where else are you going? Lin Feng said, just when I was about to go to dinner, you came over. Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Miyamoto Yumi's eyes lit up instantly and said. Then I'm really lucky to have arrived early. Let's go, I know there's a restaurant nearby that's really delicious, and it's Hyuxia. Lin Feng, you'll definitely like it. Then, Lin Feng and the other two didn't stop. Led by Miyamoto Yumi, they walked towards the restaurant. An hour later, Lin Feng, Situ Mai Wako, and Miyamoto Yumi, the three of them walked out of the restaurant with satisfaction. Miyamoto Yumi looked at the sky and then at her phone. She asked, Lin Feng Mai Wako, if you have an appointment, go quickly. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest. Listening to Miyamoto Yumi's words, Situ Mai Wako was stunned. What did Miyamoto Yumi say? It's so late. If I have an appointment with Lin Feng, then there shouldn't be anywhere else to go except the hotel, right? Situ Mai Wako immediately flicked her finger heavily on Miyamoto Yumi's head and shouted. You're such a fool. Of course I'm going back with you. Miyamoto Yumi chuckled and said, I thought you guys had an appointment tonight. As she spoke, Miyamoto Yumi bumped Situ Mai Wako with her arm. The meaning was obvious. Situ Mai Wako rolled her eyes and said. With such a rich imagination, why don't you write novels and become a traffic policeman? After that, Situ Mai Wako turned her head and looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng, then we'll go back first and make an appointment next time when we're free. Don't bother you to take us, we can just take a taxi. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay. Luckily Situ Mai Wako said to take a taxi. If she really wanted to take them back, there wouldn't be enough space. After Situ Mai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi waved goodbye, the two of them walked towards the road not far away. When they reached the side of the road, Satomai Wako looked back. Just saw, Lin Feng was touching the tip of his nose. Satomai Wako's face instantly turned red, and she whispered. This bad guy, he has finished his meal, but he hasn't washed his hands yet. Miyamoto Yumi, who was waving for a taxi, vaguely heard Satomai Wako's mumbling. She asked in confusion, "My Wako, what are you talking about?" Satomai Wako was shocked and quickly argued. "Oh, I just got greasy after dinner and forgot to wash my hands. My hands are slippery now." Watched Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi take a taxi away. Lin Feng then returned to the parking lot in front of the Daikoku building and drove the Ferrari home. When Lin Feng returned to the downstairs of the Fei law firm, he just fell off the car. A familiar shout, "Lin Feng's," sounded from behind. "Lin Feng!" Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice, and Kisaki Eri, wearing a sports suit, was walking down from the second floor. Kisaki Eri looked at the Ferrari next to Lin Feng and said with surprise, "Is this Ferrari yours?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's mine." Kisaki Eri was a little surprised. She saw this Ferrari a few days ago. As the undefeated queen of the legal world, Kisaki Eri has come into contact with many wealthy nobles, so she naturally knows the price of this Ferrari. But because of the high price, Kisaki Eri never associated it with Lin Feng. Kisaki Eri didn't ask too much. But Kisaki Eri was a little more curious about Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Kisaki Eri and asked with a smile, "Are you going for a night run?" Kisaki Eri responded and asked back, "Yes, do you want to go together?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait for me." After that, Lin Feng took a step and strode up to the third floor. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Kisaki Eri couldn't help but smile. She sighed slightly, "What a young body." The next moment, Kisaki Eri's face turned slightly red, and she looked around guiltily. Fortunately, there was no one. Naturally, no one would hear her words. She breathed a sigh of relief. Kisaki Eri blamed herself in her heart. "Kisaki Eri, what are you thinking about?" Kisaki Eri found that since Lin Feng became her tenant, her thoughts were increasingly out of her control. Even when she was working, Lin Feng's face would appear. This is too dangerous. P.S. The 6th update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Every day, I update at least 10,000 words, please support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47 You Just Know How to Bully Me. 3 minutes later. Lin Feng, wearing a sportswear, ran down from the third floor. Looking at Kisaki Eri, who was hugging her body and making her bulge stand out, Lin Feng said, "Let's go, Eri." Kisaki Eri's heart moved slightly when she heard Lin Feng calling her name. It was normal to call her Eri. But when Lin Feng called her, Kisaki Eri always felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Kisaki Eri nodded. Then, Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri took a step and ran on the sidewalk at night. The speed of the two was not fast, but every time they ran, there was always a jump in front of Kisaki Eri. Every time, Lin Feng subconsciously looked at her. Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri ran for an hour and a half, nearly 15 kilometers, before they slowly stopped. Walking on the deserted street, Kisaki Eri looked gloomy, as if he had something on his mind. Lin Feng casually said, "Eri, I haven't seen you much these days. Are you busy with something?" Kisaki Eri was slightly stunned. She thought she had hidden it well. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng saw through her so easily. Kisaki Eri smiled slightly and said, "Actually, there is nothing." Lin Feng nodded and stopped asking. If Kisaki Eri wants to say it, she will tell me naturally. A few minutes later, Kisaki Eri spoke hesitantly. Lin Feng, do you think people who have been separated for 10 years can still be together? 10 years apart? Isn't that Kisaki Eri and Mori Kogora? Kisaki Eri left home for 10 years after the last quarrel. Kisaki Eri said with some melancholy. She has her own husband and her own daughter. How did she not want to go home for 10 years? Lin Feng was silent and did not respond immediately. Kisaki Eri continued, maybe it's because of a momentary anger, or because she needs her husband's pampering. Lin Feng glanced at Kisaki Eri and said seriously. Everyone's departure will never be decided at the last minute. Maybe I haven't met the right person yet. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kisaki Eri's face became confused. She repeated Lin Feng's words and said, haven't I met the right person yet? Maybe. Soon, Lin Feng and Kisaki Eri came to the door of the Fei law firm on the second floor. Kisaki Eri smiled at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, thank you for running with me today. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Feng pretended to be horrified and said, why are you so polite all of a sudden? Are you going to drive me away? Kisaki Eri laughed and waved her hand. Lin Feng, what are you thinking about? I just suddenly wanted to thank you. Okay, go back to sleep, you have to go to work tomorrow. Lin Feng hummed, without saying anything more, turned and walked towards the room on the third floor. Kisaki Eri also pushed the glass door open and walked in. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up on time. Dressed in a formal suit on the bed, he came to the door of the Fei law firm on the second floor. The office opened early today. Lin Feng clearly saw that Kisaki Eri was standing next to an employee, carefully guiding the work. Kisaki Eri's state today was completely different from last night. There was a bright color of understanding in her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face from time to time. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, turned and left the office, and drove the Ferrari to the Metropolitan Police Department. Walked into the Metropolitan Police Department and came to the office of the Criminal Investigation Department. Lin Feng was just about to make a cup of coffee. Out of the corner of his eye, he found a cup of steaming coffee on his desk. Lin Feng's eyebrows immediately raised. At this moment, Satumi Wako, who changed into a denim jacket and jeans, came over. Satumi Wako smiled and said, I know you drink coffee every morning, so I made it for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Looking at Satumi Wako today, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Satumi Wako is tall. Now wearing a denim suit, her figure is perfectly highlighted. Satumi Wako naturally noticed Lin Feng's gaze. She smiled with satisfaction and hummed. Big bad guy. Lin Feng touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Looking at Lin Feng's actions, Satumi Wako's mind instantly emerged with what happened in the movie room yesterday. Satumi Wako's face instantly turned red, and she couldn't help but spit in her heart. This guy must have touched his nose in front of me on purpose. Sitting down at his desk, Lin Feng glanced at Satumi Wako again and asked in a low voice. My Wako, are you afraid of me so you put on jeans on purpose? Satumi Wako's face changed, and he immediately stood up and shouted. Who is afraid of you? Satumi Wako's shouting immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the office. My Wako, are you okay? Afraid? Did someone threaten you? You are so bold. You even threatened the detective. Satumi Wako herself didn't think about why she made such a big noise suddenly. She explained with a guilty conscience, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Everyone in the office breathed a sigh of relief and continued to do their own things. Satumi Wako let out a long breath and sat down slowly. Lin Feng looked at Satumi Wako with a smirk on his face and said. If you're not afraid, why are you shouting so loudly? Is it to give yourself courage? Satumi Wako glared at Lin Feng and said with a wronged look. Big bad guy, you only know how to bully me. P.S. 7th update, Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. P.S. By the way, let me talk about this book. This book is mainly about the daily life of being a scumbag and collecting girls in the harem. There will be no big fights, and if there are, they are very rare. So if you think this book is worth reading, please support it more, thank you. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48 Akino Yoko's Invitation. One day passed quickly. During this period, Megure Juzu brought back 6 murderers. Lin Feng realized that he had underestimated Baihua Town. Originally thought 1 or 2 people were murdered a day was a lot, but today there were 6. In other words, on the way Megure Juzu brought back the murderer, another murder occurred. Halfway through the journey, he needed to switch to a murder scene. Looking at Megure Juzu's busy appearance, Lin Feng was secretly happy. Soon, time passed to the evening. Lin Feng turned off the computer and prepared to go home after get off work. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing badly for 5 days and getting a reward, God-level singing voice. Lin Feng's face was slightly stunned. God-level singing voice? Rewards such as physical fitness enhancement, Jeet Kune Do or driving skills at least enhance one's strength. Even if it is a master-level massage, Lin Feng can understand it. This God-level singing voice. I can't let myself quit my job as a police officer and become a singer, right? Although I complained in my heart, Lin Feng was still very satisfied. It's still the same old saying, more skills are better than less, don't waste them. After leaving the Metropolitan Police Department building, Lin Feng just sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, and his cell phone rang. Lin Feng was a little confused, who called so punctually? He took out his cell phone and opened it and took a look. It showed 4 big words Akino Yoko. When he had dinner with Akino Yoko before, Lin Feng and her exchanged cell phone numbers. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed the answer button. Hello, Miss Yoko. The gentle voice of Akino Yoko came from the phone immediately. Lin Feng, are you off work now? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This woman clearly called me when I was off work, and she asked me knowingly. Is this way to prove that I am not so proactive? Lin Feng hummed and said, I just got off work. Is there anything, Miss Yoko? On the phone, Yoko Akino's voice was a little hesitant. After a while, she said decisively. Lin Feng, I have a concert in the evening, held at the Mika West Stadium, and I want to invite you to come. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng responded. Okay. As Lin Feng agreed, Yoko Akino's surprised voice came from the phone immediately. Really? Lin Feng, it's a deal. At 8 o'clock in the evening, I'll let the agent wait for you at the door, and we'll see each other. Lin Feng smiled and replied, okay, see you there. At this time, in the dressing room backstage at the Mika West Stadium, Yoko Akino hung up the phone in her hand. Lin Feng's magnetic voice kept echoing in Yoko Akino's ears. Okay, see you there. Okay, see you there. Not only that, Lin Feng's face also appeared in her mind. At this time, the female agent knocked on the door and pushed it open. The female agent said, Ms. Yoko, the scene is ready, no problem. Do you have any other requests? I can prepare now. Sitting in front of the mirror, Yoko Akino did not react at all. The female agent walked over in confusion. She found that there was a faint blush on Yoko Akino's face. Female agent? As a female manager who has experienced this, she knows that look very well. Akino Yoko has someone in her heart. The female manager sighed slightly in her heart. Akino Yoko is her boss, and she cannot influence the boss. Ms. Yoko. Hearing the call of her manager, Akino Yoko came back to her senses and repeated. Ms. Yoko, the stage has been set up. Do you have any other instructions? Akino Yoko smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Chunli. After speaking, Akino Yoko suddenly said, By the way, Sister Chunli, I want to ask you to do something. After dinner at a small restaurant on the side of the road, Lin Feng drove the Ferrari straight to the West Gymnasium in Baika Town. The West Gymnasium is not far from the downtown area of Baika Town. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng parked the Ferrari on the side of the road of a huge building. In the envious eyes of the people around him, Lin Feng stepped out. Suddenly, a series of surprised eyes fell on Lin Feng. Zia he, look over there. There's a handsome guy. Handsome guy? Where is the handsome guy? Isn't that handsome guy's appearance too high? Isn't he the foreign aide invited by Miss Yoko? It's a pity that he doesn't become an idol star with that temperament. Lin Feng simply chose to ignore the voices of those girls. He took a step and walked towards the gate of the gymnasium. When he arrived at the gate, Lin Feng was about to make a phone call when a slightly mature voice sounded. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice, and the female agent he had met before walked over with a smile. Lin Feng politely replied, Hello. The female agent said, Mr. Lin Feng, Miss Yoko has already told me to arrange a VIP seat for you. Please follow me. Lin Feng didn't say anything nonsense, followed the female agent, and walked in through the employee passage. Under the leadership of the female agent, Lin Feng soon came to the inside of the gymnasium. Lin Feng then realized that this was a large outdoor concert. The crowds of people almost filled the entire stadium. Lin Feng sighed in his heart that Yoko Akino was indeed a national goddess. Coming to the front row, the female agent smiled and said, Mr. Lin Feng, this is your seat. Please wait patiently, the concert is about to start. Lin Feng responded, Sorry for the trouble. The female agent smiled again, then turned and left. It was just as the female agent said. 2 minutes later, the concert began. The lights in the stadium went out instantly. A beautiful song slowly sounded, echoing throughout the stadium. At the same time, a spotlight appeared and landed in the middle of the stage. Yoko Akino, wearing a white dress, sitting on a swing, slowly falling from the top of the stadium. Looking at Yoko Akino, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was indeed a VIP seat. Sitting here, I can clearly see the white and oval face of Yoko Akino. P.S. Today is the first update. Please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you for the monthly tickets of Bloodthirsty Phantom, Time, Lang Ha, and Feng Xiao Xiao Yishuiyan for the reward. Thank you. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49. Is this too bold? Ms. Yoko. Yoko, I love you. Ms. Yoko, finally came out. Woo woo woo, Miss Yoko. With the appearance of Yoko Akino, the whole stadium was instantly boiling. Waves of shouting like waves continued to echo in the stadium. Yoko Akino waved to the crowd with a smile on her face, and the song in her mouth was not affected at all. Looking at Yoko Akino's confident face, Lin Feng felt a burst of praise in his heart. Although Yoko Akino faced so many eyes, she remained calm. For Yoko Akino, she is the real protagonist in this stadium. Soon, a song ended. Yoko Akino continued to the next one. But unlike before, Yoko Akino now seemed to be looking for something. A pair of beautiful big eyes kept scanning the rows of VIP seats. When she saw the handsome and familiar face in the VIP seat, the smile on Yoko Akino's face became more intense. She even waved her hand. Lin Feng naturally understood that Yoko Akino was waving to him. But next to Lin Feng, a fat man suddenly shouted in surprise. Oh my god, did you see that? Yoko. Miss Yoko is saying hello to me. This VIP seat is worth it. Hearing the man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. As the accompaniment fell, Yoko Akino finished singing the second song. Yoko Akino's eyes swept around the stadium, and she said softly, "Thank you all for coming to my concert, thank you very much." In the stadium, there were shouts again. Yoko Akino waved with a smile, signaling them to be quiet. She continued, "Next, there will be a fan interaction session. I will randomly select a fan to come on stage and sing a song with me." Hearing Yoko Akino's words, the whole stadium was boiling to the extreme. Since Yoko Akino debuted, she has never invited fans to the stage. In other words, this is Yoko Akino's first time. Yoko Akino turned her head slightly, looked at the female manager at the edge of the stage, and nodded. "Okay, let's start our random draw now. I wonder which lucky fan it will be." As Yoko Akino's words fell, the spotlight that was originally shining on her suddenly split into a bunch. It rolled quickly above the gymnasium, and the bright spotlight flashed across the faces of the audience. Everyone held their breath and watched this scene with their eyes. "You must draw me, you must draw me, after all, Miss Yoko has greeted me." Lin Feng even heard the prayers of the fat man next to him. That feeling was like being possessed. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. At this moment, the spotlight that was originally rolling quickly suddenly slowed down. It rolled over above the VIP seats. When it landed on one of the men, the spotlight stopped. A strong envy instantly appeared on everyone's faces. Looking at the light of the next year on his body, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Was he randomly selected? Lin Feng looked at Yoko Akino on the stage and found that she was smiling smugly. Lin Feng understood it instantly. There was no random draw, it was obviously an internal appointment. Yoko Akino said gently, "It seems that today's lucky audience has appeared. Sir, please move to the stage." Lin Feng did not refuse, nodded, stood up and walked towards the stage. With a god-level singing voice, how could Lin Feng be afraid of going on stage? Looking at Lin Feng's back, the fat man next to him was envious. "How am I worse than him? He is just a little more handsome, taller, and more temperamental than me. Except for these, how can he compare to me?" In the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Feng stepped onto the stage and came to Yoko Akino's side. When Lin Feng stood on the stage, the originally quiet gymnasium became boiling again. "Oh my god, that fan is so handsome, isn't he? Hey? That handsome guy. Zaya he, look, that handsome guy is on stage. He's just a passerby, how can he have such a handsome face? I don't accept it. Have you noticed that the audience is a perfect match for our Miss Yoko? What a perfect match! I'm Miss Yoko's future husband." Looking at Lin Feng's helpless yet confident face, Yoko Akino couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng whispered, "You let me come up, aren't you afraid that I'll mess up your concert?" Yoko Akino held the microphone away and said confidently, "I know you won't." After that, Yoko Akino put the microphone in front of her and asked, "Sir, what's your last name?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Isn't this woman asking knowingly? Of course, Lin Feng knew that Yoko Akino asked this to create the first time she met him. "Lin Feng." Yoko Akino nodded with satisfaction and said, "Mr. Lin Feng, what do you do for a living?" Lin Feng answered honestly, "Policeman." As soon as the words came out, the whole gymnasium was filled with surprise. He is so handsome, but he is also a policeman. Sure enough, excellent people do such excellent work. Hey, I was thinking of waiting for the concert to end and ask the handsome guy for his contact information. I am not worthy of it. Listening to the discussion below, Yoko Akino said with a smile, "Mr. Lin Feng, it seems that everyone likes you very much." Yoko Akino just finished her words, she looked at Lin Feng in front of her with a puzzled look. I found that Lin Feng was staring at her intently. Yoko Akino followed Lin Feng's gaze and her beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the high drum in front of her. Yoko Akino's face instantly turned red, and she said angrily in her heart. This guy is too bold, isn't he? There are tens of thousands of spectators watching under the stage. P.S. Second update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, thank you. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50. I'm going to change my clothes first. Yoko Akino recovered her composure, continued to put on a smile, and said, Mr. Linear. Lin Feng. Excuse me, can you sing? Or do you have a hobby of singing? After speaking, Yoko Akino handed the microphone in her hand to Lin Feng. Retracting her gaze from in front of Yoko Akino, Lin Feng said calmly. A little bit. Yoko Akino's eyes lit up, even she was a little surprised. Yoko Akino asked, then what songs do you sing? Lin Feng almost didn't think much and spoke. For example, The Night When I Miss You, and The Light and Dust, How Can You Bear to Make Me Sad, Be Your Sweetheart, Love Me and Don't Leave. Hearing the song name from Lin Feng's mouth, Yoko Akino frowned immediately. I have never heard it in so many years since my debut. Could it be? Yoko Akino asked hesitantly. Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, I have never heard of these song titles. Did you create them yourself? Not only Yoko Akino, but also the audience below were shocked. Many viewers immediately took out their mobile phones and started searching. Not long after, surprised shouts appeared. Oh my god, there are really no such song titles. Does he really write songs himself? Isn't he a policeman? Does he have this ability? Listening to the voices below, Lin Feng's face was also slightly stunned. I created them myself? The next second, Lin Feng woke up. These songs were only released in the 21st century. The current world of science is only at the end of the 20th century. Lin Feng nodded calmly and said, I created them in my spare time. Yoko Akino immediately asked curiously, then Mr. Lin Feng, can we have the honor to listen to the songs you created? Lin Feng nodded and said, no problem. Yoko Akino immediately handed the microphone in her hand to Lin Feng. Not only that. Under the stage, countless audiences held their breath and waited quietly. After thinking about the lyrics for a while, Lin Feng opened his mouth slightly, and a beautiful singing voice came out of his mouth. Sing with you, the moon sets and the stars sink, the sun rises in the East Daxia Sea. Walk with you, the ideal river, calmly, boiling. Akino Yoko? Audience below? Originally, they thought that Lin Feng knew a little bit. Unexpectedly, he knew a lot. Until 3 minutes passed, the singing in Lin Feng's mouth finally stopped. Looking at the intoxicated Akino Yoko in front of him, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The ability of the god-level singing voice is indeed a bit outrageous. After a while, Akino Yoko came back to her senses, and she looked at Lin Feng with a shocked face. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you. Akino Yoko didn't know what to say for a while. Mr. Lin Feng, you sang a cappella. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If Yoko Akino hadn't told him, he wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Feng asked back in confusion, is a cappella bad? Hearing Lin Feng's conversation, Yoko Akino immediately shook her head and said, No, it sounds good. Your voice is better than mine. The audience below also recovered from the shock. Oh my god, sing a cappella, sing it directly. I guess the sound engineer backstage was as confused as us and forgot to accompany him. At first I thought he was not worthy of going up, sorry, I disturbed him. Lin Feng smiled and said, Miss Yoko, can I go down? Hearing this, Yoko Akino said with some regret, ah. So soon? Lin Feng nodded. Yoko Akino replied helplessly, okay. Lin Feng's eyes swept over Yoko Akino again, and then he walked off the stage with satisfaction. Feeling Lin Feng's unrestrained gaze, Yoko Akino felt ashamed. She said viciously in her heart, this guy, he is obviously talented and handsome, why is he so lustful? However, even if Lin Feng was like this, Yoko Akino felt that she didn't mind at all, but was more happy. Isn't it just for Lin Feng to see that she wore so little? As soon as Lin Feng returned to his seat, the audience next to him immediately gave him a thumbs up. Lin Feng smiled and said, thank you. The concert lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening before it came to an end. At this time, the female agent came to Lin Feng again, and her words were gentle. Mr. Lin Feng, our Miss Yoko invites you to come over. The people around heard the words of the female agent, and their eyes were full of uncontrollable envy. However, they were not surprised at all. With the talent that Lin Feng just showed, it was reasonable for him to be invited over. Lin Feng hummed. Under the guidance of the female agent, Lin Feng came to the dressing room behind the stage. In the dressing room, Yoko Akino was waiting alone. The female agent sensibly left the room and closed the door intimately. Looking at Lin Feng in front of her, Yoko Akino couldn't help but smile. Mr. Lin Feng, I didn't expect that. As a policeman, he can sing like this. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, some things are innate, and I can't decide. Yoko Akino rolled her eyes immediately. However, Yoko Akino knew that Lin Feng was right. Yoko Akino changed the subject and continued. By the way, Lin Feng, Sister Chunli asked me to ask you if you are interested in joining us to become a professional singer. She said that with your ability, it will take less than 3 years, no, 1 year. You can become the most popular singer in Sakura country. Lin Feng smiled and said casually. No need. Yoko Akino nodded and said, I knew you would refuse. So, when she told me, I had already refused for you. Yoko Akino continued, Lin Feng, wait for me. I'll go change my clothes first, and then we'll go out for dinner. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Yoko Akino ran to the fitting room not far away. Swish! But at this moment, a sharp sound of clothes tearing rang out in the dressing room. Lin Feng? Yoko Akino? P.S. The third update, please collect flowers, comment tickets, and monthly tickets, thank you. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th.